For 60 years, the SCCA Runoffs have brought racers from all over the United States to compete. Today, here on iRacing, we bring ambitious racers from all over the world. This is going to be a cracker, the iRacing 2023 SCCA Runoffs. My name is Peter Mackay, and joining me today for this first portion of a packed show here on the iRacing Esports Network is Jake Sperry. Jake, what can we expect today?
Well, these are Formula Vs, so there's not much in terms of power, but there is a lot in terms of racecraft if you want to go and win a race like this. It's an absolutely incredible experience when you go out and drive in one of these, and the important thing about these in the SCCA Runoffs is that everybody's got a chance to drive in the Formula V, right from rookie all the way up to the A-Class.
That's right, when you log on to iRacing for the first time, this is one of the cars that you'll be greeted with. Such a simple recipe, but one that's been proven for so many years, been part of the SCCA runoff for, well, nearly its entire history as well. Here today, though, we'll race at Virginia International Raceway, and this is what we have coming off. We're going to kick off the racing in just a short moment with our Formula Vs before progressing onto another SCCA favourite, the Spec Racer Ford, a car that was created by the Sports Car Club of America themselves. Then on to the ever-familiar MX-5s, or Miatas as they're known on the correct side of the pond. Then it's the USF 2000s for some single-seater actions, the GT4s, and then finishing off with more of a European flavour with the Renault Clio Cup cars. 6 races for your enjoyment throughout the day and open to any iRacing member. So we should see some fantastic racing here in the top splits on the broadcast. Virginia International Raceway, a gorgeous, gorgeous place to go racing, Jake, but it's changed a little bit over the last few months here on iRacing.
It has. It's an incredible circuit, though. The layout stays exactly the same. The only thing you could say is that memorial oak tree no longer a factor there as they go through, which sometimes might take a reference point away from the drivers. But an incredible circuit, unchanged since its run in 1974 to 2000, or when it was closed in 1974, opened in 1957. When they brought it back in 2000, they brought it back exactly the same. And that's what I absolutely love about this circuit. It is faithful as a recreation. And here in Alton, Virginia, is one of the few circuits which sits right on the border between one state and another.
It's a wonderful venue, just follows the natural curvature of the earth, and that's what gives it its character. So the Formula V is a very simple recipe to go racing with. Only 80 horsepower, but incredibly lightweight, just over 1,000 pounds or 464 kilograms. A 4-speed gearbox. It uses a lot of components from the early pre-1963 Volkswagen's tube frame chassis, and yeah, full H-pattern gearbox across 4-speed. Really exciting racing, always in these Formula Vs. What's the trick though to making them go quickly, Jake?
Turning and braking at the same time. It's about the trail brake, which I think is going to be the confidence, because you don't have the power, but despite this being 465 kilograms, you're actually getting 180 brake horsepower per ton, there or thereabouts. So you've got the ability to carry that speed. You're not going to get much in terms of oomph, but if you can carry that speed and turn and brake, scrub as little speed as possible through the corners, you've got the biggest opportunity to win today.
It's about as pure as it gets. Can't wait to see how our iRacing drivers get on in these machines. Of course, drivers can enter from anywhere around the world and race in real time here on the iRacing.com simulator. As Jake mentioned, the VIR, or Virginia International Raceway circuit, has certainly improved over the years. Our setup and will be completely open, so the drivers can set up the cars exactly as they wish. So for things like, well, when we get into the GT4s, that will make quite a big difference as well. Quick warm-up, 2 flying laps in a private qualifying session, and then a 35-minute race. 35 minutes, long way around here, Jake.
Yeah, 35 minutes, especially in this machinery, is going to be difficult. There are going to be maybe a few struggles out there to try and get all of the times in on the board that necessarily that they want to. So it's going to be a case of your first lap out there in qualifying, because they've just got the 8 minutes. They're going to have to be absolutely on it like a car bonnet here today. And when you've got a race like this, it is going to be all about who can put the best foot forward. Qualifying might be something that's more important in different formulas. For this, you've got a great chance to draft as well in this machinery.
Well, 36 cars entered for this first session of the day, and we've got none other than Brodie Kostecki, the Australian supercar star, taking part in this race, so it'll be great to see him out there and see how he gets on. Megan Overstreet in car number 16 from the Mid-South region. We've got each iRacing member split into various regions, UK and Ireland, Iberia, and then the various sections of the United States and further afield as well. Long way around here at Virginia International Raceway, so if you make a tiny mistake in qualifying, Jake, you've got a long way around to start that second lap.
Oh, you absolutely do, and you have to be very, very focused and alert, because the off-track instant point system means if you go off the road even once over the course of a lap or spin the car around over the course of the lap, that's it. Qualifying is done then for you. But this is an incredible field of drivers that we have. Megan Overstreet, she's number 16 in this field. I'd put her as someone who's got top 10 potential in this one. But as you've said, we've got Brodie Kostecki, of course, 6 race wins this season for Erebus Motorsport. Morgan Burkhardt's an incredible driver out there. And as well, we've got Hyper 360 ES in this field, Xavier Sanchez.
It's great to see so many top drivers coming to take part here. Each driver is given their race number based on their iRating. That is effective. If you're familiar with golf, it's like a handicap in essence. The better a player you are, the better number that it is. The only difference is in iRating, the higher your number is, the better. So if you have good results, it will go up, and if you have bad results, it will go down. So Brodie Kostecki, our top seed, if you like, in this race. You can see Luca Becker here on board, absolutely flat to the boards here, coming towards the section where on the right hand side you used to see the beloved oak tree, which blown down several years ago but lived on iRacing up until the early part of this year. And you can just see there Jake trying to not to scrub speed coming out that corner. It must be actually quite a frustrating car to drive in for the machine.
Well, this is a driver's eyes view. If ever you wanted to get in and jump in on the iRacing service, this would be one of your first port of calls that you see. Gresham Wagner behind the wheel in the Virginias is looking to try and get as much through the left hook, then the right hook, and the most fabled, difficult section on this circuit. The temptation of this part of the track is going to be crucial here today, because this is the snake, and everyone wants to go too wide up through here, but never is it a great idea.
Well, Gresham Wagner, an absolute star in the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Cup in the outdoor world, and of course we will be racing the MX-5 Miatas in race 3 later on today, so I'm sure we'll see Gresham hang around for that. But similar idea with the Formula B, not so much power, and try to maintain that corner speed as much as possible. Down the gearbox, just leaving it in third and just trying to minimize that wheel scrub as much as possible. Time starting to come in now, thick and fast. The fastest on the timesheets at the moment, Matt Zerbes with a 2:19.385, just 4 thousandths of a second ahead of Carter Lundy on a lap as long as this.
4 thousandths, you just need to blink, and that's a 100th of a second there to blink. So that very much shows how difficult it is. There's Dario Frattini. He's third fastest at the moment with a very, very good qualifying time of his own, a 2:19.5, but they are going to be right on the limit here. Drivers who are only just putting their first times in now are not going to be able to bank a second time in. That's why it was so crucial today in this qualifying for this first race to get that time in early. Michael Hinkle up the hill, Club New England, trying to find himself a run here heading towards that South Bend.
That's the thing, is you cannot wait around. You've got to go straight out, because it takes well over 2:20 to do your out lap, then 2 more laps, and you've only got 8 minutes to set your 2 flying laps. So it's actually quite tight to get it in. But at the moment, it's Matt Zerbes who is your fastest driver from Carter Lundy. Dario Frattini in third. Juan Llorente Vasquez is in fourth. Then it's Luca Becker rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Megan Overstreet, she's down in ninth, but only half a second off the fastest time. We're going to talk a lot about draft, I'm sure, Jake. What sort of time difference do you need to be to get a draft in the car in front?
Anywhere between 1 and 1.5 seconds is sort of the window, as you can at any point in time race up against iRacing staff like Michael Hinkle here at this moment in time, rushing down the hill. And it is number 26 that he is running at this point. But you're absolutely right here, Peter. It's about being in the draft, staying in. If you're within a second, you've got a chance of getting alongside. I'd say to be within 0.6 is perfect for that long run on Madison Avenue.
Yeah, I think that's you're going to be absolutely right there. Jake, over the line comes Michael Hinkle. His previous lap was on 2:20.788. Does he top that? He does. He improves. So Michael Hinkle, where does that put him? He pops up a little bit further up the order. Look for him on the timing screen.
19th, I think.
19th. Okay, so about mid-pack or so right now of our 36 drivers entered for this session. Brody Kostecki up to the line then. What can Brody do in car number 1? No indicative time set yet. Over the line he comes for our top seeded driver.
24th.
Oh dear. So may well be our top seed, but going to start deep in the pack. And yes, we've got 35 minutes of racing, but it's going to be a long old climb through the field then for Brody Kostecki if he wants to get up on the podium. Right, the 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs is upon us. This is a contest where everyone, any iRacing member can compete, and many of the cars and the track of course is included in this within the package. Dario Frattini and Michael Bell are your front row alongside Matt Zerbes and Carter Lundy. Then it's Xavier Sanchez and Luca Becker. On row 4, you've got Alexander Ho and Juan Llorente Vazquez. Then it's Adrian Prida Sobrino and Morgan Burkhardt. Then Miguel Cuenca Martin and Megan Overstreet round out row 6. Row 7 is Marcel Fleischmann alongside Kevin Parrish. Then it's Gresham Wagner and Thor Tulo. Then Jack Vasey and Pedro Carvalho round out row 9. Row 10 is Michael Hinkle and Charles Martin. Then it's Nick Johnson and Tobias Siegner. Brian Molitor on the inside of row 12 alongside number 1 seed Brody Kostecki. Benjamin Forster is on row 13 alongside Jim Brewster. Then it's Jeff Jacobson and Ellis Spice, followed by Thomas McMillan and Georg Gruber. 16th row then is Thomas Renders and Daniel Williams, followed by Frankie D and Fernando Suarez. Then it's Chris Wetz and Mark Schmedding. So a packed grid of drivers here for our first race of the day in the 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. And some, race analysis. 35 minutes, Jake. It is a long old way, but 17 into point. Is that a concern, do you think?
It's nothing that they haven't faced before. This is the sort of car that you go out there and you race here on the iRacing service. You know how important it is. You can catch it through the SimMagic Formula V series if you want to race this outside of the SCCA Runoffs. But 17 instant points in an iRacing server for a race is absolute standard across all races that you see. So a stop and go penalty, it's been the same as they go through. I remember a time, Peter, on the iRacing service where that 17 instant point limit was just an absolute hard disqualification. I would say it's a little bit easier than what it was back in the day.
We'll look through it through with rose-tinted spectacles in those days when respect was necessary. No, 17 incident points. They get 1 for stepping over track limits, 2 for a spin, and 4 for heavy contact with another driver. Doesn't matter whether you're at fault or not. So should be okay, I think, here. That's 1 per lap in rough terms for our drivers. Onto the pace lap they go then. So they'll have a full lap around to get some heat into the tyres and brakes behind the iRacing pace car. And who's going to come out on top here, we wonder. See I love that, the number 29 car there with the Rusty's bumper ointment on the side of the car. Big fan of that. And of course, that's Thomas McMillan who's running those colours. Of course, you can get very creative here with your paints on iRacing. You can log on to iRacing.com, start your iRacing career. If you've never tried it before, you've got to get involved. It is incredible to have this level of technology in your own home, race with other competitors from all over the world, and why not next year take part in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. So many cars and tracks included in your subscription, and then you can add tracks and cars as per your wish and as per when they come on to the service. We have an iRacing build every 12 weeks, and usually at those builds we have new cars and tracks to add to your collection as well. It even has Knockhill Racing Circuit in Scotland, my home track. So we've thought of everything here at iRacing, and it's World Esports Day. I didn't know that, Jake.
Oh, everything's got to have a day, and World Esports Day is the one you have the opportunity to show off your favorite iRacing moment on any social media that you want using the hashtag World Esports Day. I tell you what, there are so many amazing moments that have gone through in sim racing history. One of my favorites is seeing the 5th World Championship being won by the legendary Gregor Hutu.
It's amazing how much esports has come on. It had a great momentum prior to the COVID pandemic, but now just continues to carry on that momentum, and the quality of software and hardware available now is just mind-blowing. Right, ready to go racing here for the SCCA Runoffs on iRacing, and it will be from pole position Dario Frattini who leads us away. Car number 5, the iRacing pace car, will pull away, and Frattini will open up the power and for that long run up towards the tight right-hander at turn 1. Are you sitting comfortably? Ready to go racing? 35 minutes on the clock, and Frattini has hit the gas pedal early. Green, green, green. The 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs are go. They go to the start line, the green flag in the air, and through they go. 36 Formula Vs jostling for position as they head up towards turn 1. Frattini in the bright coloured yellow, sort of yellow-greeny machine, trying to hold on to the line as they go in. The smoke puffing out of the back of these oil-cooled engine. A spinner at the back there, Jake.
Yes, Alexander Ho, who's gone around and has caught a half dozen, a dirty dozen, some would say, have been caught in the middle of all of that. And you've got Fleischmann, who's in there. Melitsor's caught out. Nicholas Johnston is in the mix as well. So they've all found troubles in the early stages. But as they rush through now into the early stages, there's more dramas they go through. 2 more have to scatter across the road. And it's the 10 of Matt Zerbs who finds himself in that drama.
Oh dear, well the Martini is both shaken, spun and stirred there and off the road, but it's Frattini who leads the way towards the snaking S-Benz, but he's got big company behind has Frattini as they go up through that uphill S section. It's Michael Bell who's right in there behind, just couldn't get any closer to Frattini without making contact, might even be giving him a little bump along there as they come round for the run towards South Bend and up towards Oak Tree now. This double right-hander, really, really important corner, particularly in these Formula Vs. You can see them trying to minimise the steering input as much as possible, but Frattini leads, but more problems behind as Kostecki's off the road.
Yeah, Brody Kostecki made some great progress on the opening lap, but found out just how difficult it was going through the right-hand bend. He had a little bit of contact with Kevin Parrish, and that's why he's found himself around. But this is the main straight, Madison Avenue, which is going to be the prime place to see overtakes happen today. And there is the change then that's going on forward then towards the front. Dario Frattini finds that it is now Michael Bell who is there. They had a second coming onto that straight. All of a sudden, Carter Lundy is there, and now Burkhart and Becker and all of the crew are back there, and it goes all the way back to Thor Tullow in this field, who lines up the top 10 are clearing in a pack.
Well, we didn't think we were going to get a breakaway, and it's looking very unlikely, but Michael Bell is pulling out to the left-hand side. Has he got a slow-down penalty? I think he maybe does, Jake. Do you know, he's stelling way out of the road.
I don't think he does. Is that a slowdown
penalty? Either that, or he's just not got a good exit out of the final corner, and he's had to pull in behind. There's little puffs of smoke down the gearbox. They go, these air and oil-cooled engines from the early 1960s Volkswagens, that Spec 4-speed gearboxes as well. They're very rudimentary machines, but provide great motor racing. And it's Bertini who leads then, so he's regained his lead with Lundy behind him, and then Burkhardt slips in there as well. We've got a bit of a 5-car bunch here as they come through the very technical early section of the lap.
Well, the one place I wouldn't want to be in this race here, Peter, is the front of this pack. And the reason why is that you're going to leave yourself so vulnerable coming through the Oak Tree corner and down onto Madison Avenue. That's the last place you want to be on the final lap. Speaking of which, whoa, we've got ourselves an absolute majesty of drivers that are all there, being spearheaded by Kostecki. There's Thomas McMillan, another Oz NZ driver who's looking to make the charge. They're going to go 3 wide here up through the S's.
Well, you need a car with a small footprint. Oh, problem for Frattini. A former race leader is falling down the order. He's down into 10th. So what has happened to Dario Frattini in car number 5 in the luminous yellow car, yellow-green? It's almost like Manti Grello, the paint scheme on that machine, but he's dropped from the lead to 10th position. So problem then for Frattini. Lundy takes over the lead, and he's leading a train of 9 cars. And if they keep fighting, though, Frattini might be able to come back. And, oh, no, got a big old wreck there at Oak Tree. 2 cars tangled together.
Yeah, up and over. So for what happened with Frattini, that was a case of he tangled with Morgan Burkhardt, and now suddenly we're 2 wide and 3 wide heading into the roller coaster. It's going to be scary. Every single lap they're going to get down here, and Lundy's just about got it at the moment, but you sense that everyone's going to push and find their way. Morgan Burkhardt to the point. Now, the last time I saw Morgan Burkhardt here race around this VIR circuit, Peter, he had the lead with half a lap to go, and at the final corner, his wheel broke, and he lost the race.
Well, let's hope that misfortune doesn't find him again here in Virginia. Up they go with half an hour to go. This is going to be so mentally taxing for our drivers. We saw last year in the SCCA runoffs, many drivers running every race, so it's going to be really tough for those drivers. But Lundy holding the inside line there going into turn 1, keeping the rivals at bay, and they all fan out behind him. Goodness me, just fantastic motorsport and keeping on track of everything. Very tricky indeed for our drivers. Imagine being in the heat of it there as they go, using all of the room on the exit. We're careful not to pick up too many incident points for track limits abuses. Oh, but it's good racing respect. There's nearly just a little bit moved out there coming through the second section.
Yeah, that was Michael Bell, who found himself pushed out a bit, and that's given a gap here to Carter Lundy of about 0.8 of a second. He's now got to run because Morgan Burkhardt and Luca Becker are now going to start thinking about how they scrap. So too, Xavier Sanchez, Heike 360 ES, has Megan Overstreet. She's in there for company at this moment in time. So everybody's looking around at everybody else, and the more that they look at everybody else here, Peter, driver at the front who's got a small bit of a gap, that just extends. It's a case of who do you want to run the asylum, essentially. You've got drivers here that are going through, but if the inmates take control, then none of them are going to win.
Well, they've got to help one another, don't they? Because you don't want to see Lundy make a breakaway. Got about half a second as they come out of Oak Tree there, and then up the gearbox, up into 4th gear. Most of them taking Oak Tree in 3rd gear, and then up into top in 4th. And already 0.2 of a second gone before they've even got halfway down the straight. So Lundy's lead is gone. This is what happened to Frattini then at the top of your shot. He's kind of out on his own island here as well. There's room being left here. Over the curb he goes. They're still side by side. Oh, just tangles a little bit with, does well not to end up in the marshal's post there. That would have ended his race there and then. But tangles and manages to get back into the leading group. He's back up to 6th. So this is a great fight back here from Frattini.
Yeah, he's getting himself back up the train and is doing well. It's now Luca Becker who has that control at the front of the field. So everybody's now trying to work out through, and there's some troubles down there, and that might be Thomas McMillan.
It is. It's Thomas McMillan in the Rusty's bumper ointment car. He's going to need plenty of Rusty's to get that scratch out, as him and 2 other drivers end up in the wall. There's a lot of runoff here at VIR, but the tarmac is quite narrow. So if you do end up off the road, you end up tumbling onto the grass and ending up taking a long time to get back onto terra firma. Becker and Lundy now side by side. They've got Bell in there as well, and the red machine with the white stripe across it. This is what happened to McMillan and co. coming up to, oh dear.
That's why you don't want to go 3 wide, and it's a case of ka-chouch at that moment in time for him. Definitely not what he was hoping for, and when you've got these open wheel machineries, what's very much sticking out are the wheels. If you clip a wheel with someone else, that's it, it's trouble. It can so easily be day done in terms of how they want to go through. This group has done very well though. They've got 4.5 seconds over what is Benjamin Forster in the number 15 car, who's currently in 11th position. So pretty much, so long as this group works together, they don't have to worry about anybody else behind. It'll be these 10. One of these 10 drivers is going to come away with the victory in the first of 6 SCCA runoffs.
I'm gonna put it out there right now. That's quote of the day already. Ka-chouch. That was fantastic, Jake. I have to say that deserves credit. That one, fantastic. 26.5 minutes to go. It's a long old way around. Xavier Sanchez from the Iberian region of Spain and Portugal, sitting in 5th right now and trying to pick up a big old draft from the cars up ahead. He's got Burkhardt on the right, Bell on the left, then it's Becker and Lundy in their own pair. Well, Jake Sperry said don't go 3 wide. Well, Sanchez has got the massive triple double draft and he goes from 5th to 1st, or does he? Becker gonna try and dive it up the inside. Yes, he does. That was nearly 5th to 1st there from Sanchez, but he'll have to make do with 3rd place. Fantastic.
Look, you can go for 5th to 1st. He's one of the Porsche All-Stars, so he's definitely someone who's got everything in spades. He knows how to go about racing. He knows what he needs to do to go and get the right results out there. But he will also know that he's got to prioritise buying a ticket to the end of this race. Seems weird to say when you've got 25 minutes left, but when you're racing this intensely and aggressively out there, he's going to need a lot of help to go and get there. They're 3 wide, 2 deep into turn 1. This can only end one way, and the answer is we're going to continue going 3 wide. Frattini in the middle is boxed, absolutely boxed.
Well, this is fantastic viewing, but they've got to be so careful not to end up ending the race right now. They want, like you say, Jake, they want to be at the party in the last 5 minutes where their prizes are handed out. It's all very well leading the race right now, but no use if you're not there at the end of the checkered flag. But fantastic respect, fantastic racing skill from all of this leading group, which goes all the way back to Martin in 10th place, so a 10-car bunch at the front of the field. And Frattini, great job from him. He got knocked back to 10th with that little off-track excursion, managed to avoid the marshal's post, and he's got himself back up to 6th place, and he's in that leading group. And it's interesting, Jake, he looked Frattini there like he wanted to lead all the time, and now just sort of taking a watching brief now.
Well, it's the nose is there for punting, apparently, for Luca Becker, which I don't think is the best decision. The MS Paint livery trying to get past the what is quoted as an Azure Racing livery as it goes by Xavier Sanchez at this moment in time, which can only mean one thing. Well, here we go. It's for punting. I'm going to push you down the straight. That's not going to matter because look at the 4 of Morgan Burkhardt. He's not going to sit by and wait. He's going to go, you know what? I want to go through, but here's where the power of the punt's going to start coming back on this front run. It's basically like Talladega Racing. Who's your draft partner?
It is, and I think that was more of a nudge than a punt, but hopefully we won't see any punts because the pointy nose of the Formula V into the gearbox sometimes offends. So Burkhardt now into the lead with Sanchez there in 2nd, then it's Becker, then Lundy, then Bell, Frattini in there as well, just a couple of car lengths back from the 5th place car of Bell. Now we ride with Tulo, Thor Tulo, who's getting, this shows you just how strong that draft is. These cars, you get a massive slipstream effect from the car in front punching a hole in the air. Tulo now right up to the top of the gearbox, and then have to try and brake as late as possible and maintain as much speed as possible, but looked like Frattini is going to make a move on him. Yes, he did. But at the front, Burkhardt leading then with Becker right in behind him, and then Lundy on the outside line there. So Sanchez loses a couple of positions in that phase.
Look, you've got to stay quiet in that second group now, 6th through 10th. You have to stay quiet because you need to get back in range, and that's what they've done brilliantly. There's a number of drivers who are in that group who haven't really shown their hands. Juan Llorente Vasquez, Miguel Cuenca hasn't really shown anything either. So Llorente and Cuenca, I think, are the two who are just going to wait to the end of the race to really show their hand. They're fine at the moment being in that 10th position, 9th and 10th. But the key, Peter, for those drivers is they're going to have to move up the train at some point, and they're going to have to take some risks doing so.
Yeah, speaking of moving up the road, Brody Kostecki from 24th on the grid, he's up to 15th right now. As Frattini makes an incredible move there, 2 for the price of 1 coming through South Bend. That's a remarkable manoeuvre there from Frattini. He's looking really strong right now up into 4th, and should get a good draft from Lundy up ahead in the black car and the red helmet. Wow, fantastic stuff. But meanwhile, battle for 17th further down the order. Gresham Wagner, the Mazda MX-5 star, trying to hold off the number 28 of Gruber, whose car looks like somewhere between a Fab ice cream and a fruit pastel ice cream.
Yep, very much. And now I'm very hungry, but Gail Gruber is going to do well. Look at the top of the screen here. Frattini, remember that he was off the road and had an issue? Well, he's back to the premier point. He leads this race right now. Has a little bit of contact with Carter Lundy, but that goes through. But Gresham Wagner also has some experience closed wheel when it comes to the GR86s as well, so he's definitely got that pace. But all of a sudden, wake up, there's a chance there. There's a Mr. iRacing in there, and that's going to be Hinkle trying to get through.
Yeah, you don't want your account suspended, so be nice. Well, Frattini looked fantastic there. He looked really, really strong in the high-speed corners, but now he's just going to get absolutely swamped by the field. Nothing he can do. As Lundy comes through, Becker's going to try and make it 2 for 1. And Frattini in the bright yellow car moves out a little bit, does he? Yeah, has to settle in there for 3rd, but it seems in the hand-to-hand combat, Frattini has got some really strong pace. It's all going to be about putting himself in the right position at the right time on that last lap.
Yeah, and that run into turn 1 is going to be crucial on the last lap as Gruber and Hinkle make a little bit of contact down on the bottom of your screen there. So that could have been a little bit worse for where they went through. They've got Jacobson as well, who is in the mix there in 20th, and as well they've got one more in the back to keep an eye on. That is Brian Molitor, who is also in that 17th on back. But it just goes to show you how competitive iRacers are when you get a talent like Gresham Wagner, who is only 17th.
Well, yeah, likewise, Brody Kostecki in 15th. You got 2 really fast real-world racing drivers, and it just shows you that the simulator is a specific discipline in motorsport that takes such time and such attention and practice. But Wagner now a little bit under pressure here from the 26 car of Hinkle. He gives the room to Hinkle. Hinkle makes the move look pretty straightforward, but Wagner playing it very clever. He's so used to hand-to-hand combat, drafting races. That's what his native series, the Mazda MX-5 Cup, is all about. So he knows what it's like to put yourself in the right position for the run to the flag. 19 minutes to go, not even at half race distance yet. The concentration required from the driver is just remarkable, but they all look like they're having a ball out there. Meanwhile, at the front, up at the top of your shot, they're going 2 wide, nearly 3 wide in 2. Oh, the roller coaster. Oh, and Burkhardt's going to hang on to the lead, but Lundy under pressure now from Frattini. You're watching it all going, goodness me, we're all mad.
How does the song go? 50% concentrated power of will. I think you need a lot more than that to try and win a race like this here today. Round at the bottom of your screen. There goes the troubles, and I believe, yes, it is. That is going to be the iRacing staff member being turned around, and he'll get on to his good friend Nim Cross potentially and say, can we have a little look at that?
Yep, that'll be a protest going in. I know, probably not. But Lundy goes in then to the lead. Frattini going to try and slip there into 2nd. Yes, he does. Burkhardt there in 3rd. Just switching back and forth all the time. It's a good job that most of them have painted their cars in different colours, so we can keep on track with what's going on. Lundy in the jet black car with the red helmet. Then it's Frattini in the bright green and yellow style machine. Then it's the black and blue car of Burkhardt. Then Bell in the red and white machine, almost the Marco Simoncelli helmet style. So through they go. They're now almost joined together like railway locomotives.
They are, and I'm sure at the moment it's going to be a case of when one cart uncouples, everything else is going to be very difficult to go through. And Carter Lundy has spent most of the time at the front, which you can argue is the best place to stay out of trouble. When you've got someone in there, or you've got many drivers in there that want to try and get up forward, they're all jostling for position. Right now, effectively what we're doing is we're shuffling deck chairs at the moment. Everybody's going to have to get a seat, but once the music stops, that's when the scramble starts, and that will be with about 5 minutes left in this race.
Yeah, I think so. Certainly, with 2 or 3 laps to go, it's going to be very, very tight. We've gone past half race distance. And Bell now to the front of the field in the red and white machine. They're going to try and make it 3 wide, heading up the hill towards roller coaster. That is always risky stuff. Are they 3 wide? Frattini, yeah, Frattini has to back out of it there with Lundy going into the lead. Oh, they make contact. Oh, contact. Oh, it's a big pile up. Big pile up at the roller coaster, and several cars out, including Bell. Number 9 of Sanchez is out as well. They're all over the road, and Lundy and Frattini, all of a sudden, they're gone.
And that's what happens the moment that you race like that. The powder keg can so easily explode, and everybody can find themselves in a world of hurt. That is exactly what happened there, and suddenly it's 2 seconds to the good. Lundy and Frattini are clear, and they have found themselves with a portion of luck. It's now Juan Llorente Vasquez who finds himself in 3rd, and Miguel Cuenca Martin in 4th. You just need a bit of luck in a series like this, and so easily it can go wrong.
And that it has gone wrong there. So Lundy and Frattini, they've got to play this really smart. They don't want to be dive bombing each other and slowing one another up and throwing themselves back into the clutches of Vasquez, Martin and Tulo. They've got to work together. Lundy and Frattini build that gap, and then by all means, with 3 or 4 minutes to go, it's every man for himself. But in a curious fate of these, curious twist of these draft races, you sometimes have to work with your rivals, not against them. So let's try and dissect this. Bell was the driver affected. They initially makes contact with Frattini, and it just kicks off one almighty domino effect. It did seem that Frattini was maybe a little bit aggressive there for me.
I think he ran out of room, and it's minimal, the margin there for Dario Frattini as he went through. But the issue that you have with that sort of incident is that Michael Bell finds himself slowed in the middle of the circuit. So everyone's got to try and pick a way around, and they're on a tightrope for a section of track which falls away down the hill. So that's why Morgan Burkhart gets caught up in it. A secondary incident happens as Xavier Sanchez comes across, and he then starts to collect in that incident. And practically by the moment you sort of get in, you're hoping for the waves to part. The track was completely blocked with that incident. If you're from 3rd back to about 7th in that incident, you had no hope.
No, it was completely out of your control, that's for certain. And, well, it also comes down to the theory that you really want to be at the front of the field as much as possible, because then you've got less chance of being involved in pile-ups like that. Burkhart now trying to fight back. He's still in 9th, but out of touch now from the leading battle. He's 10 seconds back after that incident. Now, these are open-wheel machines. They're little machines, Jake. Can they take a hit very well? It seems so with Burkhart's car.
Well, for all of what it is, it's still got a very strong chassis on it. So the worry that you're going to have is if you damage the suspension on this machinery. The chassis itself does seem to do well, but of course this has got the damage model on it, so the front nose can fall off, and you can have all sorts of troubles and dramas fall away with it. So you can have the big expensive ouch come through, and there's someone making some progress. Brody Kostecki in 11th position. Now he's got 6 race wins over the course of his season so far right now, and he's got a number of podiums to go along as well, and he's driving really well at this moment in time, and he is one of those sim racers who actually does very, very well in the counterpart that they have. Of course, the Holden and the Ford on the iRacing service. He does very well in that scene, in the Australia scene that they've got going on as well, with the Logitech series and championships of that ilk. He is someone who is multi-talented and is absolutely worth every penny of the pace he has.
Yeah, he's a superb driver, isn't he, Brody? And you know, success in the V8 supercar paddock hasn't come to him initially. It was difficult first few years, but doing a superb job now with the Airbus team, as you say, Jake, and making moves now. Going to try and move into the top 10, and he does. He goes up into ninth, in fact, going past the number 6 car of Siegner. At the front, Lundy continues to lead the way and appears to be most comfortable at the front of the field. Bertini deciding to stick in behind and not slow either of them down, and Vasquez just sitting 2.3 seconds behind. So as long as Bertini and Lundy behave themselves, they should be able to have a fight towards the end. But Bertini, just as they say that, he's just slipped past Lundy on a little bit further up the road.
Well, they're working together right now. They've got to work in tandem effectively to give each other the run on the straights to leapfrog forward, as Morgan Burkhart here finds on the outside Benjamin Foster, and Forster is going to find himself just about in play. Kostecki now on the back of that. Then you've got Zerb, Siegner and Charles Martin, who are all there. They're all wanting to get into this group, but down through the hog pen. Every single part of this circuit, it seems no matter where you go off, Peter, you're going off downhill, so it always hurts even more when you're off here at VIR.
Yeah, it always takes so long to get back onto terra firma. The runoffs are big. You've got to be quite unlucky to get it all the way to the barrier. But here we go, 3 wide now. This is your battle for the top 10. The number 4 car there of Burkhard just holding the inside line. Kostecki's going to try and go with him on the inside, and then on the outside in the red and white machine, it's Forster. And they still shut the almost Constantina back into the same area. So all going on here, fantastic motor racing, and this is only race 1 of 6 that we have for you here in the 2023 iRacing SCCA runoffs. We had the 60th SCCA runoffs here at VIR last month. We go back to Road America for next year's event, but great to now have a virtual equivalent to the event, the SCCA runoffs that's run for the last 60 years.
I tell you what, Brody Kostecki just got on the radio there, and he was flexing his muscle. He just said over the radio, Benjamin, you're costing us about 5 seconds a lap. I do love racer exaggeration.
Yeah, that's definitely over-egging the pudding, that's for sure. And Kostecki gets a bit of a nudge there from Burkhard. And yeah, if you're going to talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk. And I would say right now, with 10 minutes to go, you don't want to be antagonizing your rivals. We've seen what can happen with just the ever so slightest bit of impatience, and it can all go wrong. So Kostecki comes out of Oak Tree with the little lead in this battle, but he's absolutely a man on his own island here and gets swamped. And Forster, he goes by and say, whoa, and Forster, massive hit into the back of Burkhard. That was more than a bump draft there, and Kostecki's going to try and draft back on them. Or is he going to just give them a bit of room? I don't think he trusts them very much, to be honest, does Kostecki. He's just going to let them knock lumps out of each other.
Imagine this like a cycling race. You're leading yourself into the final kilometre here, and let's just imagine that Brody Kostecki right now is Lotto Destiny's Caleb Ewan at this moment in time. He needs an absolute run out, a lead out to get to the front of that group when he gets to the roller coaster section. That's what he's banking on, and he's got to position himself properly with the right people in the pack to work forward. I do want to talk about, though, how this is working out at the front, because Frattini and Lundy's coordination here, effectively as your breakaway at the front of the field, is doing brilliantly. They're coordinating so well that Miguel Cuenca, Juan Llorente and Thortullo, they can't do anything. They can't chase that down. They're losing a 1/10 of a second every lap.
Yeah, the gap is just sort of sitting around 2.2 seconds, which is more than safe in terms of the slipstream, but it will be when Frattini and Lundy decide to pull the pin on the grenade. Kostecki, I think Kostecki here is just taking a bit of a watching brief, letting the issues happen ahead of him and then trying to set up a run, but it could be quite frustrating actually for the Australian Supercars star. 8 minutes to go then. This is your battle for the last spot on the podium. Now, this group need to be equally clever and work together to move through Vasquez, Martin and Tulo. So 3rd, 4th, 5th right there on your screen. And the gap's still sitting agonizingly at about 2.2 seconds up towards the leading pair of Lundy and Frattini. They will just be hoping that Frattini and Lundy's discipline runs out and they start battling, but I think they've been pretty clever so far.
They're keeping it honest, I think, is the most important thing about where they are. That gap's not really going out by much. It's not also really closing down by much either. It's very much in the same places. Now, there goes the move to jump into position, and that puts one Mr. Martin now into third, getting past Juan Llorente Vasquez then for the next position. But what they're relying on is, at what point do they stop playing effectively chase Frattini and Lundy, and when does the game theory go in? I don't want to be in first position heading on to Madison Avenue on the final lap. So that's going to be where this lead battle is going to be in, and they want to try and build as much of a gap so that when they have the time to play those sorts of games, Peter, you sit down, you look at everyone else and go, at what point can I go there? But let's get a little listen as we get ourselves full throttle.
Well, just a vivid demonstration there of just how much of the lap here at VIR. These Formula Vs are absolutely pinned to the floor, full throttle, and the battles continue. Some fierce battling there, Jake, particularly with those bump drafts as well. They don't bump draft particularly well, these cars.
Not easily, no. I don't think they're built for it, but the one thing that they have as an advantage for the way that they're built is that you're not having to worry about a front wing or a rear wing falling off the car if you do go and make that push. It's very much a case you got Formulas 1, 2, 3, and 4, and V, you could say in Roman numerals, is Formula 5 at this point in time. So they very much have this as this is the ground rule basics of what you need to do in order to find passes, and it teaches at the very top level you to be effectively clever. It's the key of the cleverest driver will normally win this race.
Well, one of the most clever drivers of all time, Niki Lauda, he started his career in Formula Vs. So, yeah, there's definitely something in that. The recipe has not changed much over the years. Kostecki now up into 6th. He's had a really good couple of laps there. 4 minutes to go, so into the last handful of laps. Lundy and Frattini, they still hold that kind of 2.3 second advantage. So when is the pin going to be pulled? It's been Lundy who's been the locomotive at the front, pulling Frattini along. Frattini just keeping a watchful breath. And you think as well, Jake, that, oh, now, as Frattini pops out of the draft, is he going to try and make his move now into the S's? There he goes. So Frattini to the front.
Yeah, so Frattini can take the front right now. It's just the question of when Carter Lundy, the Canadian, in second position, is whether he wants to go through or not. And a little half search there at the South Bend. Very easily, that could have ended in disaster. But you've also got third, fourth, and fifth there on the bottom left. On the bottom right, everything going on for sixth position on back, which is an absolute cavalcade of about 7 cars. It's going to be everything that you want, and then some as a battle.
So it should be 2 laps to go when we get to the line. It's going to be tight though, actually. Around 2 minutes 20 for the top driver. So as Frattini allows Lundy to get a run on him on the straight and just tuck back in behind. Really good coordinated driving there. So the gap is now still 2.3 seconds back to the chasing pack, led by the number 7 car of Martin, with Vasquez there in 4th, Tulo in 5th in that 3-car fight for the podium. So this is going to be very, very tight, actually, to see if we get the white flag or not, or whether we're going to go for 2 laps longer. I hope the drivers have got enough fuel on board, because this looks like it's going to force an extra lap. Is it? Oh, I would think we might get the white flag here, Jake, you know?
Yeah, I think we are. We're down, what, 2:15 left, 2:14 as they cross the line. That is absolute game time. They're going to be 5 seconds short of the white flag, of this one going forward. I think this is it. I think they're racing this one out to the flag. This is the final lap that they've got, and you're sensing it there down in the bottom left of the screen. Tullo making the move now, going up to 4th.
Yep, so on to the last lap then, as well. It's going to be Lundy 2 and Frattini playing for keeps here. Very, very close between these two the whole race long. Frattini, remember, he was leading and then went off the road, nearly ended up in a marshal's post, and then has fought his way to the front of the pack. And when a little bit of contact there with Michael Bell caused a chain reaction and changed the leading group of 10 to just 2. Here comes Frattini then around the shoulder then of Lundy as they go into the S-bend. So Frattini, has he gone too early here, Jake, though, I wonder?
I think he has, and I think he hasn't had a choice, because if he started lifting off, they'd allow Vasquez and Tullo and Martin into the race. He doesn't have a choice really about this. If he wants 1st or 2nd, he has to make that move. If he wants 1st through 5th, then he's going to have to do something quite clever and defend on this long Madison Avenue, which roller coasters up and down, and it is all Carter Lundy, the Canadian, right now.
Yeah, Lundy's got a great run here on Frattini as they come up the long drag up the hill towards the roller coaster then, and Frattini is on the inside line as they go up the hill. There's a left then a right, and Frattini's got the inside for that, but Lundy's got the move done on the straight. Is Frattini going to be able to get the move back though as well? He's back on the draft. Lundy covers the line then as they come left into the right-hander now of the roller coaster. It's going to come down to this, but has Frattini played this clever? Is he going to use the long drag up to the start-finish line to make his move for the win then? The checkered flag is being prepared at the flag stand. Frattini mounts the curb. Lundy holds the lead for now, but it's the drag race up the hill as well. Lundy trying to break the slipstream to Frattini, but here comes Frattini. The checkered flag's in the air, waiting for them to come around. Frattini's on the grass. Frattini's on the grass. He's going to try and pass on the grass, give an extra spell, but it's Lundy who takes the win. Wow.
Wow. I tell you what, the thing that really cost Frattini there, he had the perfect run. He just caught the curb wrong through the hog pen. If he got that correct, he would have had that race under lock and key, whichever way he wanted it, inside or outside. Because he had to temper the run over the curb, he just didn't have those, effectively 1/10 that he needed to win that race.
Oh, what a battle there. What a fight between Lundy and Frattini. What a start and a moose-bush to the racing we have for you today here in the SCCA Runoffs. And Kostecki. Oh, yeah, Kostecki. Oh, that was Burkhardt there getting hit by the 15. Oh, dear me. 15 of Benjamin Forster. Now, we heard Kostecki getting a bit lively on the radio and, yeah, dumps him out on the last corner. That's less than polite. But at the front of the field, Carter Lundy is your winner then by 93 thousandths of a second from Dario Frattini. And in the podium, Miguel Cuenca Martin just edges it for the podium from Juan Llorente Vasquez. Thortullo was 5th, and Brody Kostecki fights from 24th on the grid to 6th, but in controversial circumstances on that last corner. Charles Martin was 7th, then it was Tobias Siegner in 8th, Megan Overstreet in 9th, Gresham Wagner rounds out the top 10. Good move forward from Gresham too. Matt Zerbas was 11th in the number 10 car. Benjamin Forster recovered from that last lap accident to 12th. Then it was Chris Weitz, Michael Bell, who of course was involved in that pile-up in mid-race. George Gruber was 15th. Then it was Brian Molitor, Jeff Jacobson, Fernando Suarez, Michael Hinkle and Nick Johnson round out the top 20. 21st was Ellis Spice, then it's Luca Becker, Kevin Parrish in 23rd, then and Marcel Fleischmann was 24th, and it's Pedro Carvalho, Mark Schmedding, Jim Brewster, Adrian Prida Sabrino, Alexander Ho, and Frankie D rounds out the top 30. And your last few not making it to the flag on the lead lap: Morgan Burkhardt, Jack Veazey, Xavier Sanchez, Thomas McMillan, Thomas Renders, and Daniel Williams, rounding out our 36 starters in this first race of the day for the 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Jake, what did you make of all that?
Well, I think we had everything crazy there. You had Xavier Sanchez pay the waifu tax early on. You had so many drivers up and down the order take themselves out of contention, but it just needed a level head, and that's what Carter Lundy had at the end of the race. He didn't put his car in any sort of trouble, and I think that as a race one, leading towards 5 more races here, I tell you what, it's absolutely incredible.
It's just what we like to see, isn't it, here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Formula V's, we knew it was going to deliver action, that's for sure. I think we were even spoiled extra from what we normally see with the Formula V's. All sorts going on here. First corner, it was a bit of a mess, Jake, it has to be said.
It very much was, and I tell you what, we're going to look forward to it here as we've got Spec Racer Fords coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, Spec Racer Fords, another SCCA favourites, will be your race. Coming up, it'll be myself, Peter Mackay, and Joe Peak joining us to take us through the action there. And, well, if it's anything as good as that Formula V race was, you're going to be in for a treat. We will be changing over in a couple of minutes and taking you through the action of the SCCA Spec Racer Fords. It'll be another race very similar, lots of drafting, lots of fierce battling. It's going to be absolutely superb. But this race, well, it went down to the wire with Carter Lundy taking the win just at the last moment. We're going to step away from a moment here. We'll be right back with race 2.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
So here we go for round 2. Can we throw 2 hours and 40 minutes onto the clock?
They'll crest the hill
They'll dive down into the S's. 4 wins in 4 races for the Apex Racing team.
Welcome back to more of the SCCA runoffs here on iRacing, here at Virginia International Raceway, the 2023 iRacing edition of this fantastic event, giving the drivers a chance to race virtually here, and glad to be on this one. Peter, I loved getting to watch what we saw with the Formula Vs, but for a lot of years I've been calling these races here in the Spec Racer Fords. They put on a fantastic show.
They do, very much in the same vein to those Formula Bs. Very simple formula, the Spec Racer Ford. Many top drivers have come up through the championship, and it's a category that the SCCA themselves actually created to create a low-cost or cost-effective formula where there was equal competition.
Yeah, and they are affordable as well. This is where a lot of drivers will come in and try to race. It's almost, I kind of describe it as baby's first prototype, you know? It's kind of similar. As you can see, we've got all kinds of racing here today. We just saw the Formula Vs onto the Spec Racer Fords, but don't forget, we've got the Spec Miatas, the MX-5s up next, the USF 2000, if you like open wheelers, GT4 cars, so multi-make for that one, and then, of course, the Renault Clio, one of the newer cars introduced here on iRacing. Should be fun and should be full of action. Who can take the place that Carter Lundy did here in the Spec Racer Fords and take the victory here at VIR? A beautiful facility. Has just seen a fresh coat of paint here on iRacing. They've updated it, brought it up to snuff, not only with the modern spec, but as we've seen with our views here, Peter, the fresh new features that they have on iRacing as well.
It is beautifully scanned and beautifully mapped out by the iRacing software engineers, but a track with a lot of history. It actually hosted the first IMSA GT race all the way back in 1971, which was won by Hurley Haywood and Peter Gregg in the Brumos Porsche 914. But it's been a big part of the SCCA runoffs as well. It hosted that for the 3rd time last month, and will always be a part of the SCCA paddock. Many race teams base themselves here because there's lots of different layouts you can use, so you can actually be on one part of the circuit and another thing be going on at another end of the facility. It is quite the property.
It's definitely on my bucket list of tracks to get to in real life. It looks fantastic, and the driver is going to get to experience these cars. We talked a little bit about what they're meant for, but let's talk about, well, the specs of the Spec Racer Ford. 6 gears, one of the big things that it's got over what we saw before, over the 4 gears. And of course, 135 brake horsepower. Still a very light car, Peter. But the big thing, look at the top speed comparison. A lot quicker this time.
Yeah, huge amount more speed when we're going to be coming up to those high stakes battles at the roller coaster. We saw several incidents there in the Formula V race. I think we could expect the same in the Spec Racer Fords. And with these being a closed wheel car, we might actually see a little bit more argy-bargy, as they say.
Indeed, and this is another one of those cars, much like the Formula V, that as soon as you sign up for iRacing, you can hop into this as soon as you want. Now, it does not have a rookie series like you see with the Formula V, but you can still get in and race in private leagues if you want. You can go testing in this car at any of the tracks of the base content without having to purchase anything more, and there's a lot of good tracks in that base content. I have to say that this car fits perfectly with. It is a blast to hop in and drive. In fact, I remember when I graduated out of the Miatas when I started iRacing, this was definitely the next car that I jumped into pretty quickly. Looks like we're going to be getting over to the qualifying in a bit, but here is how the race is going to go. Not much like before, it is open setup, and it is still an 8-minute qualifying with maximum of 2 laps available. They're a little bit of quicker cars, so they'll have more leeway than what we saw with the Vs. Race itself going to be 35 minutes in length. Once again, 17 incidents as well before you hit that stop and go penalty. The thing is about this car, though, Peter, it's got fenders on it. That 17 incident points could be a little easier to reach that because they could beat and bang.
Yeah, I think so, Jake. I think so, Joe. Yeah, I think there's going to be a little bit more contact than we saw in the Formula Vs because of that closed wheel format. Let's see, because if there is impact, you do get 4 incident points. So 4 of those and you're nearly at it. And there are little opportunities around the circuit where if you break track limits, you can get an incident point penalty as well. So yeah, we might well see some drivers hitting that drive-through penalty limit.
So we take a look at the cars in warm-up, actually also into qualifying already, it looks like. So they've already gone through the warm-up and are on their way on their first flying lap. So who can get that track position? Slipstream still going to be likely important here. Not quite as dramatic as what we saw over in the Formula Vs. But based on my experience, both racing in and calling the races for these cars, I'm pretty certain we're still going to get those pelotons, Peter.
No question. I think the draft is strong in these cars. So yeah, we're going to see a big group at the front of the field. Good to see several drivers who took part in the Formula V race moving over into the SCCA Spec Racer Ford here. Brody Kostecki, one of those. Dario Frattini, who just missed out by a whisker in that first race there in the Formula Vs. Megan Overstreet as well. Brian Molitor. Kevin Parrish, Tortulo, several drivers, Michael Hinkle as well, who maybe didn't go quite to plan in the Formula V race, can come back and fight for a good result here in the Spec Racer Ford. That's what the SCCA Runoffs is all about here on iRacing. In the real life SCCA Runoffs, a little bit more difficult to run in several classes unless you've got deep pockets, but here on the iRacing network, that is absolutely open to you.
Also a little harder to be at the sharp end because some of those Spec Racer Ford events have as many as 60 to 80 cars. So they can be huge fields. We have a little bit of smaller one, but still plenty to keep us entertained. Now, a couple other names to watch out for because I've watched them race in these cars for many years. David Gaspers, a big one, hugely fast, has taken multiple championships in private leagues in that machine and also races in the official series quite often. Chris Murakami as well. Jason Perry, one to watch out for, known for his notorious Spider-Man livery that he often will race in. And just as I talk about ones to watch out for, well, the first laps come in and David Gaspers has the provisional pole.
Straight away, yeah, we're just to the top of the timesheets with a 202.7, but Yunsai Lin 21 thousandths away in second. Little issue there for car number 38. For the road, that's George Gruber. So that lap will be scrubbed. If you do step over track limits, the lap is annulled and up into the start-finish line to start another. Much faster lap times here, Joe. 18 seconds quicker than we saw in the Formula Vs.
Yeah, a lot more horsepower underneath these things, so they get going along the straights a lot better. Brody's back, and where is he going to place that number 3 machine? First lap through, going to be 19th. Qualifying apparently not as much of his strong suit, but he is still doing fairly well. Ooh, but he has a big slide into the horseshoe on his second lap around. I doubt he's going to improve on this lap around.
Well, it does seem, yeah, you're right, Joe, that Brody's definitely stronger in the race conditions than he is in the two-lap dash qualifying format. So we'll see how he gets on after a pretty strong run in the Formula V race, although it must be said, maybe a little bit of a controversial contact on the final corner. Dudu Castro, car number 2, fastest at the moment by quarter of a second. That's quite a margin.
Yeah, I remember seeing Castro right about the time that I stopped covering the Weekend Warriors, as they call it, the community that often has many of the biggest private league races in this car, and he was starting to challenge guys like David Gaspers in the final couple of years that I was on that championship. But let's see if he can pull one over on Gaspers, who wound up second in the fight last time. It was Nash, who is here today in that number 21 machine, who managed to beat him to that. Castro across the line. Is this going to improve on his 202.4? It's going to be a 205.5 or 202.5, so it's not going to cut it for him. And David Gaspers did not improve himself, so he's not going to be able to overtake him. It'll take something special from farther down the field to see an upset for that top spot.
Well, this is an important lap for Brody Kostecki, who at the moment is sitting out with of the top 20. So really, won't want to start too deep in the pack like, oh no, and that's it. He scrubbed the lap. So, oh dear. So Brody Kostecki is going to start deep in the pack as the last few drivers come over the line to complete their laps. But, oh, yeah, another big climb up ahead for Kostecki.
Yeah, just a couple more that are able to get there in time. Caleb Patry improves up to 18th. Andrew Wozencroft in the number 35 was not able to improve, so he stays in 26th position and is just kind of cruising to a halt here as qualifying now wraps up. Didn't get everybody with a time on the board, but the vast majority of them did set one. So let's take a gander at how they line up here for this race with a rather large field of 38 cars. Dudu Castro on the pole with Gaspers next to him. Yaozi Lin in the third spot, has Joao Tubino in fourth. Felix Simoes will be in fifth as Morgan Burkhardt flanks him. Then in the next row, Jason Green sees Ethan Oring to his outside. Robert Nash, who I mentioned in the 21, will start from ninth. That's going to be hard to beat Gaspers from there, but not impossible. Jeff Drake rounds out your top 10 as Dario Frattini will start in 11th. Then it's Thomas Renders in the 12th position and Daniel Sadro in 13th. Daniel's one who I've watched improve a lot, and he continues to show some good pace here up within the higher positions. Bobby West will start from 14th, and Gaetan Haas will be 15th. Then you've got Eric Neath in 16th, and Alan McCain 17th. Caleb Patry rounding out that slide in the 18th spot. Jason Perry, Spider-Man, starts from 19th. Chris Murakami next to him in his Rising Sun machine, as Daniel Wood will start 21st. Brian Molitor will be P22. Alexander Ho will start from 23rd, and then we get down through the rest of the field here on down the last of our 38 drivers, including Gene Nelson in 28th and Tobias Siegner in 29th. Marcel Fleischmann in 30th. Frankie D will start in 31st, followed by Jim Brewster in 32nd, James King in 33rd, and Michael Hinkle 34th. Last two to set times. Megan Overstreet going to be a big hill to climb this time from 31st, as Kevin Parrish, who is also back for this car, going to take part in all of them, he says. From 36, Tullo and Gruber did not manage to set times. They'll start from the back of the field as the iRacing pace car now leads them away, Peter, to get prepped for this first lap. I can't wait for this one. There we see the race details one more time, mostly because, I mean, surely you don't start off with the absolute best. Things have got to get better from here. And those Formula Vs, I mean, that was a show.
It was a huge show, and what amazed me as well was just the concentration level of the drivers. So 35 minutes is a long old way, especially in a race like that where you cannot take your eye off the ball at any moment. It was just constant battling between the drivers. These Spec Racer Fords, I think, will throw up a very similar challenge. They're quite a lot quicker. I mean, as we mentioned, about 18 seconds a lap quicker than the Formula V. They're also quite a twitchy machine, I find. They've got quite a short wheelbase, so they can be a little bit easier to loop around and spin. So watch for that as we go through the race. Conditions-wise, well, pretty much perfect here in a virtual Virginia. 77 degrees Fahrenheit on the track. Ideal for the tyres. Shouldn't be too much to worry about over these 35 minutes.
Not much wind to blow them around either, but drivers getting ready. You talked about the twitchy car. It's obviously going to be a little bit of a rear-happy car from its reputation. Now, if you like what you do see here with the racing in the iRacing SCCA runoffs, make sure and log in and start your iRacing career today by heading to iRacing.com, and you can sign up, hop in this car immediately, and go running around all these fantastic tracks, including here at VIR, which is base content. Also, getting a bit of a tap on the shoulder about Brody, that we've been talking about him racing in the Australian supercars. He's actually the championship leader. So how do you find time from racing over there, leading the championship, and then say, hey, I'm going to go race in a whole bunch of virtual cars on top of it?
Well, I think it's maybe just a good way to relax and take your mind off it, I think. And it is World Esports Day as well, so a great time to give yourself a day off from the outdoor world and the stresses. I can imagine it's high pressure leading a championship in a series as competitive as the Supercars series. So a day on the simulator, well earned for Brody Kostecki, and certainly made a good charge through the field in the first race with the Formula Vs.
Maybe he figures it's World Esports Day and this is his chance to celebrate it. So
yeah, I reckon so. Yeah.
All right, over the roller coaster and down into Hogpen. This is a very tricky set of corners to end the lap. Here, they're not going to be running them at speed. They have to wait for the pace car to head off into pit lane. Castro and Gaspers, two titans in this car. Who can come away? Will it be either of them? Will someone else snatch the win away from these two legends in this vehicle on iRacing? Green flag is out, and they start to accelerate away. Looks like Castro gets the first jump as he starts to run away from Gaspers, already under attack from Lynn, down into the first corner. And behind them, watch out, here coming from the long way back, someone going up the middle, banging doors with a few different cars, getting away with it. Didn't quite make out who that was, but oh my goodness, one of those black cars just basically tried to chuck it.
Oh, that was a big dive bomb there, and Gaspers was caught up in that. Lucky not to get turned around and cause a huge pile-up, but big aggression at turn one there as well. We saw that in the Formula V race, that drivers would give each other a little bit more room, but with these closed fender cars, well, straight away there's a lot more physical for these Spec Racer Fords. I have to say, I love the Lamborghini front lights, fake front lights for Yunzi Lin on the leading car there, car number 4. That's fantastic. Simoy's there in second with O-Ring in third in the 18 car as well. But yeah, I think we're going to see a much more physical motor race here.
That was Joao Tubino, who tried to get up to the lead at the very first corner. Didn't quite work. He's down to 9th because of that. I think Lynn's just manifesting here. You gotta dress for the occasion. So apparently he's going to see if maybe someday he can get himself a Lambo out of this one, as Samoz has jumped up in a second from his starting position in 5th. He's going to use that slipstream to jump around the side of our leader and pull along Ethan O-Ring.
Yeah, this is how it's going to work then with these big bunches and setting up that slipstream correctly. But as we saw, if you're in the pack, you run the risk of getting caught up in any tangles. If you're at the front, you reduce the chance of getting caught up in any of other people's incidents. So Simoy's at the moment. Oh, speaking of incidents, cars off the road, bodywork everywhere. What's going on here?
Oh, that's Eric Neath's front, and it's completely gone from the car from what I can see. As they fly around those last couple corners, that's going to send him into pit lane, unfortunately. Meanwhile, back up to our leaders. Orion leads some Moes, but it looks like Ethan is going to be able to take the lead right back, sliding in the line. Ethan just managing to fit between the pair of them. Samoz, your top spot. Lynn into third, a duck down to the inside of NASCAR Bend, and it doesn't get him back the lead. They are fighting just as hard as what we saw with the Vs.
Well, and you can see that there's drivers that are comfortable with going at top pace and driving in very close quarters with one another, giving each other good space and good room, but firm racing as well. So we can see Gasper's at the back of this group of 7. He got really collected in that opening maneuver at turn number 1, but he is still in the leading bunch. And also watch out for Dario Fertini as well. He's not in the bright yellow car that he had with the V. He's in a light blue machine in the car number 6. So Fertini, he's pulling double duty so far from the V and then into the SCCA Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, Fertini's doing even more than that. He was actually in an endurance race that I was calling just before we started the broadcast for this. Yeah, so he's doing a lot today and keeping himself busy as we get another switch for the lead. It looks like this time it's going to be Oring past Samoz, pulls along Yancey Lin. They gap Dudu Castro back there to 4th, but I don't think they're going to be able to drop them quite yet unless they actually go side by side all the way through the corner. And no, down through the roller coaster, Castro will slip back to single file.
So a little bit of shuffling in these top 3 or so, and yeah, a little bit more calm, I think, than what we saw in at the V's in terms of position switching. It looks like they're going to try and maybe make a little bit more of a smoother breakaway here. But Oring goes to the inside. They're trying to keep Yunsi Lin at bay. Lin has to go around the outside. That's going to be tricky to make that work. And straight away, Oring just lets the car breathe out and takes the lead position back.
We're going to get a second look at what caused that big wreck in the roller coaster. This is such a difficult place to pass, as tempting as it is. And one of them gets turned around. And then a third car, I think in reaction maybe, suddenly gets tipped and just gets punted off of the circuit, unfortunately. So it was a chain reaction. It's kind of, you know, it was compared in the last race, Peter, to Talladega style racing. Sometimes you get the big one.
Yeah, that was a big one, wasn't it? Because coming through there at the roller coaster, it's blind, and you come over the hill and there's cars everywhere. There's often not much that can be done about it. So you can see Dudu Castro there in car number 2. He's right there in the hunt in 4th place with Fertini right behind him. We ride with Dario Fertini. The bright green gloves, almost Aquaman style. Is it Aquaman that had green gloves?
I'm not very good with superheroes, I'm afraid.
No, neither am I. Yeah.
But he's trailing on Dudu and is going to get a nice little pull, but instead of bump drafting him, he's going to go off to the side of the Texaco liveried car. Behind them, we can't see it, but I saw that Gaspers kind of watched them get close and backed off of it. I think the experience of David Gaspers in that number 1 machine is shining through still. He's still with the front pack, like you said, and I'm not seeing him make crazy moves. He's just trying to wait for the right moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think Gaspers, that won't be the first time he's been hit in turn 1 and still fought for the win later on in the race. He'll know not to panic. He knows he's got good pace underneath that car, and yeah, he's right there in the leading pack. Yuntsai Lin now finds himself on the inside line as they head up towards turn 1, with Oring going to go around the outside, and Felix Chimoj in the white and red car here. Good on the brakes there and gets in right in behind the Alliance Autosport car of Oring.
They head towards NASCAR Bend this time, all of them cutting down to that apex. It's been widened a little bit in this most recent version. Well, this isn't oval racing, but I mentioned earlier a car lost the front clip as somebody else goes off in the horseshoe, but this is the new modified division of the of the SCCA Spec Racer Fords. Megan Overstreet not seeing the success of last time.
No, she fought hard in the Formula V race, but yeah, deciding to add a seventh car class into today's SCCA runoffs with the Whelen modified, another car that you can drive here on the iRacing network. So both on street, dirt and ovals, and sometimes a combination of the two. We've got cars for everything here. Young Chai Lin leads out of the tree bend. Sad that the oak tree is not there. We remember it fondly.
Absolutely. Well, I think it'll be a little bit more fun for Felix if he can take second, maybe even the lead away. Oh, wow, he splits the middle just barely and leaves a paper's width between himself and the others. He gets a tiny tap from Ethan Oring in the meantime, but things are now getting a little bit more treacherous as they are leaving no margin. And when that happens, things can go awry in a hurry.
That was very, very aggressive there from Shimos, but fortune favours the brave. Just like you said, snip the nose off there by a cigarette paper's width, and through he went. And Shimos is going to now get an attack from Oring to ride with the number 10 of Jason Green, trying to chase down 6th place David Gaspers up ahead as they brake hard into turn 1. Of course, very, very little downforce, if any, on these machines, and quite small brakes and quite a lot of pace, so the braking zones can be quite long in these Spec Racer Fords. The only thing in their favour is the incredibly lightweight.
Yeah, they're a beefed up go-kart is the best way, I think, to try and describe them. As a little bit of side-by-side in front of us here between Lynn and Castro have been shuffled well back. Green is at the tail of this group in 7th, but watch out for Robert Nash, who is only back by a second and a half. He's been kind of creeping forward along with Thomas Renders behind them as we take a look at the battle that's behind that those other two. This is for 10th with Kostecki leading the way.
Yeah, Brody Kostecki, having started just inside the top 30, he's now up into 10th. That's a remarkable run from the Australian Supercars driver. Meanwhile, Frattini at the front of the field looking very, very racy here now, right in behind Oring in the 18 car. So Frattini fought for the win in the Formula V race, missed out by just 0.09 of a second. And he's going to try and set that score right here in the SCCA Spec Racer Fords. Frattini to the lead then, but he brings Shimos with him. Shimos gets the double draft, side by side then going up into the roller coaster, and Frattini able to allow Shimos some room but not lose any ground. Incredible how they're flying so close to one another but not making any contact as well. It's fantastic stuff. They're like fighter pilots.
Yeah, and this dogfight has been peaceful enough so far that they've been able to keep out of trouble, but how long will that last? We still have 24 minutes left to go. There's still a lot of racing to unfold here as we check in once again with Kostecki. This time he's got Patry behind him along with McCain, and it does look like Caleb is going to give him a little bit of a touch there, a nudge to get him to hurry up down the front stretch into the horseshoe. But they'll all get back to single file once again. This is a much larger pack than what we see with the front group. It goes all the way down to 22nd.
Wow, huge train of cars. And Alan McCain there in the 32 car just got squeezed out a little bit into the braking zone, had to back out of it, but it's Kostecki who's at the front of this pack. They've got, what have they got, 5 seconds to the next car. Renders in 9th place. So Kostecki, he'll be trying everything to try and get a bit of a breakaway. Now a problem there for Tubino, who gets a Patry, excuse me, who gets a slowdown penalty, Joe.
Oh, that can happen if you cut a corner a little bit too hard. It's automatic with the iRacing simulator, and it'll send you backwards. It forces you to give back time that you would have gained unfairly for cutting the course, as Jason Perry goes down to the inside to defend into Oak Tree and keep Patry behind him after he demotes him that position. So Spider-Man up 5 spots into 14th, as I think the lead changing hands once again Frattini, Lynn, and Simoes. Take your pick, whoever's your leader in the moment.
Frattini placing his car beautifully there on just the right line, making it impossible for Lynn or Simoes to pick his pocket as they head now down towards Hog Pen. And yeah, you just gotta love the nature of this field. Oh no, big problem there. Car number 15 off the road, and it's again at the roller coaster.
And before that happened, we also lost Jason Green from the lead group. He had spun off all completely on his own. Benjamin Forster didn't hit anything, it looks like. He's back on the racetrack. But despite losing Green from this front group that we see on our screen now, they gained 2 others. So they've actually gained 1 overall. Thomas Renders and Ethan Oring up in that front group, although they're now dropping back as soon as I say that. So might not be a couple more added. Might be down to this 4 unless they can't shake Dudu Castro and Robert Nash behind them.
Well, Gaspers looked like he might have been wounded, might have been down after that contact at turn 1, but Gaspers, ever the stalwart of this machine, he's up into the leading bunch now as Simoes and Lynn have a temporary little 2-car breakaway. So this is what happened then to Benjamin Forster. No, David Green went off, but was this related then, Joe, to what happened to Forster? No, manages to rejoin safely. Oh, or does he?
I mean, maybe it was a bit of a distraction for that spinning car, but I didn't see if he had help getting turned around. Regardless, it was Felix Simoes in the 8, leading Lynn as Gaspers has decided now's the time to make his move. It's thinned out up at the front, and he feels more confident getting involved. Meanwhile, here comes Frattini once again. Look at the little brake check, as these cars, unlike the last ones, do have brake lights to let you know when they're blowing up.
And Frattini there just came out the throttle really early, just blended out the throttle, decided no point getting hard into the back of the guys ahead, just maintain position and try and set up the run out of the corner and stay in that lead group. Yonsai Lin leads, but David Gaspers is going to try and take the lead now in car number 1, moving to the outside now, and he's taking Simoes with him in the 8 car. They head up towards turn 1, the tight right-hander as well. We've seen a lot of cars go too wide around there, but it's Gaspers to the lead, the comeback king. Well, took him 15 minutes, but he's back.
I'm kind of surprised it took him 15 minutes. I'm pretty sure that was his own choice rather than him figuring that it takes that long, not by his own choices. We now watch them go line astern. Now, there's 2 cars in the background that are missing from this group, Thomas Renders and Ethan Oring. Oring, probably one of the more surprising ones, because he actually does race these cars in real life for Alliance Autosport.
Yeah, that's fantastic to see that real world and virtual world blending together, as we've seen with few drivers in the field. We saw Gresham Wagner taking part in the Formula V's. Of course, Brody Kostecki is in 9th at the moment, and other real world drivers. More and more outdoor racing drivers taking the virtual world as part of their preparation, not only for learning circuits, but also racecraft as well. So, David Gaspers to the front. Wow, well, one can only dream of an iRacing like that, Joe. 9,982.
The reason he's number 1.
4 times as much as mine.
Yeah. Hey, well, he might not be number 1 in this race for much longer, because there goes Lynn past him once again. And as they switch back across in front of him, the main thing that I'm noticing here is just the single file into the corners. I think that's why we're seeing this group up at the front here, Peter.
It seems like there's a lot of experience going on in these types of races and these types of cars, and they're just playing it very, very smart. 18 minutes to go. We're not quite reached half race distance yet, so the drivers have got to bear that in mind. Although we do have a few new characters joining this leading bunch. The 21 of Nash and the number 2 Castro as well coming in for the fun. They had been in the leading group before, but they've made their way back through as Frattini gets mugged by the 21 of Nash.
Indeed, and like I said, Nash beating the Gaspers to the championship last time. So again, how much of this was them being forced back and how much was them willingly stepping aside and then making their move when they chose to. Top 3 last year are now the top 3 that you see, but the 17 minutes, that is going to change, I can guarantee you. Chris Murakami, whose car is unmistakable, going to get overtaken there by Caleb Patry.
Yeah, Murakami in the red and white striped machine there, overtaken by the recovering Patry, who had a slowdown penalty and dropped several positions. And in a race like this where the field is so closely bunched together, if you get that slowdown penalty, the penalty against you is just so fierce. Meanwhile, it's getting a little bit more fierce at the front of the field as David Gaspers and Yunzai Lin are side by side, but meanwhile Nash giving Gaspers a big old bump on as they head down the long back straightaway towards the roller coaster.
Big push, but the car's just not powerful enough to try and use that to get away. You can still see fighting around the outside. Looks like Yunzai Lin definitely not going single file this time. So there goes my theory about why they're higher up. And Nash is tired of sitting behind Gaspers. He says, all right, let's push Lin instead.
Yeah, Gaspers got a little bit hung out to dry on the outside there, but he's just holds it a little bit tighter there coming out of the final corner, trying to break the slipstream just for Shimos, who's just popped to the outside of him there as well. Meanwhile, move for the lead then comes the 21 of Nash over Lin. Kind of get that move done into turn 1. It's tricky. Lin holds it in tight there, and Gaspers all of a sudden right back there in third.
Wow, Noah's Ark through the first corner, and everybody got through fine. We're going to check out what happened to the number 5 here. So this is coming up into Oak Tree, it looks like, and getting it a little bit too hot. Off to the side of the track and a little nudge before finally returning. That's actually very lucky because that was right on the racing line.
Well, at least he didn't take out the Jackie Stewart tribute livery car. That's most important. And number 20 of Hull with the beautiful Elf Tyrrell colours on there.
I thought, I didn't catch it at first, so I thought you were going to say that he was wearing tartan, but as they come through the climbing S's once again up towards that Oak Tree one more time. Let's see who can celebrate and try and maybe get a piece of that Oak Tree. If they could get a win here today, Yunzai Lin in the number 4 leads Nash, leads Gaspars, leads Samos. Still 6 cars in this top group. They have truly dropped Renders and Orient. It's now 4 seconds between them.
Yeah, it just takes the battle to Pearson a little bit though, and it's amazing who can come back into the conversation as Nash and Lin. Whoa, very tight there as Nash just snipped the nose there off of Lin. But when you watch any Air Force with their fighter jets, when they do demonstration runs and they fly with wings just meters apart from one another, this is what it's like. High speed dogfighting really, and there's been no bumping and barging, none of that. Just brilliant high quality motorsport here.
Gasper's going to go for a high quality move, will he? Around the outside of the horseshoe. Can't quite get the grip. Long way around doesn't work on this double apexer. So Nash holds on to the lead. So I caught this out of the corner of my eye a little bit earlier, but bump drafting doesn't always work. And unfortunately, Jason Perry was none too happy about this. I don't blame him.
Yeah. That's his spidey sense wasn't
tingling.
It wasn't tingling there. Yeah, his spine might be tingling after that one.
No doubt. The good news is he always says he doesn't watch the broadcast, so he won't have to go and relive it. But these drivers up at the front, Robert Nash is still leading Gaspars. Lin gets slotted back into third. We're going to take a listen to see and hear what these drivers hear as we go full throttle here on iRacing. nice sounding cars, and as we ride on board down into turn 1, we're going to jump back once again. We cannot get away from the leaders because they won't let us keep swapping this around, as Patry has got into more problems. Wonder if that was another failed bump draft.
Well, that's a little bit of karma there, because yeah, that was a clumsy one from Patry there, putting Spider-Man up against the wall. So 11.5 minutes to go, and Gasper's now at the front with Nash right in behind Yuntsai, Lin in there too. Impossible to call who's going to come out on top here. It could be any one of these leading group. The only thing is Bertini there in 6th. He just maybe looks a little bit off colour compared to what he was earlier in the race.
Yeah, just a bit. So this is what happened to Patry, side by side with Green, and they both slide off the course and then spit back on by that tire barrier. Interesting to note, the old version didn't have that tire barrier there. It's here in the newer version, and well, unfortunately, it was in the way of Caleb Patry as it sent him back into traffic. Meanwhile, here we go again. Lin now up to the front. Nash gonna fall into 2nd. Is Frattini, Frattini actually tried to make a move in the background. I was gonna say, is Frattini letting this happen? Is he waiting a little bit later? Because you said he looks a little bit slower than what he had before. Wonder if he's just kind of letting them fight out front for a while.
Yeah, maybe, but he can only do that for so long. There is going to be a point where he's going to have to move further up the front of the group for that last lap dash. But as they go 3 wide, he might well get a Christmas present here. Nash just goes to cover off Gasper's run, leaving himself exposed to Lin on the inside there, but able to just get in the power that little bit earlier though and hold on to position. Or does he, as they come up towards NASCAR, the left-hander? And Lin goes a little bit wide there, and that's gonna, nearly holds the gap open there for Gaspers. But it's amazing that the variety of lines these cars can hold and still maintain the pace.
Well, I think it's a testament to these drivers as well, that they can be as fast as they are while still racing one another. Behind them, it's now become a race for 7th. Kostecki has caught up to Orin and Renders, made this a 3-car train instead of just 2 that they had before. In fact, wasn't Kostecki with the next group down? So he actually dropped that whole train of cars and then caught the next one. That's actually impressive.
Yeah, Kostecki's driving beautifully. I mean, if he could get the qualifying sorted, he would be right in there for the fight.
Oh, and we lost Castro. They just blasted past the number 2 as he was off to the side of the road out of South Bend. That corner often can spit cars out into the barriers. I wonder if he had a big incident here.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, Castro, after being in that lead group for so long, he's dropped out of the reckoning as Lin continues to lead with Nash right in there behind Gaspers. They seem to be the 3 most comfortable at the front of the field, and it looks like they're dropping Frattini a little bit as well, Joe.
Yeah, you might have been right. Sounds like there was some help here for Dudu Castro. Yeah, I'd say so, and that explains why Frattini's lost a little ground.
He might be feeling a little bit sheepish after, the NASCAR-style dumping. Oh dear. Well, 8 minutes to go, and yet still can't be able to figure this out. But we've got that leading quartet now. Frattini, I wonder if he's picked up a bit of damage there, Joe. And if you just pick up that little slither of damage, you can just kill your speed down the straight.
Yeah, I mean, you talked earlier about what little downforce they have. Well, it's also what little aerodynamics they have. And without much grunt behind them, if you crinkle the nose on these things, well, that's going to be bad news.
It is. It is. Well, maybe I didn't realize that Lamborghini were going down to the cheaper end of the market with a 1.9 litre Huracan, but that's what you've got chasing behind Robert Nash right now, with Yuntsai Lin running the Gulf colours. But here's the run, is it? Decides just back out of it as they go through the S-bends here. This S-bend was actually was the Strickland brothers that designed the circuit. They laid out sandbags, and the reason why they had it as an S, because it was cheaper to have an S-bend rather than cut through the hill and have it straight. So that was more cost than anything else. But the result is a really nice section of track.
Much more challenging and very fast cars too than you would think. These things not as much of an issue, that's for sure. As here it goes, that fake Lambo once again with Lynn around the side. Gasper's going to think about 3 wide even. Coming up to the roller coaster, he clears one of them. Can he clear the other by the time they get to the braking zone? Yes, he can. And that, I think, is a big factor right there, Peter. You can go from 3rd to 1st in these cars relatively easily. So any one of these 4, I think, is still in for the win, even down to the last lap.
I think so, and as we saw in the Formula V race, you can come out the final corner and defend your lead. If you get out of that final corner well, you can hold off the challenge of your rival. So let's see if that plays the same here with the Spec Racer Ford. Of course, different car to the Formula V, so we'll see. But 6 minutes to go, very exciting. Now, just notice number 12 car there of West. Is that a Skoda badge that's on the back of it? Is that a throwback? See, it looks like a Skoda badge. Of course, not a brand you get in America.
No, but they get really clever with some of these paint schemes on these cars. We are once again going to look at maybe 3 wide. No, they're going to back out of it, but West is going to try and send it up the inside of Sadro and demote him 1. Yeah, that's the face I'd be making too if I lost a spot. 16 gets in there too. That is the car of Fleischmann in the 16.
They did have a similar, no, it's not a Skoda badge, no, but they did have a similar thing to Spec Racer Fords in the former Soviet Union, but very similar theory, lightweight and simple and cheap and easy to run.
I think I remember seeing that formula, some written about it in the cars. It was very unique looking things. But there you can see the detail in which iRacing goes. As almost a bump draft here from Sadro on West. But yeah, I mean, that right there, that is a lot of detail. And that's the underside of the car. We don't usually see it that closely.
Great camera work there, looking up the rear of Bobby West's machine. 4.5 minutes to go. When are we going to see the pin pulled? We've seen all of these top drivers take a turn at the front of the field, and there's the first little bit of contact there between Gaspers and Nash. So is this now where the gloves come off at the front of the field? And big snip across the nose there from Gaspers, and Nash has to get out of it. It's getting fierce at the front.
They're teasing that ring. They're trying to pull that pin off and make this quite the end. 4 minutes to go. 2 more laps left as they break down into the horseshoe once again. 2 by 2. Your top 4 for Tini definitely dropping off. I don't think he's going to have much unless all 4 of these drivers wreck. And meanwhile, looks like Brody is kind of running out of time to catch them. He has cut it down to about 2 seconds. He has been gaining on them, but there's just not enough race to go.
Nevertheless, it's an amazing drive from the wrong end of the top 20 all the way up into 6th. He might catch Frattini because Frattini looks to be running wounded a little bit, losing a bit of time to our leaders, and you just don't know what's going to happen to these leaders. They appear to be just firing up the aggression a little bit coming into these last couple of laps. Gasper's leading for now, but Nash and Shimos right in the wheel tracks there. And it just doesn't take much to just draw that gap back in with the slipstream.
Seeing a little bit of some denting on the front left of Nash. Hopefully that doesn't hurt him in a straight line too much. That might make it difficult to get the pass done in the end as we hop on board with Lynn, the last one in the quartet, and we head up the back straight. Should be, I think, white flag or close to it next time by popping out of line. There goes Felix.
It's going to be very tight. The top driver's around a 2:04, 2:05 sort of lap time. So here comes Yunsai Lin. Look at the double bubble draft. He goes. He's going to be right up behind Shimos. Gets a little bit squeezed in there. He's got to try and find his way through. Great racing with Spec. There's no silly nerfing or anything going on. They're racing really close and hard. Well, if we do stretch this extra lap, which I don't know if we will, but if we did, the drivers would maybe have to hope they got enough fuel on board. But no, looks like it is going to be white flag.
It is right down to it, but you're right. Yes, they didn't cross the line. There is the white flag, 1 to go. If you got something in you, now's the time to let it loose and make the move. As we see Gaspers lead the way on the final lap down into the horseshoe. They are now getting very aggressive into the braking zone. Almost no room left between them.
Yeah, this is last chance saloon now. Position yourself in the right place, and already a big aggression going on. Shimos is up there in second, just goes a little bit wide though, has to really have a little bit of corrective action there, and Jonsai Lin has a little nudge up the inside there of Nash, but the side's better of it, so Casper's holding on for now. Has he gone too early? Does he want to be leading out of Oak Tree turn?
And I spoke too soon. Kostecki's within 1.3 seconds.
Wow.
If they fight this hard, he actually could catch them. Peter, where do you want to be? First, second, third, or fourth?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm glad I'm in this chair. This is huge pressure for these drivers. They're now starting to show a little bit of battle scars from tiny little bits of contact there. Yunchai Lin, shows his nose at an unlikely place as they come out of South Bend up towards Oak Tree now. And Gasper's off the road!
He falls back, and he is able to save it amazingly, but I think he may have lost his chance. It's down to 3 now. Samo's on the side of Nash, and he's going to take the lead right away, but Lin has the double draft on both of them. Is this going to be it for him? Is this his chance to take the win? 3 wide, coming up in a roller coaster. Who will give way in this game of chicken into one of the most difficult braking zones in all of racing? All of them send it in deep, a little bit of side swiping with Felix, but it looks like Lin round the outside is going to hold on to the lead. They've got just one more braking zone to go. Who can get strong enough out of the corner as they plunge down into Hog's Pen? It is Lin leading. Does he have enough? It looks like a good exit. Samos doesn't have the speed. It's going to be a battle for second place instead between Nash and Samos all the way to the line, while Lin takes the win here in the iRacing SCCA runoffs. Behind him, the smallest of margins gives Nash the second place finish.
Good grief, what a finish. I think Kostecki went off the road at the last corner. So after that charge, it's all gone to pot in the last corner. I'm pretty sure it was Kostecki who went off the road, and it's a long way off the road there. He did come home in 8th, but lost time on that last lap, a lot of time.
Yeah, he had contact with Oring, who actually almost flew into the air when they tangled, and then Oring came home 7th ahead of him. Woo, that was wild. Here is the replay. Watch Oring. Whoa! It was it was watching some of the Turn GP series, I think, there. I had a car do similarly at Detroit recently. Yaun Zilin, your victor here today, with Robert Nash finishing 2nd, Felix Samos in 3rd, as Dario Frattini does wind up getting 4th, and Gaspers, well, it's only a top 5 for him today. I'm sure he won't be happy with that. Nothing less than a win for him usually. Thomas Renders is 6th, Oring 7th, Kostecki 8th, and Castro 9th, with Dubino rounding out your top 10 here in this race. Haas climbed up to 11th, as Alan McCain was 12th, and Burkhardt, another real-world SRF driver, unfortunately only able to finish 13th. Alexander Ho, 23rd to 14th, as we carry on down, and the drivers find themselves with lesser positions today, unfortunately. All right, then. We are going to take another quick break. We'll come back. Excuse me, we're going to take a look at some of our upcoming events before we take a break here today. So we have more action here. Don't forget, on the iRacing Esports networks, we go to Phoenix Raceway for the Contender Series, the eNASCAR Contender Series taking place there. And then, of course, after that, we'll have more action from other series. The Turn GP Series goes to Fuji, one of the newer tracks also here on iRacing, off to Japan. And from that series, of course, we've also got the PESC Super Cup as well. More drivers trying to work their way into the big show, much like you saw with the eNASCAR Contender Series. So IMSA also joining the ranks here. Excited about that one. Love that we've got a top-level multi-class sports car series here on iRacing now, with Road Atlanta fittingly being that one. And finally, we, of course, will go dirt racing as well after that with the World of Outlaws on November 13th. So almost a month's worth of racing coming your way here very soon on the iRacing eSports Network. And boy, I never get tired of seeing these sprint cars too. They are just wild to watch. I've got to see some of them in person before, and they are honestly a little bit scary to see up close and personal. They are beastly machines, that is for sure. With that, we take a look at some of the highlights of this race here, Peter. I mean, that's hard to pick which was a better race between these first two, the Vs or the Spec Racer Fords, because, man, they both were thrilling all the way to the finish.
It's a 50-50 for me, both equally exciting. I mean, that went down to the wire just the same as it did in the Formula Vs, and Gasper's making an error on the last lap. That is a collector's item for your sticker book there, but just shows you just how hard they were going. Another great charge from Brody Kostecki, but again, the contact on the last corner, so hopefully he'll be able to smooth that out in the next race if he starts.
Yeah, that supercars mentality, unfortunately, not quite working out so far in these. It's a win or bin, unfortunately, as we see the moment there with Perry into the corner. You can see the battle scars on these vehicles here by the end of the race. We said they can beat and bang, and boy, did they here today at VIR. We'll be back with more. I'll be joined by Jake Sperry as we'll let Peter go take a quick break. Up next, it's going to be the MX-5 Miatas here at VIR for the iRacing SCCA Spec Virtual Runoffs.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
So here we go for round two. Can we throw 2 hours and 40 minutes onto the clock? They'll crest the hill, they'll dive down into the S's. 4 wins in 4 races for the Apex Racing team.
races down, 4 races left to go, and this is the one which everybody knows is anybody's to play for. The Spec Miatas are as entertaining as they could possibly be, and you couldn't ask for anything more with the SCCA runoffs. Jake Sperry, Joe Peak, here to bring you all of the action. Joe, we've seen 2 great races already, but we've got 4 more lined up, and when it comes to this is pretty much what I think everyone looks at and goes, I've definitely got a shot.
For a long time, this was the car that everybody started on here on iRacing, the MX-5. It's, I'd say, perhaps one of the most familiar cars to most of these drivers. This version of it has been around since 2016 at this stage. It's a loose car, it takes a light hand, but it allows for extremely close racing. So it's a ballerina dancing with football helmets and pads on, I'd say.
Very much so, and it's going to be, again, like the Formula V race, all about strategy as we go through. Carter Lundy taking the Formula V championship crown. Yuan Jilin going from 3rd to 1st. He actually finished 2nd in the Spec Miatas last year, so he looks like he is on hot form here for the SCCA runoff. We've still got the USF 2000s, the GT4s, and the Renault Clios to round out the night at 4 p.m. Eastern, at 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Joe, you look at this, and we've got a lot of crossover between the races. I tell you what, if you do all 6, you are in for a grueling night of racing.
Yeah, they've obviously not got a lot of chance between them to rest, but we've had a couple drivers say that they're going to try and do all of them, as we have been with the other races. We're here at VIR with its 17 turns, same layout as before. It's been around since 2000 in its current guise, and of course has been recently updated in the last few years, widened, added some more facilities and some brand new curbs to try and bring it up to the 21st century. But the driver's going to have to watch out for those long straights, because that will be the defining factor as to who comes away with the win, who can try and manage this unique style of racing here today.
Last year, it was Christoph Sanchez who took the title here over Yuan Jilin, with Dave Chapman in 3rd. And this is the machinery of choice. 181 brake horsepower and the naturally aspirated inline-4 engine, 6 gears, rear-wheel drive. This is a tough catch, but it's one of the few cars that you look at here that you're trying to get everything you possibly can. I also love the nice touch that this is Glenn McGee's livery.
Yeah, of course. Glenn, known for being one of the hot shoes, both in the sim and in real life, went and raced this actual car thanks to iRacing and got himself into the real world. But this car has become a staple of not only club racing, but SCCA racing in particular, becoming its own class eventually. It was so popular that that's the way they went with it. But another case of 2 laps of qualifying, 35 minutes of racing, and, well, we got to wait to see who is going to be able to come away with the win.
It's very much going to be the same case all throughout today. 35 minutes to decide a winner. But of course, the 2 laps of qualifying, and you have 8 minutes to set those 2 laps in. At the end of the 8 minutes, it's a hard cut. That is that. You also have, as you get on moving forward, 17 incident points. And that is crucial because we haven't seen the stop-go penalties in play. But you would expect the margins you can look in this car are a fine-tooth comb.
Exactly. It's such a momentum car. It's got, you have to really be on it in the corners. You have to carry the speed through. And at the same time, you're beating and banging with everybody at every moment. Same, pretty similar conditions to before, just slightly cooler on the track now at 73 degrees Fahrenheit with similar winds as well. Expect the drivers to be leaning on each other quite a bit out here, and a few of those wing mirrors to be dangling off the car by the end.
It's very much going to be a case that when you do see a wing mirror off, it's going to be sort of like a puppy that's got sort of one ear up, one ear down. It's that sort of understanding of how it looks. There is the Erebus livery then of number 3, Brody Kostecki, making that charge then into the roller coaster. Now, he made an incredible charge up the field in both races. Didn't give himself enough time to really get up to the front, but he was 5 seconds away, Joe, when it came to the Spec Racer Fords that are out there. The difference is going to be, if he qualifies this car well, he's going to be very tough to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can break away, that's going to be key. Nobody's been able to do that quite yet. We saw a 2-car breakaway in the Formula Vs, but the drivers will be wanting to try and get off of that slipstream to try and help them win this race. Kostecki tends to start from the back, so that's going to be a tough ask for him. We'll see what he can do as we watch from his onboard here, and very illustrative of what I was saying, how this car is it dances around a lot. It's got a very light rear end to it. Look at him just having to saw away at the wheel.
Yeah, and this is through the early stages of the lap. So you've got the left hook, that follows then the right hook. This is the driver's eyes view of what you would be able to run if you joined iRacing today. This is base content, so you have the ability to jump in this car right now and get your iRacing career started with this. Making the charge then up through the snake here, the long S's section, the left and the right, up the rise, and you are pretty much trying to, Joe, straight line as much as you possibly can through that section.
Exactly, and then of course through South Bend. Don't want to dip the wheels off into the grass too much, or else it will spit you off. And then this is difficult braking here into Oak Tree, trying to get the car wound up and turn at the same time. And then on top of it, it's not just that, it's the dumps you onto Madison Avenue. So you have to try and get the car as deep into that corner as you can, while at the same time not messing up your corner exit, because you can see why you need that speed here.
Yeah, it's uphill, and you are waiting just about as you reach parallel with the water tower on the left-hand side. That's when the track levels out, and then you get that dip, and it's very difficult to judge your braking zone. You brake in a depression and then go up the hill, so it's very difficult to judge the braking zone through the roller coaster. Now down through the hills and heading towards the Hog Pen corner, the final turn, the 20th one on this circuit. You can see him so aggressive over the curbs. The first times are about to jump in on the board, and we'll see who is going to line up where. This looks like a good lap time here from Brody Kostecki. We'll see what it is. 2:06.3 by Cam Eben. Currently the fastest time out there. It's going to be a little bit down. 2:06.8, not bad. It's fifth at the moment. Nicholas Goebel and DJ Alessandrini second and third.
Once again, seeing a lot of familiar names. Cam Eben, one of those. Alessandrini, we've seen a lot. Lars Fischer, usually incredibly fast. Frattini and Patry are both back in this car, so there's a couple more of our drivers that are doing all six as we watch Nicholas Goebel here, who is hopped out of his Lamborghini and has now hopped into an MX-5. You know, my theory on that Lamborghini SRF is that's just VW's try to make a more affordable car for the masses.
They very much are trying to, and you can definitely see there for Nicholas Goebel. He's in the 5-star motorsport car. They've got 3 here today. Yuan Lin, who's 7th, Lars Fischer, who's 6th, and then, of course, Nicholas Goebel, who is there driving at the moment on screen in 3rd position. So they've got strength in numbers in the team here today. They've got 3 inside the top 7. That's going to be crucial for them in terms of trying to get one of their cars up to position number 1, currently housed by Cam Eben, who you can see right now is making that charge here along this back stretch and heading for that roller coaster section once again. He is trying to get the winding road racing car really finding as much time as possible to build that margin of half a tenth.
Cam has hosted an MX-5 series for a long time himself, and has honestly been at the sharp end of that for quite some time. Let's see if the Club Midwest driver can manage to put it on the top spot. We have to remember that this is honestly one of, at least to me, one of the greatest additions that iRacing has made, because they helped develop the race version of this car with Mazda. They did a lot of work with them, and that's why they have such a great close relationship and help bringing this up to speed here in the virtual world. Looks like second lap was a 2:06 flat for him, so he did improve.
And a member of the 9K iRacing Club, which is a very, very elite group at the moment. There are less than 100 members inside of 9,000 iRacing. We've already seen 2 of them over the course here today. And of course, only a handful of drivers. I think I can only count on two hands how many drivers have put themselves in the 10K club. And of course, we've had one driver before in the 11,000 iRacing club. Morgan Burkhart, though, the number 11 car, looking to try and make a push in the parallel racing group machine as he got what it takes to put himself up into position number 1, 206.0 to beat. It's a 206.147 again. He is half a tenth again off of Cam Evan. He was half a tenth off with his first lap. He's half a tenth off with his second.
Even still, I mean, if he can stay within half a tenth for the whole race, he's going to have that slipstream to help him along. So I think he'll be a threat for that one as we see Thor Tulla, another driver that's been in all three of the races so far. His best lap at 2:08.7, well off the pole time at 2.6 seconds. Is he actually going to get to the line here?
You can see here, 7 seconds, it's ticking down. Thor, are you going to get your lap in, or are you going to be in a little bit of trouble out there? 2-1, no, he's not going to make it. He's short. He is short, so that is that. Let's get the grid then up for Virginia International Raceway, your SCCA runoffs for the Spec Miata category, and it looks as follows. It will be the number 1 driver who will be on the pole position. That will be Cam Eben, and it's double ones in second. Morgan Burkhart alongside. Where have I seen 1 followed by 11 before? Brody Kostecki will line up in third in the Erebus car with Mariama Koloko in 4th position. Nicholas Goebbels, the first of the 5-star machines. He starts 5th as DJ Alessandrini is in 6th. And then it's a 5-star 4th row of the grid. Yuan Shilin and Lars Fischer, they house there. Jack Veazey, we saw earlier on, he now lines up in 9th position. Jameson Sampaio forms a team with his young son Enzo. He's here today. He's in 10th. Franco Sanchez Buckley starts in 11th. Uthman Alawi will go from 12th position. Row 7 is going to house Patrick Hingston and Lorenzo Pfeiffer for him as company. Edgar Kitt will go from 15th. Dario Frattini struggling a little bit with qualifying here in the Spec Miata. He's down in 16th position with the other Kitt, Martin Kitt, in 17th, with, of course, Benjamin Forster in 18th. Then you've got Caleb Patry and Alexander Milojevic in 20th position. Row 11 held by Sasha Franzele and Luke Peters, 21st and 22nd. Ray Lombardi has Alexander Ho for company, 23rd and 24th, with 25th being held by John Schwartz and Brian Molitor in 26th position. Row 14 sees Tobias Siegner and Kevin Parrish, with James King and Thor Tullo unfortunate not to get his second lap to count over the line. Last 4 drivers are Megan Overstreet and Jim Brewster, and then split by iRacing, the Year 1 motorsport driver Dave Chapman and Craig McDonald on the 34th position on the grid. They have 2 minutes to get themselves situated here behind this view of the iRacing sedan safety car, which will be taking its 1 lap around the Virginia International Raceway, and that's what they're racing for today. 35 minutes to say that they are an SCCA runoff champion, Joe.
I think this is going to be one of the hardest fought to try and win. As I said, most of these drivers have been in this car for years and years. They've been racing it for a long, long time, and you've got tons of experience. So everybody knows every little trick here, and they've probably raced here plenty on top of it. So to be able to pull one over on your rivals is going to take a little bit of luck, a whole lot of cunning, and plenty of speed.
There they all are, 3 5-star motorsport cars. Pretty much they were all the ducks in a row. One thing that has to be said about this that we haven't really talked about today, Joe, is it's not just about these 34 drivers who are in this race. This race split 5 times.
Exactly. This is the top split, which is why we're seeing such high I ratings out here, because these are the drivers that have earned their way into this and have proven themselves to be quick enough to try and vie for this. In fact, I didn't see what the strength of field is, but I'm looking up and down my timing and scoring, and I'm seeing a whole lot of 5,000 plus for the majority of them. So this has got to be an absolutely stacked field.
I haven't seen many fields get very, very tall. I think the GT3 fields are probably the highest that you see stacked up. Outside of that, very difficult to see a field this big, especially in these Spec Miatas. But everybody is getting themselves set. Everybody feels like they've got themselves a big opportunity to prove themselves here today. And happy World Esports Day. Show off your favorite iRacing moments using hashtag World Esports Day. I was talking about Gregor Hutu's accomplishments earlier on in sim racing. It's not just about the top of sim racing, it's about every matter of fact when it comes to sim racing, not just the competitive, but the leagues. And often that gets understated how important the sim racing league has been to iRacing.
Yes, for those that don't follow, essentially iRacing has the official races that we've talked about that drivers can hop in and you can race for iRating, for safety rating, all on the line against any competitor. But if you want to keep it to some close friends, or have special rules or different tracks with the car that you want to race, you can start your own private league. You can do hosted races and bring people out. A lot of drivers in these cars have done that. With this being a lot of the base content cars, they're extremely popular. So there's a lot of leagues out there that use these various cars that we've been showing and put on some very impressive private competitions for them. And that's why we've been seeing some of the winners in those series come out and try their hand here.
Eben, Burkhardt, Kostecki, Koloko, your top four out there in this field at the front of this group. There are a number of drivers who want to prove that they can get to the front. Who is going to stand head and shoulders above everybody else? They've got all that they've got to race. And let's just throw into the mix that you've got the current Supercars Championship leader in third position in the number 3 car. No pressure, everyone, as they will all look to try and get themselves situated and sorted and get their work all into play. Nice looking grid life car there. Big shout out to Carl Heyer and the group that works over there. But pace car is in, 35 minutes on the clock behind the winding road racing car of Cam Eben, who holds them for a very long time at pace and finally gets it G'd up. We're racing and green here at VIR.
Down towards the first corner. He got a pretty good jump over Kostecki there, who's on the inside of Burkhardt. He wants that second place. We haven't seen him start from the front here. What can he do?
Well, gain a place for one, that's going to be the good bit. He's already through on Morgan Burkhardt, who's got his eyes firmly affixed on Mariama Koloko on the outside. Into the NASCAR bend, then they all charge through. Nice and clean it's been through the early stages. A little bit of argy-bargy further back with about Martin Kit. But outside of that, it's been a nice run forward. There are the 3 5-star motorsport cars looking to try and chase through and round. We've got one already. Gone on the inside, trying to get back through. It might have been Mariama Koloko, it was.
Indeed, he falls all the way out of that top 5 down to, it looks like 25th or so. And that was just him spinning out, unfortunately. Wasn't touched, just completely lost control on his own.
And just like that, the gap's opened up here to DJ Alessandrini. It's already at 1.5 seconds, and this is pretty much eyes wide open. You get the eyes emoji. It's pretty much that at the moment for Eben, Kostecki, and Burkhardt, because they know run.
Yeah, they're going to try their hardest to see if they can keep Alessandrini from catching up to them here. The gap is about 1 second. If they can get it up to about 1.5, they should be able to break away.
Yeah, and with Morgan Burkhardt, of course, an absolute spectacle when it comes to the SCCA. He drives the Spec Miata, the open wheels, the SRS. He does all of it. Basically, he now moves to second. He now wants to try and prove that he can get up to first position. On the brakes he goes. He can't quite find that move, but he's fine. He's in position, but great work from Alessandrini. The gap at 1.3. He finds himself at the moment. He's kept himself in range with Brody Kostecki. So the main group right now, which stretches back to about Patrick Hingston at the moment in 10th position. They're still very much in this race after the opening lap. Let's take a look at what happened further back.
4 wide coming down the main straight. Well, that's not going to do it. They did hit each other somewhat softly, well, relatively softly, although a couple more drivers kicking up some smoke in front of them says maybe there were other issues. But most of them were able to get it going once again, but with a loss of time to those ahead of them. Remember, no full course cautions here, so you got to try and catch up on your own pace.
Now, we're going to have a little look at what happened here to the 26 machine. So this is Koloko, gets over the curb, and on the brakes, you're going to have to go. DJ Alessandrini, that could have very easily have been a multi-car pileup, but some great heads up to not just plow straight into the back.
Not the kind of spinning that DJ wanted to do, unfortunately. So, and a cut course penalty? What's going on here?
Yeah, that's a slowdown. And on lap 2, it is often the most egregious. Morgan Burkhart is going to be going back and back and back. And oh, Sampaio is going to have to go straight across the grass to try and avoid.
And that's going to cause him, I think, a cut course penalty too, I'm afraid, although he may have gotten away with it all the way off. Oh, and he's trying to hold on to the car as Sampaio, once again, dipping his wheels into the dirt, somehow keeps it from going around. Things have suddenly gotten quite frantic in the mid-pack.
It very much has, and Jameson's done an incredible job to hold on to what was effectively a bucking Bronco at that moment in time. He's done so incredible to keep himself in that position, and he now still has a chance and a shot at victory. 3.1 seconds adrift of the race lead, which is currently being stacked top and bottom. Races on for first and 7th position. Suddenly Alessandrini starting to get into the race here. Kostecki is having to look behind rather than in front at Cam Eben, who leads.
Yeah, they were not able to break away at all there, so it's going to be a real battle. In fact, they're still pulling along a huge train of cars, including Burkhart, despite losing time to the penalty. So he's still in this. If he could leapfrog his way forward, he could be in for the win.
He very much could. I tell you what, the train now forms to 18th and Benjamin Forster at this moment. A little look by Sampaio now as he looks to try and get past Morgan Burkhart for position, lining it up for the horseshoe here at turn 1. Perfect block pass. You would love to see that on dirt, and he makes it happen on the asphalt.
You know, Peter was joking a little bit earlier about needing deep pockets to do what they're doing here. Well, Burkhart does race a lot of these actual cars. We talked about the SRF. Well, he also races a Spec Miata and some of the open wheel offerings in the real world in the SCCA.
He is pretty much a driver of many, many hands at this moment in time. He's got all of his fingers in all of the pies when it comes to SCC and A. Beautiful shot here from the bridge of everybody looking to swarm on through, and it's very evident to see that not everybody has pulled away through the early stages. There's still a lot that goes through, and drivers who can make a real push. Jack Veazey, I think, is going to be one of them here in the number 10 car at this moment. He descends down the hill and knows how important it is to get it slowed up here after the South Bend and up to Oak Tree.
They've got a little gap up to the front, about 9/10 of a second. They can't lose much more than this. And on top of it, it's 3 teammates in front of them there with Fischer, Sampaio, or Fischer, Yin, Lind, and Goebel that's trying to run away from them. So they're probably not going to fight against each other too hard and try to work together to continue to break as someone's popping out to the side there. I think that is Hingston.
Yeah, Hingston wants it. Alessandrini also does, so he's made a move. So Patrick Hingston on the wrong side of the road, as that was Franco Sanchez. Buckley getting a little bit of a hit check going through, and he's going to have to be very careful. They've got Uthman Alawi, the number 2 iRacing driver in this field, just behind, as well as the Tony Kanaan esports driver of Lorenzo Pfeiffer.
Yeah, sitting 13th overall. He's in 13th, and yet he is only 4 seconds behind the leader. That's how tightly they're packed. I mean, look at this. This is like rush hour. Just no separation between the cars all the way down. Everybody hanging on to each other's slipstream as we break back into the horseshoe once again. And at the front of it, it is still Cam Eben leading, so he's been doing a good job at the front.
He has. He's been effectively controlling traffic, I would say, at this moment in time. Out in front, not too worried about everybody else behind, just making sure that everybody who is around is not going to be a factor. Just keeping everybody at an arm's length at the moment and not having to worry in the early stages of this race. 28 minutes remain on the clock. Round will go. I believe that's one of the Kit brothers who's gone around, and that would probably be, sorry, not Martin Kit, but Edgar Kit who's gone.
Yeah, coming out of the left hook and into the snake there, unfortunately. Got a little help from Patry again, who I know has been causing some consternation with some of his fellow drivers. We heard a little bit of squabbling in the last one. Wonder if he'll get some of the same. Unfortunately for Caleb, well, he's already got the meatball flag, so he's going to have to come in and take a repair.
The meatball flag, of course, is known as the black and orange mechanical flag. It is a direction that you have 4 laps to come in and fix your damage. Otherwise, you will get the black flag and you will be disqualified from the session. That, of course, is part of iRacing's official signage that goes through in terms of the flag system here in every official iRacing event. Alessandrini now starting to push, and we've got bump drafting here on Madison Avenue.
Gonna see if he can get some extra speed to the number one. Gets him a little bit farther forward, but not a huge difference. They still have Kostecki in behind them. And this is probably a lot closer to what Kostecki is used to in terms of racing. Close quarters, fendered cars that are a little bit bigger. Obviously, these are a lot lighter than what he races in real life, but I wonder if we'll see him have a little bit of an easier time dealing with what's available to him here.
Tell you what, they're still going to bump. I think Cam Eben is going to effectively be a ruler today. He's going to do all the work at the front, like, say, for example, a Dylan von Barler would be at the front for a cycling team called Jumbo-Visma. So he's definitely got the opportunity to go out and do what he needs to do at the front, but he's got to keep everyone behind. On board with the driver's eye view from Brody Kostecki. Sees the little slide there in front by Alessandrini, who guns it back up and has to be concerned about that. But Kostecki's also got to look backwards because drivers are making moves. A little bit side by side. That's Morgan Burkhart there, taking a position away from Jameson Sampaio.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely mugged him into left hook, and that gets him up into 7th. And we mentioned it a little bit earlier that he's now got these teammates in front of him. That's going to be a little bit more difficult. But Brody is trying to keep them behind him, of course, as he is watching those top two. What's that going to do to his psyche here, Jake? Because he knows that if he fends off one, there's another. It's like a Hydra ready to take its place.
But the thing he's got to look at is that when he's racing about in his series, he only has to worry about a maximum of 2 teammates behind that he's got to go and look at. Now he's got to look at 3 behind. He's going, oh, this isn't quite what I was expecting here as the charge goes forward. And you can definitely sense that. He's dropped back by about half a second here to the top 2 who are trying to push themselves away here. Kostecki's got to get his head focused forward in this race rather than look behind. The one thing that you'd probably say about those 3 behind, none of them have shown any signs so far here, Joe, of wanting to make the move. They are very happy to sit where they are and wait for later on in this race.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, as we keep getting from car to car, especially since many of these drivers have been doing multiple different cars, they're starting to figure out, you know what? I don't need these laps to try and lead this race. If I'm within touch with the leaders, if I can see them ahead and pull that slipstream, I'm okay. Let's just stay patient and wait. There's those teammates once again. I think that's Lynn and Fisher maybe getting ready to swap places. Oh, but that's going to open the door. Here comes Burkhart.
And Morgan Burkhart will know all of these drivers like the back of his hand, races them every single month, and that's the move. Yuan Jilin's not going to lose one. He might lose another here. Jameson Sampaio on the outside. He's going to have to go all the way around the outside of the NASCAR bend and the left hook if he wants to get this done. 2 tires in the grass, gets it back square to central, but trying to hold it around the outside. He's done so well to open up this inside at the right hook. But look at the time they're losing. Almost a second gone as they fight for the snake.
Sampaio has to give it up. Look at that. Lynn, man, just elbows out on that one. And now VZ, this is the critical thing. Remember I said they're momentum cars? If you're fighting side by side, those behind you are going to be ready to snatch that up. Not just one, look at this, maybe 2, because here comes Buckley. No, looks like he gets fended off.
Franco Sanchez Buckley doing just about enough. Club International finds himself in for a look. Big power move to the inside. Can't open it up. That brings Lorenzo Pfeiffer down the inside of the oak tree. He gives him a shot and straight on through now. Surely will be Uthman Alawi.
Excuse me, coming through. Just going to take this position, if you please. And let's take a look at spin that we had a little bit farther down the order. And this is the 20 car having a big spin. And, oh, wow, I can't believe he got it woed up in time there. I thought he was heading straight for the barrier in Oak Tree.
Tell you what, that was aiming as a tank slapper straight into the barriers. He's done well to keep it away. Still going on then, number 19, Franco Sanchez Buckley, I believe the Argentine, dealing here with a very aggressive Uthman Alawi. The number 2 driver started 12th position in this race. He's only up 1. That's the first overtake he's made all race.
Buckley down 1 as well in that situation as they come down the front stretch once again. Still not doing too bad. They're just outside of the top 10. And considering like we said, the strength of fields in this race, that's pretty impressive. You're amongst the cream of the crop here. Is behind them. It's getting a little bit stacked up. It's this Coloco, Frattini, Forster, and Franzele.
Yeah, they're all there. While that's happened, Kostecki's dropped back to 5th position. So Dario Frattini in the middle of all of this. Mariama Coloco, who remember qualified 4th. Martin Kitt holding everyone back. And then, of course, Benjamin Forster. And then, of course, Franzele. Sasha Franzele is going to have to try and find some magic to try and get through and gain at these places. They're forming their own battle packs at the moment. And the longer that you get into the race, the more you have to focus on, I've just got to get past the next person in the battle pack rather than the big charge forward. You can see the year 1 car in the background. Remember that Chapman started 33rd and is now 19th. He's up 14 places this day.
Unbelievable. My goodness. He's certainly been climbing. Can he get any more is the question, considering he's 5 seconds behind this group right here, who is up into the oak tree once more. Hingston leading this group, and as they come off the corner, you can see how much they're clattering the curb because Kit really needs every ounce of speed so he can pull up to that 5 car.
Alessandrini has been very happy on the back of Cam Eben, who has been the constant factor leading this race. But Nicholas Goebel does not want this to be a case of sit back and wait. He wants to get into play and he wants to get into this. Now, there's also going to be that redemption story for Morgan Burkhart. That race I was talking about earlier, Joe, the fact that he was going towards the line and at this corner, his wheel disconnected, he was driving an MX-5.
Uh-oh. Let's cross our fingers that history doesn't repeat itself as we come through the front stretch. And now Goebel going to try and gobble up 2nd place from Alessandrini, and he's going to have a good run. This is actually going to box in DJ.
Oh, no, it's not, because we're going to go 3 wide then on the front stretch. At some point, you have to attack if the car behind's going for it. Little look at the inside from Burkhart's just covered by Alessandrini, which means that Goebel's going to lose out the position, and Morgan Burkhart now, and the Parallel Racing Group car will jump up into 3rd position. Some fantastic heads-up driving there by Morgan Burkhart. He took advantage.
And what did I tell you earlier? He was still within the train. As long as you don't lose that big group at the front, you are in it. He is up to 3rd. Does he calm down from here, or does he keep climbing? Because clearly, Jake, he's got the pace.
He's got pace, but which position does he want is the next important question, because I would say best place to be in this race is 2nd place at the moment. We've got race for the lead. We've got a race on the 13th place as well. This is the next big battle train that is there, being led by Hingston and Coloco, who are both there trying to bump drop, but they're already 3.4 seconds off of this group at the moment. Tires in the grass for Alessandrini up top.
Oof. Flirting with disaster there in that number 8. He's got to be careful that he doesn't spin it off course if he leans on it a little bit too much. And things got a little hairy there for, it looks like, Franzele and Forster, who almost made contact into the oak tree, but they're going to get away with it. Yeah, this front group, we see that battle for 13th. That's the 2nd pack. The front group is 12 deep as Alessandrini's got a good push this time.
Well, he's not only going to get to the lead, he's going to lose 2nd as well as Cam Eben, because there goes Morgan Burkhart on the bump draft trying to push and get his way through. Train continues on, and it is a 12 carriage train at this moment. Hingston holding his position with Coloco behind him. Martin Kitt, Dario Frattini's in there, and then Franzele and Forster are desperately trying to hold on. They're like, wait for me, guys.
Doing what they can to make sure that they don't lose touch. As long as you're within about 1.5 seconds, you should be able to hold on to the slipstream. DJ and Morgan almost looking like they're working together a little bit, because Morgan, once again, didn't pull out. He was just pushing him along.
Yeah, so the push is very much there, and that bump drafting is important because you are effectively giving that little shot. I've got the speed, I'm going to give you a push to try and go forward. There's no point using that slipstream to pull out to side by side, hold us both out, and potentially take each other out to the race. They are very much trying to build a margin using that punched hole in the air, which is being created by Alessandrini Spec Miata.
Frattini cut the inside of the corner there on the bottom of the screen by a lot, and he's slowing up. He's got 2 cars behind him, though. He's got to be very careful about where he slows, because he has to give this up eventually, and now it looks like in the background there, he's able to give way.
The longer that you go, the more you get. So you have to be very choice. And a lot of drivers, when they serve a slowdown penalty, Joe, try and serve it in the most efficient way possible to scrub as little speed. That can sometimes catch them out.
Yeah, especially if you have drivers behind you who don't know that you're going to be letting up at a certain part of the track, which is why he had to wait for the straightaway, so they didn't just basically back into those cars and get turned off to the side. So now it's the race for 16th. Instead, Forrester loses a little bit of touch, but I think he's quickly catching back up. So I think crisis has been averted.
1, 2, 3, and 4 pretty much in a line, and they're all bumping. Looking to try and go through. Goebel trying to put his nose into the mix. It's been so well behaved. Kostecki now with an angle, trying to push up to 4th position. That's not happening. And a little bit further back as well, Jameson Sampaio looks like he's got an angle too, but he can't get past Yuanji Lin in the back of shot. No, he can't. But now at this point in time, Morgan Burkhardt is sat what we like to call in the catbird seat. He's got everything that he wants and then some, but then you've got to remember there's a winding road racing car of Cam Eben who knows all about how to get things doing, and he's going to try and find the pass, and he's not there.
He led the vast majority of this race and now lets them through. Now, they don't have any pit stops or anything to worry about, but it will suck up a little bit more of the fuel. So maybe he's doing this just to kind of sit back and had not fueled it enough to think that I'm going to be pushing the air the entire time. Whoa, what happened to the 23?
That is the other kit then in trouble. That's Martin, who finds himself in the wrong place, and Lombardi and Chapman and co, they're all going to find themselves a way through there. So that's a big spin. That wouldn't be what they wanted, but at the moment, Alessandrini, your race leader, with 15 minutes to go. You got Morgan Burkhardt in second, you got Cam Eben there in third. The train continues on at this moment, but it is slowly starting to splinter, Joe.
Yeah, I think we're seeing those cracks begin to form as the clock ticks down. And in the background, you could see Buckley and Pfeiffer were going side by side there through the S's. They managed to get away with it. Here's the replay. Unfortunately, that was just a straight dump.
Yeah, and there's not much there that the kits can do today. It looks like their kits have been tested and they found that it's not quite what they were hoping for. At this moment, though, it is still the patience game with Alessandrini fully there on the timing tower up at the top, but for how much longer? Because Morgan Burkhardt is going to make the play. He's going to put himself to the front, but Cam Eben might want to thread the needle here, push it 3 wide here on the run up to the roller coaster, and is going to take the race lead back. Burkhardt can't catch a break. He loses the place.
Yeah, a little bit of elbows out there from Alessandrini. Thankfully, they didn't hit hard enough that it kind of shoved him off the circuit. And when you go off at the roller coaster, it is extremely downhill there, and you tend to not come back onto the racetrack until way down the ways.
Yeah, and that's where it's all about. Where can you put the power down? And that's where Morgan Burkhardt lost the place. Now it's a chance for Nicholas Goebel to try and look for the opportunity to make the pass. He'll go to the outside, the road, a long and hard travel. Try and find it. Kostecki takes advantage on the inside. Morgan Burkhardt gets spun at the horseshoe.
He's been pretty hard done by today, unfortunately, and this time he will absolutely lose that front group and is probably going to get caught up by those behind. Third time in a row that he's had a problem in the race.
Look, once is an incident, twice is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern, and he doesn't want it to be a pattern at this point. He will be desperately unlucky about that. He left the room for Kostecki on the inside, didn't have enough room for Goebel on the outside. Here's another look. Kostecki takes advantage on the inside, and at some point, Nicholas Goebel has to turn in for that corner. He can't just not.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, I think a little bit more space needed to be given by everybody all around. It was getting so tight in there. Something had to give, and unfortunately, it was Burkhardt in this situation. But that gap gets basically swallowed up immediately, and it just truncates down to just 11 cars now.
Oh, just the 11 cars in the front of the field.
Yeah, just.
It makes you feel, Joe, that you've got just the 11 cars there, as if that's not impressive. It's incredibly impressive.
And Burkhardt sounded a little bit upset over the radio. I think the temper is starting to flare. All this close racing, everybody's invested. I know this is for fun, and drivers just trying to... Whoa, that was deep in there for Kostecki.
Kostecki got a tap. Oh, he's going to give him back. He gave it back. Brody Kostecki took a big shot from Jameson Sampaio, and he gave him a receipt.
Wow. And I don't think it was intentional. I think it was just two cars going back together for the same spot. But we'll probably get a good replay on that one. I actually think Sampaio might be able to catch back up. You can see him in the background as once again Goebel and Fischer going to go side by side.
How did Brody Kostecki not get turned on there, the number 7 of Nicholas Goebel? It is a frantic run, and all of this now, they're 1.4 seconds off of the top two. Top two might just have enough of a gap to be clear.
Yeah, you're right. I think this is what they've been hoping for much of the race, and we've seen in the past when it becomes two cars, it's a lot harder to catch them because trying to translate 3 cars working together, difficult. 2, super easy.
It very much is, but you wouldn't have anybody else but Brody Kostecki on the front, who has played chase all day today, as the one driver that you can say, I want the Erebus car to push.
Oh, still side by side here between these two. They were side by side in this part earlier on. Can they get away with it a second time? It's a much wider track than it used to be up this hill. They're giving each other space, but they're going to come together. Buckley says, enough of that, I'm backing out.
Yeah, well, Buckley didn't have a choice there. He slid up into the Tony Kanaan Esports car there of Lorenzo Pfeiffer, who did everything possible to give him enough space, and that was just hard racing between the two. It brings Alawi and Sampaio then together at this point, but what a time is this. 10 minutes left. Let's crank up the noise, and let's get ourselves a little bit to listen in. Well, we're not going to get a chance just yet, but we will get a chance at some point. But we've got some great racing here for 8th.
Oh, Buckley is getting a little bit upset over the radio, and now he's going to come together. Both of them go off the track. Oh, no. And ahead of them, unfortunately for them, Sampaio and Alawi just run away cackling, know that they've had that spot on a silver platter.
I tell you what, crank up the noise nevertheless. Incredible stuff. And somehow they both keep it together and keep their races going. It will be at the cost of positions, but that is what it is. That gap is coming down now to 0.8 of a second. It's brilliant here from Brody Kostecki. He has just gone into that head down mode where he's going, right, if I won't do it, who else will? So here's a look at what happened with Kostecki. There's the shot to the back. He somehow is able to get it together. And as he goes down the hill, I think he actually opens the steering there and gives the receipt back to Jameson Sampaio.
I think Sampaio was just trying to take the racing line and didn't leave enough space in that situation. But, you know, either or, it's still them both racing, just not with the leaders anymore. It has gotten way too hot up at the front. But, oh, excuse me, no, Kostecki has... Kostecki is, oh no, side by side through the snake. Can we get through here? Barely.
Oh, everything there, and I think Mariama Koloko there is going to be the one who's going to be looking and going, that was not what I wanted, because he gets a slowdown penalty for being too aggressive over the curb. So you've still got Franco Sanchez Buckley, you've still got Lorenzo Pfeiffer, but now you've got Patrick Kingston in the mix.
Yeah, they do not want to be near these guys. I can guarantee you that. And the last thing you want is for drivers to be all worked up. You don't want the red mist down there. It gives a little bit of a punch to the back of that car, a light tap, more really, I should say. And Pfeiffer is able to run away. He does want to do. I don't think he wants anything to do with Buckley right now.
No, I don't think he does either, and I think he knows how important it is that these drivers just keep a level head. Still 8 minutes left in this race. Still opportunities out there to make those passes, and there is the move by Pfeiffer to move to the outside. It's the inside here for this small left, but as they break, it will turn to the outside, sorry, to make that move. Just behind that as well, that's Frattini there trying to make the pass too, and he couldn't quite find the way around Koloko. So there's still movement, they're still there, and there's still chance for them to gain places if the front 7 continue to close up, and they have closed back up again at the front.
Yeah, I was about to say that I had reported a little bit too early about the demise of Kostecki. He's still in it. In fact, Sandrini wants the lead away from Eben again, and he's going to get the inside. But look at that, the long way around by Cam, and he holds on.
He does, but they're going to have to fight this one out here through this next left-hander, and they put it nicely together here for NASCAR Ben. No worries about that, but they're all thinking about their positioning. Goebel and the very quiet Lars Fischer in this group, and the very quiet Jack Veazey in this group, and the very quiet Yuan Jilin, who was second a year ago in this car.
We work our way. Oh, no. It finally happened, unfortunately. That was Buckley, it looks like. And I think one of the, I think Kingston, yeah. One of those two blue cars, the 5, got tangled with him.
Here goes Kostecki trying to get around. One Mr. DJ Alessandrini. He manages that. He might go for Cam Eben as well here at the South Bend. Oh, you beauty, what a move.
2 for 1 in a corner where you don't normally pass. Unbelievable stuff as they fly down into the oak tree one more time. DJ might have been sent to third, but we've seen third to first situations before. What can he do here? And while I can't understand Spanish all super well, what I can tell from Buckley, it doesn't sound too friendly over the radio.
No, he won't be too happy. I think Lorenzo Pfeiffer's laughing about it. Here comes the look from Goebel. He's going to try and push it 3-wide. Evan has to come across and cover and defend. He can't defend all 3 of them behind him. Apparently he can. He now has the race lead.
Falls back to 4th behind them, getting plugged up. His teammates having to give a little bit of space to make sure that they don't tip him around. Now they got to pull that gap back towards the lead again. 5.5 minutes to go, Jake. It's coming down to it now.
It is pretty much all about who can do what. You have got you've got the championship leader in supercars at the moment. You've got Cam Eben with 9,200 iRating. You've got DJ Alessandrini, who's proving that he is a match for everyone, as there's another little look to the inside. You've got the 3 cars there for 5-Star Motorsports. One of them, Yuan Jilin, was second last time we were running this a year ago, won the last race, and just so happens to be the #1 iRated driver from China.
Through NASCAR bends now and into the left hook. The opportunities are starting to dwindle. We've already seen the aggression tick up a huge amount at the end of the race. I'm not sure what they've got left in them and be able to keep these things on the road, because it's going to boil over if they're not careful.
It's going to be a lot. There's 8th, 9th and 10th on the bottom of your screen. Alawi, Burkhardt and Sampaio, they're changing now as Kostecki again gets another great run through the S's. That's where he's been strong. Here's Brody Kostecki. He just gets a run coming out of the right hook.
And then into Oak Tree once more as we see those behind them still fighting for spots. Burkhardt, with an incredible day that he's had, is not giving up on this one. On to Madison Avenue now. Everybody looking for the run. You can see how wide they're taking that exit, Jake.
Trying to maximize the road as much as they can. They do have the ability to do that and run onto Madison Avenue, where every single second that you're trying to find a move is crucial for the race lead. Here goes Cam Eben. The winding road is the road hard travel, but it's the one that takes him to the race lead. He gets a push from Alessandrini, who wants to get through as well on Kostecki. Just about gets it through on the inside and holds on to second.
There was nothing between them once again. Incredible trust between these guys at this stage. Like I said, it can so easily go wrong in sim racing just because you don't have that awareness that you do with the real car of how close you are to that guy next to you. And 2 laps to go here as we cross the line.
Cam Eben has 2 laps to hold on to say that he has been an SCCA virtual runoff champion. They fan out as they hit the brakes, rushing into the horseshoe, turn 2, side by side on the bottom of your screen, as now Burkhardt looks to go for 8th place here against Jameson Sampaio. But Sampaio on the outside has had his own trials and tribulations in this race with Brody Kostecki. Still has to fight for it heading towards the corner that the leaders have just gone through.
Yeah, Burkhardt is gonna be able to get to the inside of NASCAR Ben, and that will give him the spot, but it also gives the cutback here. Oh, look at him slam the door shut. He saw it coming and just said no to Sampaio.
No, sir, at all. And then Alawi's got nowhere to go in terms of finding that. Back up then to the front. It is again Eben, then Kostecki, then Alessandrini. But Eben, I would say, is in the position he doesn't want to be, the front, and they're all trying to find an angle. Alessandrini all over the back of Brody Kostecki. He was very, very intent on showing that he wants to go through, and he might pay for it. He has to defend here from Goebel.
He's going to try and attack. In fact, he cuts back underneath, but that's very tough to do at Oaktree with a double apex there and can't get himself to the inside of that orange and blue car. In fact, now he's going to need his teammate to try and push him back forward to them because they lost a little ground. They haven't lost the train, mind you. They're going to be able to get back up to him, but they don't want that to happen on the next lap around. As here we go for the lead once again.
Brody Kostecki tries to show the Erebus car a way through, but he lifts out of it. It allows Alessandrini to go side by side. Not going to happen. He's waiting for the ultimate place. He's going to try and set Cam Eben up and try and take the place on Mr. 9,200 iRacing. They will see Barney the flagman. They go through. Oh, there's a massive drama there. Everybody's been caught up. That's 8th, 9th, and 10th all gone. It's now Frattini in 8th.
Oh, Sampaio, I think, in pit lane after that. Nope, it looks like he's able to drive the car away. Now thought maybe he was done from that one. One lap to go. A little bit of a tap instead of an attack. Is Kostecki thinking forward here?
I tell you what, the 5-star cars are, though, because they've just jumped through on Alessandrini, Goebel through. Now Yuan Lin has found a way through, not just there on one Mr. Goebel. Well, actually, not just there on Alessandrini, but on Goebel as well. Veezy now's taken the place as well. So he's starting to wake up here on the final lap of your SCCA Runoffs. Race 3 of 6 here today. Has he got an angle to go through? The more they scrap, the more they're going to break away. Lin's got 0.6 of a second to chase down this group in front, and they are absolutely primed and perfect at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, they've got a big enough gap that they could run away, but Lin could maybe catch them. It is going to be marginal. It'll all, I think, come down to that exit out of Oaktree, and if he can pull the slipstream. Oh, never mind. Look at this. And actually up through the S's, the climbing S's, he's run them down. It's back to a 3-car fight.
You talk about timing, this could just be the stars aligning for Yuan Lin, who has already got 1 win today in the Runoffs. He might just be able to get a second. What a run by Cam Eben, though, on to Madison Avenue. Has 4.5 of a second enough, and now they start the serpentine, moving to the right, moving to the left. Brody Kostecki is trying to chase this down. It's 0.3 of a second. Up the hill is where they're going to have to get this one wound up, but Eben might be clear, might need a Hail Mary to try and find this move. Yuan Lin moves side by side for second. It's side by side for fourth. Yuan Lin back to second again, just as he was a year ago here in the Runoffs. But Cam Eben has masterminded this from the front of this field, has been Mr. Cool as the way he's gone through this race. Never outside of the top 3, never in doubt. The winding road hard travelled is Cam Evans as he will drive to the line, and he, without any shadow of a doubt, will win here in the SCCA Runoffs.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Amazing stuff from Cam. Led for the majority of it, and then gave away the lead briefly before being back in the hunt quickly as the rest of the cars stream across the line. I'm massively impressed with the drive that Cam made there. That was not only a smart drive, a mature drive, but he was quick all day. Sounds like we got another look at that huge crash that we saw the end of.
Yep, so the group all came together. It looks like Sampaio just tags there with Burkhart. Burkhart bounces off of the barriers, and then everybody's just got to scramble at that point to find an avenue to go through. Not ideal for them, but I tell you what, ideal for Cam Eben. What a result for him. His 35 minutes and 58 seconds. He wins by a 1/10.5 over Yuan Lin. Brody Kostecki started 3rd and will end in 3rd, feeling like he didn't quite have everything there together. Nicholas Goebel will finish 4th ahead of Jack Veezy and DJ Alessandrini. Lars Fischer makes it the top 7, split by 1.2 seconds coming over the line. Dario Frattini would finish 8th with Mariama there in 8th place with the likes of Lorenzo Pfeiffer and Sasha Franzele there. You've then got Uthman Alawi, Benjamin Forster, and then Martin Kitt, who had his spin. Dave Chapman, what a drive up through the field after his poor qualifying. Franco Sanchez would finish there to go down through. Likes there, Megan Overstreet, there down in 22nd she was. Last driver in the lead lap was Luke Peters. Patrick Kingston there 3 laps down. And then the final few drivers who found retirements include the likes of Caleb Patry, Craig McDonald, and Brian Molitor then at 16 laps down at the end of the race. But some simply amazing racing that we've had on show there, Joe. You can't ask for much more when it comes to Spec Miata.
I knew that it was going to take a measured race to get the win, and, well, Cam delivered that for sure as we see the start of this one, which unfortunately at the back had a little bit of an incident, but other than that, they got going and rolling pretty quickly. And don't forget, we got the USF 2000s coming up here, Jake. And then it was a lot of this, just kind of watching those cars in front, waiting for the right time and making your move.
Oh, absolutely. Some brilliant side-by-side racing, picking and choosing the moment, 3 wide on multiple occasions with Alessandrini there in the middle. It was a case of it was an ever-changing battlefield where everyone was trying to find the one place that was going to give them what they wanted in these variable and changing conditions. Who was going to stand up and make sure that they were counted. Some incredible racing that was put there, and a few drivers find themselves on the wrong end of Lady Luck here today, and what is an incredible race. This will mark, though, the halfway stage in proceedings for your SCCA runoffs, which means that we got 3 more races on the horizon, the first of which that we've just talked about, your USF 2000s. They're coming up in just a short moment, so you're definitely going to want to stay with us and keep yourself in the mix with what is going on here. But we simply have incredible racing, and we've had incredible battling. There was the big hit towards the end of the race, which caught them out. But we're going to jump over now and see some USF 2000s.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
So here we go for round 2. Can we throw 2 hours and 40 minutes onto the clock? They'll crest the hill, they'll dive down into the S's. 4 wins in 4 races for the Apex Racing team.
So 3 races down, 3 to go here in the 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. It's time to go single-seater racing, slicks and wings with the USF 2000. Peter Mackay here, back in the commentary box after a brief break. And Jake, we need to get you the green tea and honey on the go, because that Mazda MX-5 race, it was all going off there.
Exactly. It's what they do all the time, and that's why you've got to love that style of racing. You can't ask for anything better in terms of what's gone on, but you can go to what's next. Open wheels, when you've got the USF 2000, it's an absolute treat. And who is going to stack themselves up here? The likes of Alex Witt, who won 1 year ago.
This is quite a different proposition, isn't it? Because the first 3 cars we've seen so far today have been relatively low downforce, low power, lightweight. Well, we're going to keep the lightweight with these USF 2000, but higher downforce with the slicks and wings in there as well. Remember, we've got 2 more races to come after this one, the multi-branded GT4 class and the Renault Clio Cup cars finishing us off with a little bit of the European flavour for this 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. We've had 3 different winners so far and many drivers taking part in every single race so far. So it's been fantastic festival of motorsport, much like the real life SCCA Runoffs, which was held here at Virginia International Raceway just over a month ago. And what a venue to go racing on we have here. Jake, what's the secret to going quick here around BIR?
The secret is don't scrub the speed. The important parts are that you've got a car that's got to be set up to be quick to take advantage of the overtakes, but you've got to take advantage of the slow speed corners as well at the same time. That first sector is probably the key to success, getting the speed pretty much generated through NASCAR bend, the left hook, then the right hook. Pretty much it's going to be a case of if you get those wrong, you're pretty much going about 12 rounds with Alexander Usyk.
And nobody wants that, that's for certain. It's a wonderful, natural, flowing circuit, and the drivers have put on some fantastic entertainment for us so far. The USF 2000 race is going to be beginning very, very soon, and the drivers will go into a qualifying session where they have 2 flying laps. But in terms of car, well, what a machine this is. This is much more of a high-performance machine. It's the first on the road to Indy ladder, 175 horsepower. It's a Mazda-derived engine, 6-speed sequential transmission, only 500 kilograms in that Tatuus-derived chassis. Formerly known as Pro Mazda, but now known as USF 2000. And some of the stars of the IndyCar series and Indy 500 start their ascent to greatness in this very car, and it's incredibly popular here on the iRacing network. So who will master it? The qualifying session coming up. 2 flying laps. You've got an out lap to get the car, the tyres, the brakes, everything up to the optimum working temperature, and then 2 laps is the distance for qualifying. 74 degrees Fahrenheit on the track. Jake, absolutely ideal.
I would say ideal for quick times. It's cold out there for these drivers, so they're going to struggle on the opening couple of laps trying to get those tyres up to temperature. But this is the sort of day on, let's not forget, World Esports Day. It's going to be absolutely incredible to see what's going on. You've got, of course, the format, as it were. Say it with me. It's 3 minutes of warm-up. It's 8 minutes, 2 laps. It's 35 minutes of racing, and 17 incident points is a stop-and-go penalty. On World Esports Day, this was the car that got me into iRacing.
Well, I have to say, esports is something that's been with us for such a long time, and not everyone has the opportunity to go racing in the outdoor world. But here on the iRacing platform, that opportunity is open to everybody. It's just a fantastic thing, and as we've seen so far today, many real-world drivers using the simulator for training and indeed for fun. I think there's been quite a lot of fun had out there today. So these high-pitched screaming Mazda engines now starting to echo around the Virginia International Raceway. circuit that was laid out by local dairy farmers, the Strickland brothers, all the way back in 1957. It's got great heritage. It sadly shut in the mid-1970s before reopening in the year 2000, thanks to the incredible efforts and, resource and input from Connie Nyholm and Harvey Siegel. And what a facility they have created here, and very much in keeping with the original layout. George Gruber in the number 17 car with the orange livery. Orange Mobile, that's a throwback, Jake, for people of a certain age.
It very much is, and it keeps the Supercars theme in, of course, because that is an Arrows livery. Who was the boss of Arrows at that time? Tom Walkinshaw. And Tom Walkinshaw currently is the boss of Andretti Autosport United in Supercars at the moment. So there's your link that goes through. Speaking of which, you got a 1999 BAR livery there on screen. Frankie D in the number 18 machine.
Fantastic knowledge. Very good, Jake. Oh, big twitch there for Frankie coming out of the right hook. Is it not Ryan Walkinshaw who's Tom Walkinshaw's son?
I think so.
Yes.
Memory
we caught
fades a bit.
We caught the thread, though. We've got the thread. Yes. Very good. A very good link there as well. So let's see who's going to come out on top here. All of the drivers are ranked. Their number is based upon their I rating. So the higher their I rating is, the higher their ranking is, the lower the number will be. So the number 1 of Dudu Castro is your top ranked driver in this class. And well, the full tilt motorsport car there, Brian Malter rocking the Jacques Villeneuve helmet. I'm liking that.
Well, I'm liking what he did last year, because he finished 4th last year in the USF 2000 runoffs, so he's looking to go 3 better this time. He hasn't had much luck over the first 3 races. I think he might have an opportunity to jump up. Other drivers who are in and around the top 10, Caleb Patry, who's had his fair share of Christmas cards he's been struck off over the course of today. Melito going around. Patry, who's just gone the fastest because he's put the only time in, was 3rd last time out. And then, of course, you've got Nagisa Yoshikawa, who finished 6th.
Well, it's great to see so many drivers who are taking on every single event, it appears, so far in this 2023 SCCA runoffs here on iRacing. Joseph Burton-Harris over the line. Here comes his Burkhardt to the top, though, on the first flying laps. Car number 3, Morgan Burkhardt. He's been taken out several times today. Is this the race where it comes? Good. Carter Lundy in 2nd, Caleb Patry in 3rd. So far, Dario Frattini goes up into 5th. So many of the drivers we've seen throughout the day coming to the fore in all these different types of car.
But the difference is that for the first time, it's a big gap in qualifying. Only the top 5 find themselves within 1 second at this moment. Morgan Burkhardt putting in some great times, but Carter Lundy, lest we forget, won the Formula Vs, is proving that you add some power, you add some downforce, he's still very much going to be as much of a threat here today. Morgan Burkhardt, he is from the Virginias, so you would say he has the local track knowledge and the understanding here that he should be going out there, but he is being hounded by the Canadian behind him in terms of qualifying effort.
And you compare the lap times, there's what were 32 seconds difference in the lap time compared to these USF 2000s, compared to the Formula V that we started with at the beginning of the day. So huge step up in pace. That all comes from the slick tyre, but also the aerodynamics of these machines. You can carry so much more corner speed in these cars, and a little bit quicker down the straight as well. Braking will be much later. We've seen 3 fantastic pack races so far, Jake. Will this be a little bit more of a purist race, or will we still see the big bunches?
Well, if Carter Lundy can put a time that's a 1/10 and a half quicker than Morgan Burkhardt's lap that's just gone through, this is going to be a lot more open, in my view. I don't think we're going to see this be a pack mentality race. I think we're going to see maybe 2 or 3 look to try and break away. I think this is more of the, if you've got the pace, you're gone style race out at the front. I think we've been blessed with 3 incredibly close races. This is going to be the one that I think stretches itself out just a little bit more as those times go in. The likes of O'Sullivan, Liam O'Sullivan, jumping up into 8th place then with his 48 flat. I think we're in for a really good showcase of fast driving here today.
Yeah, this is going to be superb. And then, of course, next race up, we have the GT4s. Much heavier, much more powerful machines with way less downforce. So completely different kettle of fish coming up with the GT4s, with cars from Porsche, BMW, McLaren, Aston Martin and Mercedes. So a choice then for the drivers, and see who makes the right choice there. Indy Cassie, car number 20, on at the moment sitting in 10th, but a second and a half off pole. That's much bigger gaps, as Jake alluded to, than we've seen in the other races so far today. But it looks right now that the number 2 of Carter Lundy is going to start on the pole, with Morgan Burkhardt right along beside. Then it's Patry and Frattini. So those top 4, they have competed throughout the day in various cars. So they're wanting to kind of be the unofficial SCCA runoff champion by scoring as many strong finishes across as big a variety of cars as possible. Up to the line comes Indy Cassie then, car number 20, improves a 148.176 and stays in 11th place.
Yeah, I think we're going to run out of time here, though, for Benjamin Forster's not going to get back across and get a lap. So that'll be everyone done then in qualifying. And I can't believe I've actually just seen, Peter, a Menards USF 2000.
Well, of course, they have a presence in the NTT IndyCar series, and that's where they're inevitably the drivers in the USF 2000s will want to be. So, yeah, fantastic. Carter Lundy and Morgan Burkhardt will be your front row then, with Caleb Patry and Dario Frattini on row 2. Then it's Brian Molitor and Joe Fortin-Harris. Row 4 sees Dudu Castro and Nagisa Yoshikawa, with Liam O'Sullivan and Chris Wetz on row 5. Indy Cassie and Frankie D pull off from the 6th row. 7th row is Thomas Renders and Benjamin Forster. Then it's Thor Tulo, Jason Miller, Harley Keeble and Megan Overstreet rounding out the 9th row. Then it's Ash Dainty and Tobias Siegner, with Cole Trexler, Kevin Parrish, Zach Thomas and Sean Cranley Swash rounding out the first 12 rows here. Then we move on to Mark Chorley and Rob Craig, with Andrew Wozencroft and George Gruber behind them on row 14. Then it's row 15, Joshua Justice and Jim Brewster. And finally, starting in 31st place is Gavin Simpson in the number 30 car. So an ever so slightly smaller field for the USF 2000s. We saw nearly 40 cars in the Spec Racer Fords earlier on, but I'm sure we're not going to be short of action. So the drivers getting themselves ready, getting set up, making sure they've got the right amount of fuel in. It's an open setup, of course, and these cars, Jake, there's a little bit more you can get into and play about with here.
Yeah, there's a lot you can tweak with. Firstly, you've got aerodynamics that you can start working with, which can affect how much angle you got on the front wing. Do you want to go low downforce? Do you want to go high downforce? I'd probably opt for something medium in qualifying and something low for the race is how I'd go about it in terms of how you go for that setup. What I'd also look at is maybe the roll bar settings. I think are going to be very important on how these drivers are looking to try and get as much turn and as much feel in the back of the car as they can. Because, of course, with this car having a lot more top end on it, almost 100 horsepower more as they go through, and 350 odd brake horsepower per ton, obviously that's all going to want to go around on the rear wheels. So you want to make sure that you've got a car that definitely has enough grip for you that if the back does step out, you've got a way of saving it.
Yeah, the drivers will be wanting to generate as much temperature and pressure as they can in the Cooper tyres in this warm-up lap. If you like what you've seen today, log on and join us. Join the family here on iRacing.com. You can sign up today and get 40% off new memberships. So that certainly warms the cockles of my Scottish heart. Getting a discount on anything is always a good thing. Drivers just stabbing the throttle, jabbing on the brakes. They're trying to generate that temperature. If you can heat the brakes up, that heat will radiate through the wheel rim into the tyre. So you can see the drivers being a little bit more aggressive here, trying to gain as much temperature and pressure so that they're ready for being released by the pace car. If single-seaters aren't your thing, well, here on the iRacing platform, we've got pretty much everything. Touring cars, GTs, prototypes. We've got every single one of the brand new IMSA GTP cars, the Porsche, the Acura, the Cadillac, and the BMW. They are definitely a favourite of mine. Can't drive very quickly in them, but they're great fun nonetheless. So whatever your flavour is, Jake, plenty to get into here on iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot there. And of course, this was what got me into iRacing on World Esports Day. You make sure that you show your favorite iRacing moments using that. It was a case of I was watching the likes of Justin Brunner before he was a pro driver in the iRacing scene, Kerry Nolden, Phil Reed, those sorts of drivers all quick and incredible. And that's what got me interested, because I thought, you know what? I'd like to join those drivers. I'd like to go out there and do some fun stuff. And amazingly, 8 years later, I still get to do some fun stuff like this. It's incredible.
It's wonderful. I think esports has opened up the world of motor racing, not just from a competitive side of things, but participation, but also everything that surrounds the sport as well. And like you say, what we do here, oh, car going into the pits there. What on earth is going on there?
Oh, there's only the other pits there, Peter, so that's...
Can you drive through them? Okay, I've never seen that one before on a warm-up here at Virginia International Raceway. Well, so no such alternative routes for our leading drivers. It's going to be the number 2 of Carter Lundy, who leads us away in the white, black and red car with the Sim Racing Centre branding. Then it's the Mazda branded white and blue car of Morgan Burkhardt on the outside of the front row. They'll watch patiently intently for the iRacing pace car to pull away, and it will be Carter Lundy who leads us away into 35 minutes of racing once more. And let's see who's going to come out on top. Will we get our first multiple winner? Carter Lundy got the job done in the Formula V's. Let's see if he can do it again here in the USF 2000s. Pace car pulls away then. The field bunches up in a 2x2 formation. 35 minutes on the clock. Green, green, green. We're racing here at Virginia International Raceway. And Lundy makes the perfect getaway as they head up towards turn 1. Green flag in the air. And they jostle out into a 2-3 wide formation as they head up towards turn 1. It's a great start from Lundy with Burkhardt right in behind. Oh, little lock up though. No ABS in these machines, of course. And a little bit of a mistake there for Lundy, actually. And nearly loses the lead, Jake.
Yeah, he was too aggressive on the start, and now here comes the pick and roll from Morgan Burkhardt, who moves himself then up to the point and gets the pass done. The driver who took the pits on the pace lap was Kevin Parrish, so he took the different line as he went through. But crucially, it was brilliant from Morgan Burkhardt there. Saw that the cold tyres on the opening lap. Carter Lundy has not got himself dialed in immediately. Big issue in the back there, everybody scrambling.
Oh, huge wreck at the back as they come up towards the bridge, heading out of Right Hook, and oh, there's cars all over the road. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, there's several drivers, of course, that if you have damage in these cars, your race is done, really. You can lose a wheel so easily, you lose wings and all sorts. Oh, several cars involved, but Burkhardt took full advantage of that mistake from Lundy. Lundy just couldn't quite get it stopped in time, locked up the brakes and opened up the door for Burkhardt. But here comes Lundy now, using the slipstream to devastating effect as they head up to the blind crest, the left, then the right of roller coaster, and then back to a left again. There's side by side still, but Lundy, has he got the job done into the braking zone? Yes, he does. So Lundy reclaims the lead then from Burkhardt, with Patry watching it all and getting a grandstand seat.
Yeah, the issue earlier on there was between Indy Cassie and Nagisa Yoshikawa. So that's where it happens on the opening lap. But one lap's going to be score complete. Lundy and Burkhardt there. So there's the two. Yoshikawa over on the curbs, and then Indy Cassie spread eagle across the circuit, just collects everybody. There is no way to get out of everybody else going through. Look, it's still happening as they went through. Incredible issue. And back there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, there is Carter Lundy having to defend like crazy with Patry, who was third last year, third this year. He's got work to do at the moment. He wants to jump 2 extra places. They race on for 5th as well behind.
Well, I think Patry might well get a little bit of fortune and favour coming his way, because it looks like Lundy and Burkhardt are not in any kind of pattern to work together to pull away. They appear to be going to be playing for keeps from the word go, which is going to be great for us for entertainment perspective. Lundy leads with Burkhardt right in behind him, and there's quite a chasing pack. Patry the closest there in third, then a little bit further back is Frattini, who leads the second group. Then it's car 7 of Burton Harris in that sort of faded yellow and blue colour scheme. Then right behind the full tilt motorsport car, the number 11 of Molitor.
Yep, so they're all there, and then you've got Dudu Castro, of course, in the Tony Kanaan esports car, and I believe a mock-up Prost in Liam O'Sullivan in 26, either a Prost or a Benetton. I can't quite work out which it is at this point, but still very much in play. They charge up over the crest here on Madison's Avenue, and in the grass, trying to find the angle, is Joseph Burton-Harris, who manages to get it slowed up. Anyway, down on the inside, and he puts the pass on Dario Frattini. That's brilliant.
Well, I had to take the risk there and managed to pull it off. Great move from Burton-Harris using the grass there, but had to get it back on terra firma before hitting the brakes, but managed to do that. But it's Lundy who leads then from Patry, then it's Burkhardt, so we've got to switch around then. Car dropped back down to third, and who's that on the... it's one of the driver coming out the pits after repair, so
yes,
they'll drop a lap down. Yes, well spotted. Yeah, so long race ahead then for Yoshikawa.
And that is not quite red 5 making the move, but definitely one of the mock-up 80s, early 90s Williamses making that pass. And I'll tell you what, that was nice and comfortable there for about 16th position. So you found Zach Thomas there driving around in that livery, making the pass, and he's now got the lap down Rob Craig that he's got to deal with as well. And it looks like there, number 4 starting to drop back a little bit as well. And then you see Mark Shawley looking to drive about then and try and get as much as he can out of it at this moment.
Yeah, great throwback livery for the Williams. I hope that one doesn't have active suspension though, because that is not allowed in USF 2000 racing. Battle for 4th as they make their way through a little bit of that traffic there is led by Burton-Harris, who's got Frattini right in behind in the other blue and yellow car.
Just on the bottom of the screen there, I believe that was running off the road. Mark Chorley having a big issue at South Bend, able to save it.
Yeah, it's all happening, isn't it? Yeah, Chorley in the 24 Valvoline car just loses momentum a little bit and loses a little bit of the scent of car number 17 of Gruber ahead. We've actually got 2 orange arrows out there as well. We've got the car number 19 is also one of the arrows painted machines. So great work from our drivers with the throwback liveries for this one. Top marks. Lundy still leads by 0.6 of a second, who in turn has from Patry, so in turn an 0.8 of a second gap back from Patry to Burkhardt in third. So Burkhardt, former leader, just a little bit out of position and where he'd like to be right now. Meanwhile, banging wheels are Frattini and Burton-Harris, and Frattini puts his faith in Burton-Harris and manages to get around. Whoa, but that's not any faith. Villeneuve into the back of the number 7 car, Burton-Harris.
Yeah, Burton-Harris goes upside down, and they're going to continue there actually at that stage, because Castro trying to restart has still got Melito around twice in that section. So Melito's going to get nowhere near 4th here in terms of this one. In fact, he's going to retire the car, so he's out of the race. Big dramas there going through. Nascar into the left hook. That can so easily go wrong, but it's 4 at the front. Lundy, Patry, Burkhardt, and Frattini, who are all trying to prove that they are Mr. USF 2000.
Of course, when I screamed Villeneuve there, I meant Molitor, but he has a Jack Villeneuve helmet on. But nevertheless, out of the race. Lundy leading still with Patry right in behind there, but half a second behind, just trying to hold on to the draft of Lundy in the lead. Burkhardt is just not quite as on the same pace as he was at the very beginning of the race, but 28 minutes to go. It's a long, old race here, particularly in these cars where you're going quite a bit faster than the other machines we've seen so far today. You're on a little bit more of a knife edge of grip with the aero. When you step over that grip, you're off, and there's not as much warning as there would be in some of the other cars. Frattini, don't write him off either. He's in a little bit of a lonely 4th at the moment, but if this leading 3 start battling, he'll be right there.
Yeah, and that's the key if these drivers start battling, which we haven't seen too much of at the moment. And I doubt that's going to change too much in terms of the way their race is going. They're driving very well here at the front here, these top 3. Lundy going for his 2nd race win here today. You got Caleb Patry, who's trying to exercise the demons of what's been going on in the early races. And same too for Morgan Burkhardt in the number 3 car, who of course has also found himself on the wrong side of Lady Luck. So can Carter Lundy do exactly what he did in the Formula V's and hold the weight of the world behind him?
Yeah, might have to win in a slightly different fashion. That Formula V race was just a crazy big pack all the way through and went down to a last lap dogfight. Will this be the same here? Possibly, but might be less characters involved in that battle, as this leading three look very strong right now. Morgan Burkhardt, I think he'll be enjoying this more, knowing this is a little bit more in his hands, less chance of getting caught up in someone else's accident. Great exit out of Oak Tree, such an important corner. And he's right on the gearbox now of Patry, and he's going to pop out to the left here. That will give him the inside for the left, but immediately into the right, he'll be coming to go around the long way. Has he got enough of an overrun here? In fact, he's now picking up a little bit of a draft from Lundy, which Lundy realises and then cuts it off. But Burkhardt is through then, so into second place goes Burkhardt, Patry back to third.
That's quite clever there from Carter Lundy. He was trying to give everybody equal amounts of draft so that they'd be side by side into the corner. Didn't quite work out for him as we go on board from the rear. Looking back then at these drivers, there is Carter Lundy in second position, and that I think is really, really crucial. He's trying to keep them back, but someone who doesn't want to be back, it's Morgan Burkhardt. He's going to have to think about where does he want to make the move, but it's not now here into the horseshoe. He's got patience that he needs because, of course, it's a 35-minute race. We're just about 10 minutes through.
Lundy very good on the brakes there. Looked like Burkhardt was going to be close to maybe to get it, put a bit of pressure on, maybe even have a look for a move, but Lundy just too good on the brakes there. But great charge now from Burkhardt. Looked like he was maybe just fading off a bit. Not a bit of it. Responded very quickly. So if we see more of that, if we see more of the side-to-side battling, that's the opportunity for Frattini, but he's going to need to see a lot of it. He's 3.5 seconds further back down the road. Pace-wise, doesn't quite have the optimum pace to either of Lundy, or particularly Morgan Burkhardt, fastest lap of the race, 1:47 flat. That's 0.6 of a second quicker than either Patry or Lundy's managed.
He's a bundle of energy at the moment here, is Morgan Burkhardt. That much you can definitely say. You can feel the anticipation just in the way that he drives, that he's pretty much on the edge of his wheel, trying to get going and going, come on, I want to get by, I want to get through, I want to drive at the front where I'm not having to be held up by cars in and around me that I'm racing. I think he absolutely wants that race lead, and he's going to make the move right now, moving over to the left-hand side of the circuit and being given it by Carter Lundy, who sits in behind and almost tagged him.
Yeah, Lundy giving plenty of room there to Burkhardt. Maybe just happy enough just to tuck in behind Burkhardt, get a little bit of a study of his rival and see where the advantages and disadvantages are. It's sometimes a really useful exercise to just see which areas you're quicker than your rival, or if you're slower, what line are they taking? And you can perhaps emulate that line and gain a little bit of lap time. So just sizing each other right up right now is a couple of heavyweight boxers. There's a little bit of traffic to negotiate for these drivers, because so many drivers ended up in the pits on lap 1 after that incident. They've had to rejoin after repair, so we can have a little bit of traffic to deal with.
Is there a little bit of scuffing there on Carter Lundy's front nose there after that little bit of contact there? That might be a little cause of concern. He was on the radio actually to Morgan saying, Morgan, do I have damage after that hit? Meanwhile, as that happens there, I can't work out whether it's Benoldi or Heinz-Harald Frentzen at the moment in that battle, but at the moment, some great stuff going on 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th at this point in time. Zach Thomas, Nagase Yoshikawa, the lap traffic there, and then you've got Georg Gruber, who is driving around in the 17 Arrows-inspired car with Cranley Walsh just behind, all trying to get in, and it's a lovely little group going on right now that find themselves pretty much riding themselves nose to tail at the moment, and they've got work to do as they now charge up through the upper limits, I would say, of this VIR circuit.
Yeah, and I bet in one of these high downforce single seaters coming through the S's, they absolutely flat to the boards. Just so exciting. Is Burkhardt now getting a pressure now from Lundy, who's going to try and hook it around the outside. Yeah, you can tell there's very, very good respect between these leading two. They're not throwing any blocks. In fact, they're actually almost facilitating those overtakes and playing this one quite smart. But they do have a little bit of traffic to negotiate. Now, the iRacing regulations are that you do not have to basically jump out the way. You can maintain your line. There is no obligation to move out the way. Many drivers take it upon themselves to allow drivers through, which is great, but That is what the regulations are. So the leading drivers have to be very wary of what the lap traffic is going to do. It can be sometimes a shade unpredictable. But Lundy going quite defensive now as well. Burkhart's going to try and hook around the outside as they go through NASCAR. But whoa, Lundy hangs on just for now. But great motor racing at the front. And meanwhile, Patry in car number 6, he's just watching all this going on, thinking, well, I'm going to be the first benefactor if this all goes wrong.
This is Renders, who found himself around then over at the Oak Tree corner. And one of the things which I think catches a lot of drivers out from last year to this year is they've lost the Oak Tree here as a reference marker. So every time they're going for the brakes, it's pretty much flat plane. You can see pretty much everyone in and around, and you don't have that reference of, oh, I've got to turn it in by this point with the barriers at the Oak Tree. You lose that reference mark. You have to use now the reference on the outside of where you need to turn, rather than you would naturally do looking to the inside to get the turn in.
Yeah, the Oak Tree is missed in many ways, particularly from a performance side of things, as Casper Lundy leading, but he's Carter Lundy, excuse me. Carter Lundy's getting just a tiny bit of slither of slipstream from the lap traffic ahead, but now might get held up a little bit. Just an opportunity for Morgan Burkhardt to try and pick the pocket as they come down the hill towards Hog Pen. Just blending out the throttle there, then right back on the gas again for the long run up the hill. But here comes Burkhardt now as we ride on the back of Carter Lundy's car, and Burkhardt just getting close enough, but not quite taking the full run on as they make their way past the lap traffic with ease.
That was telling on the radio. Morgan Burkhardt said, "I'm not fighting," and that, I think, is the first time we've heard Morgan Burkhardt say that. He didn't want to make the move into one. I don't think he wanted to make the move because of the lap traffic, but I think it'll be game on from there. I wonder if he's maybe, Peter, shown too much of his hand on where he can make an overtake compared to, say, Caleb Patry, who has been very mum, quiet to the chest.
Well, further down, Megan Overstreet, car number 10, has had a spin, unfortunately. Let's get a look at it at the Oak Tree. And just a tiny touch of the curb, and I don't think he's quite expecting to clip the curb and had the throttle already open, and whoa, nearly loops it again, reverses it off the road and gets back going again. So that's a pity for Megan Overstreet. She's in 18th at this moment in time. So yeah, interesting to see what's going on at the wheel of Morgan Burkhardt's car. There seems to be an amazing respect, almost unexpected amount of respect between Lundy and Burkhardt, and they seem to be working together and almost pausing the action before they get to that sort of last 5 minutes dogfight. But do not write off Caleb Patry, because he's just watched all of this go on. He's studied it all. He's able to run their pace. So he's the dark horse in this battle.
I've just seen the most brilliant bit of comedy from Ash Dainty down in 20th position. He's just said, I wish there was a competition caution so he'd have a chance to get back in. He's 50 seconds off the pace at the moment. Carter Lundy still holding off, and it's very much a case that Morgan Burkhardt is going to sit. He is going to wait. He is going to say to Carter Lundy, I can make this overtake anytime I want.
It's psychological, isn't it? It is very psychological. Is this all just a game from Burkhardt? Is it saying, oh yeah, we're all great pals, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's a dive bomb at the last on the last lap? Yeah, very interesting stuff here at the front of the field. We're not even quite, just coming up to half race distance, so of this 35-minute encounter, and at the moment, well, it's very much held in stalemate between Lundy, Burkhardt and Patry. He's the unknown quantity. He's the wild card right now. And it's interesting because Lundy, he's just, running a very smooth line as well. Burkhardt there. Yeah. Hearing some problems for our Nigel Mansell car, Jake.
Well, we were having a joke before all of this started that the mustache gave a little bit of extra downforce, and my word, did he need it there.
Oh dear. Yeah. Maybe one of his eyebrows fell off and landed in his eye. It distracted him slightly. But, it's something not right at the wheel of that number 31. car. So Lundy holding on to the lead for now. Burkhardt taking a watching brief. The gap-wise, it's about the same as it was back to Frattini in 4th. So just under 3 seconds the gap there, with 2.8 seconds back from Patry to Frattini. So Frattini's going to need a little bit more jiggery-pokery and argy-bargy going on with this leading 3 to try and bring himself into that leading battle. Then there's an enormous gap back to 5th. 14 seconds is your 5th place driver, car number 19, Harley Keeble. So a much, much bigger stretch out in pace here.
Well, they're battling quite well there. Harley Keeble is the other one, of course, of the arrows that are out there, and is up 12 spots from 17th to 5th in this race. He's having a fantastic run. So too as well is Tobias Siegner, who's up 12 places in this race. And then you've got the duo of Gail Gruber and Joshua Justice, who are up 16 places each.
Wow, that's huge moves. Huge moves being made up the field. We've seen a few heroic drives through the field so far today in this SCCA runoffs here on iRacing.com. And Burkhardt now to the front with Lundy right in behind there. So a little bit of switching going on. Patry again taking his watching brief. Now is Lundy going to be, is he going to take his time at the back behind, or in second behind the leader? No, he's going to try and make his move right back again, side by side up towards roller coaster. Then got to be careful with this. Big trust required. Oh, big moment there for Burkhardt. Nearly loses it. And that's given Lundy a great opportunity now with some qualifying laps here. Lundy might well be able to break the draft.
Take a big breath, Morgan, and pray that that never happens again. That was right on the edge of losing it, and he's done very well to save it. And not only that, have a half chance into the horseshoe, which he doesn't take.
Amazing how strong that draft is. It looked like Lundy might have been able to make a break. Well, that's gone out the window. So Burkhardt, that was nearly race over. There was, when you go side by side going up through the roller coaster, you've got to put such trust and such faith, and also really predict what your rival is going to do, because if they're just in a slightly different position to what you expected, well, it can go all wrong there. So, car number 2, our leader, Caleb Lundy, absolutely on the pipe with Morgan Burkhardt right behind. Let's ride on board with them and go iRacing full throttle. Oh, you're hearing the rasp there of these highly strung Mazda MZR engines. 175 horsepower, but pushing such a light chassis, 500 kilos or so, depending on fuel load and driver weight, etc. But it's what a machine they are. Lundy still leading with Burkhardt right behind him. See, many times when it looks like Burkhardt's got a run and could make a move, decides to blend out of it. And Patry, meanwhile, yeah, you see with Burkhardt blending out of it, Patry just copies it and just does exactly the same thing, doesn't try and upset the status quo much.
No, absolutely not. But you've got a brilliant battle here on the top and on the bottom, actually, for 20th position. The Castrol car of Ash Dainty, and also there, the Menard-style car there of Indy Cassie having a great race at the moment. But with Morgan Burkhardt now at the front and Lundy second, Patry third, when's Patry going to make his move? Just has sat and waited, and I think the moment he pushes his chips in and says, I'm all in, everybody else is going to go, oh, I'll flip the table.
Well, it looked like just a, whoa, another spin for Overstreet, same corner coming out of Oak Tree. So Oak Tree turn not being kind to Megan Overstreet, and she's got back, going again. So, well, 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Burkhardt in the lead, but here comes Lundy. We've not seen this move yet. Lundy, oh, shoves it up the inside, but oh, Burkhardt gets it on the cutback there as well. Very, very exciting stuff. Burkhardt then into the lead, then ahead of Lundy. Patry still there with, he is in this conversation. He may well be a side note at the moment, but he might not be like that forever. Lundy's going to try and make it side by side through the S's. That never works. Comes up now towards South Bend, really fast, blind left-hander. Burkhardt leading, but Lundy seems that, though, Jake, is that Lundy's quite a bit. He's definitely more comfortable leading. If he gets the chance to lead the race, he takes it, unlike Burkhardt, who has taken many opportunities to just stay behind.
I think what we're seeing now is that they've woken up and they want to race, and that's what we love to see. Side by side on the back stretch here on Madison Avenue, it's going to be Lundy on the outside, the Canadian, the Virginias, man on the inside, very nearly contact there for one. Mr. Morgan Burkhardt is going to have to settle for second best at this time with 10 minutes to go. And all the while, as they scrap, they have just slashed a second and a half from Frattini.
Well, that's the cost, and Frattini now, he could join this group, and I think Lundy knows it. He's seen Burkhardt get the run, he's opened the door, but then goes to shut it. Patry's got the double bubble draft. Patry going to go for it, straight in the back of Burkhardt. They all go off. Oh, Patry's slow. Burkhardt still holds the lead, and here comes Frattini in the blue and yellow car. Oh my goodness me, Burkhardt leads, but Patry, the first move he made to try and move for the lead, and bang, he plows into the back of Burkhardt, and Lundy, he drops back into fourth. Now, surely, Jake, they did not get away damage-free there.
I don't know how that was going to line itself up. Everyone's going to go for it aggressive, and then just like that, suddenly 1, 2, and 3 on the outside of the horseshoe end up collecting. That's all on Caleb Patry there, who just locks it up and doesn't put himself in the right place. But somehow they've all got away with it here, and now they've got an opportunity as they rush forward. Very, very fortunate they've still got a race, but they've added Dario Frattini into the mix. The perfect doppelganger name, we believe, for Dario Franchitti.
Yeah, if we've got any copyright issues, he could be our Dario Franchitti. So, car number 3, Morgan Burkhardt, I think he's got damage to the rear, because that was a big hit, and you saw it coming through South Bend there, got a very big wiggle on it, a corner which is normally okay. So I think Burkhardt's car is a little bit wounded there at the rail. All of a sudden, Dario Frattini is into the lead of this race, having seen like he was out on his own island. We knew that if the leading bunch started to battle a little bit more furiously, that could open a door, and boy did it, and he's walked straight through it. Now, has Lundy got away with that? I think he maybe got the lightest amount of contact. So, it's your number 2. Carter Lundy, is he now able to mount a challenge against Frattini? We don't think Frattini has quite the outright lap speed, but this is a dogfight. Outright lap speed sometimes doesn't make all the difference.
We've also got on the bottom of the screen what's on for 5th, because O'Sullivan has just walked it off the road and will now fall outside of 5th place and back to 6th. and we'll now have to deal with Siegner getting back on into pace. But you're absolutely right there, Peter. It's going to be a case of what Lundy can do with Frattini. The difference has been that Carter Lundy has only been in for the open wheelers. He's had 2 hours of rest. Dario Frattini has raced 4 straight races here, and surely the fatigue is going to start setting in, that tiredness factor of doing lap after lap in different machinery.
And it's relentless. It's 35 minutes. You get a couple of minutes break and you're straight into the next car. You've got to get new braking points. You've got to get new turning points, everything. And yeah, Frattini has been, I think, the most consistent performer across those who have competed in every race. But Lundy, he's trying to become the first double winner today after 4 races of asking. Well, 6.5 minutes to go. Lundy's right in on the gearbox of Frattini, and he's actually taken a leaf now, is Lundy, out of the Burkhardt playbook, where he's actually sitting in behind Frattini, not going for the move and trying to make a breakaway.
There's a reason why don't want to go for the breakaway, because you've still got the group of Patry and Burkhardt behind. They're trying to gap them 1.1 seconds, that margin, and that's a crucial matter of fact. They can get that gap open to 1.5. It's not a case of you're racing 3 other people for the win. You're racing 1 other person for the win. That's the key to Carter Lundy.
Yeah, and I think we could see Carter Lundy just stick in behind Frattini for the rest of the race up until that last lap, that last run out of Oak Tree, and then using that strong slipstream to make the move, and of course minimize the risk of bringing Patry and Burkhardt right back into the mix. But I think the rear of Burkhardt's car has got some sort of damage. It looks a little bit wild at the rear for him, and because he did take a big hit from behind.
He did. I don't see anything visually that's causing him the trouble, but it very much might be that there's a little bit of something there that's not getting him quite right, and he's just been on the wrong side of Lady Luck all of the time, really, over the course of these 4 races that he's had. If he didn't have bad luck, then he might as well have no luck at all, the way that his racing has been going on. Up the hill then, looking for the Oak Tree corner here, trying to pivot off the exit and attack and get that power down as early as possible. And you're catching that curve. You have to be careful, especially in this car, not to put the power down too early, because we've seen twice with Megan Overstreet, Peter, what the compression damping does.
Yeah, great point. It's easy to lose it on the exit there. And of course, whenever you've got the revs up high and it can just spin the wheels. So it does seem Burkhardt's car looks pretty edgy now. I don't think it's in the right condition at all. Patry hanging on to that 3rd spot for now, but Lundy has gone past Frattini. So we thought that he was maybe going to wait there. Well, I was wrong. Lundy's just gone by Frattini for the race lead.
I'll tell you what, Frattini gave him it. And I think that's a deliberate strategy here from Dario Frattini, as Burkhardt makes the pivot now to go to the inside here and pull the move that Patry tried to pull. And he is going to get it sorted. Can he cover the inside off on the exit? No, he's going to have to give him a channel, but it's the outside channel, which is not what he wants, and nobody watches the outside channel. So just like that, it's 3rd place.
Oh, massive moment there for Burkhardt. Well held, full lock oversteer, and I'm convinced the rear of that car is really not in a good shape, but Burkhardt is wrestling it to the finish here. Fantastic driving, a story of what could have been for Burkhardt, and immediately on the straight, Patry getting a bit of a run on. Patry is very lucky to have any front wing at all after that impact a few laps ago. 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go. Lundy leads, but Frattini right in there behind him. Is Frattini now playing Lundy at his own game and deciding to stay behind himself?
Oh, I tell you what, he's trying to play, and there's 2 takes into the corner from Morgan Burkhardt. He has a very rear-happy car now. The balance looks like it's off, and he's having to find out firsthand just how difficult it is. Here comes Frattini, though, to make the move with 3 minutes exact remaining in this 35-minute race, and to the point he goes. But again, is it too early?
Well, it's almost an after you, Governor. No, after you, sir. For Frattini and Lundy here, but what they are doing is not slowing each other up and throwing themselves into the clutches of Morgan Burkhardt and Patry, because they would just throw all caution to the wind. It would just be a bonus for them to be in the leading fight at the moment. But no, there's a little bit of a gap back now. 2.5 minutes to go, 2 laps to go here at Virginia International Raceway. What has been a thrilling USF 2000 race. Now it's going to be Lundy who goes up the inside, and Frattini leaves the door wide open and says, Arrow, after you.
Well, I tell you what, you've got the two most gentlemanly sim racers out there in the whole of VIR at the moment. At the front, they will happily give each other the race lead at this point and say, you know what, I don't want it. I want someone else to have it. But they can't continue to play that game forever because old Father Time will creep up on them and somebody is going to be left hot potatoing, effectively, the race at that point in time. You can't keep handing it away, the race lead, and at some point go, oh, I've still got it. That's what you want at the end of the day. When do you want to hand it over to get it back? And as that happens, that race for third position, Morgan Burkhardt, I think, has definitely got something wrong because he's dropping back at almost a second a lap.
And Burkhardt, he is having enormous moments everywhere. He is fighting like a lion here with that car. Coming through South Bend, he had a massive yaw again. And just to keep this car on the road, if he could, to be honest, if he could finish on the podium here, that would be like a win for Morgan Burkhardt. He has just not had the luck with him today. It would be a very well-earned podium with a car damaged by no fault of his own. Then it's Lundy going by, Frattini putting the indicator on. If these cars had indicators, they would be going on saying, no, after you. So, on to the last lap. I think all of those manners are going to go straight out the window now. Lundy leads on to the final lap, but as Frattini played this game of cat and mouse perfectly, over the line they go. And remember, these two had a great old battle for the Formula Vs as well, Jake. How could we forget?
Well, how could we forget indeed? It's a case of, well, you got to do it all over again. It's going to be a little bit quicker this time, but Dario Frattini, he's going to have to try and show that he has got the Midas touch, that he can turn that position number 2 into gold and be a position number 1. Through the NASCAR bend, you can see the scrabbling that Carter Lundy's having to do over the curbs to try and get any form of getaway. Now, how clever do you want to be if you're Carter Lundy? Do you want to try and give that position away on this run up the straight so you've got the attack on Madison Avenue, or are you left basically as a sitting duck by the time that avenue gets there? It's going to be a case of up through the S's. What do you want to do? The answer is stay behind. Carter Lundy, you're going to be a sitting duck. You're going to have to put your blocking boots on.
Oh, have they got it even past half throttle there? Just Frattini saying, no, I don't want to go by. And Lundy knows it, that he's in big, big trouble here as well. A little bit of a wiggle there, though, for Frattini coming out of the corner, but he's close enough to get a very, very strong draft now. Same going on. We've got a simultaneous battle for the podium, but here comes Frattini around the outside then, and he's going to, take the line. We saw Frattini in the opposite situation in the Formula V race. He goes to block off the line from Lundy. Lundy's going to try and stuff it up the inside as they come. They nearly come together. They're side by side. Lundy out on the outside, and Frattini shuts the door. Can Frattini get the win? Can he get revenge for the Formula Vs earlier on? Frattini out of the final corner, but Lundy's got a great run. The checker flag is in the air. Here comes Dario Frattini. Is he going to win against Lundy? Yes, he is. Frattini gets the win. So we don't have a multiple winner, but who got the podium fight? It's Patry.
Caleb Patry matches what he did a year ago. He was third in 2022. He's third in 2023 at the USF 2000. So that is how it goes. But Dario Frattini finally himself into the SCCA runoffs and gets one back on Carter Lundy.
Well, that was an even smaller gap than we saw in the Formula V race earlier on. Just 74 thousandths of a second. Frattini wins over Lundy. What a race. Caleb Patry had to fight hard for that podium. Morgan Burkhardt, spare a thought from him. What a heroic drive that was. But fourth, not what he came here for. Harley Keeble was fifth, with Tobias Siegner in sixth. Then it was Frankie D, Ben Forster, Thomas Renders, and Cole Trexler rounds out the top 10. Finishing in 11th was the number 31 of Zach Thomas, followed by Georg Gruber. Then it was Sean Cranley Swash, Mark Chorley, Zuku Castro, the number 1 seed, only getting home in 15th. Indy Cassie was 16th, and it was Joshua Justice, Gavin Simpson, Ash Dainty, and Chris West. Coming home 21st, but a lap down was Jim Brewster, followed by Kevin Parrish, Andrew Rosencroft, Megan Overstreet, Nagisa Yoshikawa, Rob Craig, and Liam O'Sullivan, Jason Miller, Joseph Burton Harris, and Brian Molitor not making it to the flag. Well, that was a race that just boiled and boiled and boiled until it poured over at the last moment. Well, I'll tell you what, that was fantastic action. Lots coming up here on the iRacing Esports Network. The NASCAR Contender Road to Pro Series, October 24th, 8 p.m. Eastern. We go to Phoenix Raceway. Go and check that out. Some of the top drivers in the oval racing scene here on the iRacing platform trying to make their way into the big leagues. Enjoy myself, Jake Sperry, and Kenneth Bueno on the 26th of October at 7 o'clock GMT at Fuji International Raceway. I know that all of us in the booth are certainly looking forward to that one. I think the drivers will as well. And then, well, Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, the Contender Series from Long Beach, a very difficult circuit, particularly at turn 1, as you can see there. And finally, well, IMSA. Don't we all love IMSA? We saw a great finish to the season at Road Atlanta, Petit Le Mans a few weeks ago. Well, we've got the IMSA Esports Global Championship here, November 5th. Remember, the 5th of November. And if you like to get a little bit more mucky with your motor racing, well, the World of Outlaws back on Monday, November the 13th. Do make sure to join us for that. So exciting, so physical, and fantastic racing as well. Well, Jake, that was a race that really bubbled to the surface, but fantastic stuff.
Yeah, incredible stuff, and ultimately a deserved winner. Frattini did everything that he needed to, and he caught Cartalundi out by being just the most decisive.
Well, coming up next is the GT4 class. It'll be Joe Peak and myself, Peter Mackay, taking you through the action. We're going to step away for just a moment. Do not go anywhere.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
So here we go for round 2. Can we throw 2 hours and 40 minutes onto the clock? They'll crest the hill, they'll dive down into the S's. 4 wins in 4 races for the Apex Racing team.
We have seen open wheels. We have seen our various types of cars on the lower end, but now we put some real meat behind things. We get to the GT4 class here for the 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. I'm looking forward to this because this is also the first multi-make series that we're going to be having, and the only one actually that we'll have today. Joe Peak here with Peter Mackay to bring you this action. Peter, the cars are obviously all very balanced against one another, but they all have their own characteristics, so it's up to the drivers to figure out which one suits them.
And which one suits the circuit as well. Virginia International Raceway is quite complex. You've got big long straight like we have at the back straight, but also some technical bits at the start of the lap. So I'm curious to see which cars the top drivers have chosen.
Me as well. I'm sure there's going to be one that's probably a little more popular than the others, but maybe it'll be pretty varied because they've done a pretty good job here at iRacing to make sure and balance all the different makes that they have out there, of which there are quite a few to choose from, of course. But we've had lots of racing here today, as I said, and we've already had the Formula V earlier on with the Spec Racer 4, then the Spec Miata. Of course, the USF 2000, as we just saw, without anybody winning two of them. Now, it's not all the same drivers, mind you, but we've seen a bunch of them try to do every single race today, and some of them just jump into multiple ones because they like getting to race more than one car here at VIR. Don't forget, of course, we've got the Renault Clio up next, the latest edition here for the iRacing service of these cars. And we see the track once again here, Peter. GT4 cars, more speed. What is this going to change out there?
Well, I think one thing is the braking zones. These cars have got a lot more power, but not quite as much downforce and a heck of a lot more weight. They're very close actually to their road-going counterparts. You take the Porsche, for example, it's only 100 kilograms lighter than the full street car with a radio and leather seats. So they are quite heavy GT4 cars. That's going to be the big thing, is looking at the braking and that grip. But they're all brilliant machines to drive, really natural and a good choice. You've got front engine, you've got turbocharged, you've got mid-engine, lots of choice. You know what I would be choosing, but and I know what you would be choosing as well, Joe.
Yep. Expect Peter to show up out on a Porsche if you're racing him in GT4s. Me, I'm going to be getting into that McLaren. But we've also got the BMW, we've got the Mercedes-AMG, and of course the Aston Martin Vantage, as we saw in the close-up just moments ago. I can tell you that in the real world, the Aston Martin Vantage, definitely very, very popular. Seems to be a well-loved car in the GT4 class, as a lot of teams do elect to hop into that Vantage GT4. But watch out for the Mercedes-AMG. It's very planted on the ground over the curbs, especially notorious for that. McLaren probably a little bit twitchy, being known on that end. As we take a glance at all the various machinery, 5 different makes to choose from. I think back to when that first Porsche was introduced. The Cayman was the first one to come here, Peter. And the fact that they now have 4 is just a testament to iRacing's dedication to GT racing here on the sim.
It is. The GT4 category has been so popular around the world, and there's so many of these cars out there racing in every corner of the globe. The car on screen right now, the Porsche 718 Cayman, has been a hugely successful package. And as you mentioned, the Aston Martin twin, it shares a lot with the Mercedes, the engine being one, it's a 4-litre twin turbocharged V8, and this gives a really confidence-inspiring drive. And for the competition that these cars take part in, confidence for the driver is everything, because a lot of the time you'll have an amateur driver paired up with a professional. So for the amateur, really important to give a confidence-inspiring car.
Absolutely. And just seeing the Porsche reminded me, I should have reached out to you. I won't get into details, but a couple weeks ago, I had to figure out how to put a GT4 Porsche into neutral, and we couldn't figure it out between 3 of us. So I should have checked with you, because you're the Porsche man.
A manual one or a PDK one?
An actual GT4 race car. I don't want to get into why, but we had to get it into neutral, and none of us could figure out how.
Well, it does share the same as the road car gearbox. It's exactly the same gearbox you would get in the street car, the PDK transmissions. So I would have given it a try, Joe. I can't say I promised. I can't say I've started the race car before. I've driven the road car, but I've not driven the race car. But they are, as you mentioned, so close in terms of their layout.
And you can see them out in the qualifying now. So we'll see what the lap times look like for these cars out here. Of course, this is another set of vehicles that do race here in real life, not just for the SCCA runoffs, but in all various series, as you heard Peter mention, quite popular. They've almost kind of become what GT3 was intended to become, which is for gentlemen drivers. And look at that. Here we got one with an iRacing livery. I'm going to guess that that's one of our staff members. Yep, there you go, Seth Whitaker.
That looks very cool, actually, with the red, white, and blue there. It's almost like an inverted Brumos livery. I like it. I like it a lot. And Seth, he's gone for the mid-engine balance of the Cayman. It'll be very good around those quick changes of direction. The nice balance to it, very planted. Maybe doesn't quite have the straight line grunt, but does make up for it in the corner.
Yeah, it is quite good in the corners. It's very nimble. So is the McLaren. But like I said, it can be known for being a bit finicky. Also love that we get here on the sim world a lot of drivers jumping across disciplines. Garrett Maines, more well known for racing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola series, and yet he's made it in the top split here in the SCCA runoff. So obviously he's pretty good on both turning left and right, but he's elected to run in the McLaren, and he hails from the Virginia, so home court advantage.
Yeah, home field advantage indeed, and yeah, it just shows you the top drivers at the Coca-Cola iRacing eNASCAR level are so good. Of course, there is a road course element to that championship, and if you cannot afford to give any quarter to your rivals, and clearly Garrett Maines has got it right in there. Gresham Wagner, another driver with experience in one of the real top drivers in the Mazda MX-5 Cup, and also in the GR86s as well, Joe, you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I've got to watch him race those in person. He's taken victories in those cars. Another vehicle that first made its debut here on iRacing. So I'm sure he does plenty of practice for a couple of his real-world racing series to try to prep, because not only do they have the cars, they have the exact tracks. Certainly gives him at least a little bit of an advantage, and he always seems to be quick in the real world, just as you can see here as we watch from on board Garrett Maines up the hill. I think it's going to be a little bit more hairy trying to go too wide through here now in these heavier cars.
Yeah, they take a bigger footprint on the road, and yeah, heavier. They don't have actually massive aerodynamic performance. They're much more mechanical grip cars, and like we say, they're so close to their road racing, their road car or street car counterpart. About 80% street car parts, 20% race car. If you look at a GT3 car, one up from this, it's about 80% race parts and 20% road. So it's quite that's what makes it a bit of a more affordable, relatively speaking, relatively affordable form of endurance racing. And these cars, they will, you'll see them in 24-hour racing quite often. They're very popular at the Nürburgring 24-hour as well in the SP10 class.
That's a good point. A lot of endurance racing in general that these things will crop up in. Well made for that is Garrett Maines crosses the line. Where does it put him? Looks like he is actually on pole ahead of Alessandrini by about half a tenth of a second. Well, that kind of goes back to what we said. It's not just you're good in one discipline. If you reach a pro level here on iRacing, you tend to be good at everything. Garrett Maines could add another feather to his cap. Now, what about Hunter McDaniel here in the 13?
Well, let's see, but look at the race. This is what the runoffs is all about. Well, the last race winner in the USF 2000s just a moment ago, Dario Frattini, he's down in 19th spot, 1.1 seconds off the top. So these GT4s are really going to mix up the order more than we've seen so far today. Up to the line comes Hunter McDaniel, car number 13. Can he factor amongst the top places? No.
Yeah, and just a couple more cars finishing up here. I see Sean Ross out there. Might be able to get a lap. In fact, his first one got deleted. He's got about 40 seconds left, so it's going to be tight if he can get to the line in time. But he is going to try his best as he flies into the carousel and down the hill. The number 27 sporting the Porsche Cayman as well. 20 seconds left. I think he can get there.
Yeah, going to have to get a move on, though. Running the ambitious Privateer White, or Tipex sponsorship, or Whiteout sponsorship, to give it its American name. But a few of these cars live here at VIR. The Hardpoint team based themselves here at VIR. Over the line comes the 27 machine, but no lap set there, unfortunately.
Ooh, must have had another off. Well, that will settle our qualifying, and the drivers start to grid up. But for today's race, Garrett Maines has managed to take the pole over DJ Alessandrini, who returns for another go at things. Nicholas Fontana will start from third, as Justin Rame will be in fourth position. Yaounzi Lin also coming back for another round here. He'll start from fifth position. To his outside, it's Patrick Kingston. After that, Greg Hoopler will be in seventh, and Pascal Stix will be eighth. Nahuel Fredis will be in the ninth position. He's got Brian Molitor to his outside, as Damian Payet will be 11th, and Matt Kindle will be 12th. After that, you've got Corbin Kruger in 13th, and Jack Veazey, another driver doing multiple races today, starting P14. Ken Copeland, I think that's actually another of our real-world drivers, starting from 15th as Seth Whitaker. iRacing staff member will be 16th, and Gresham Wagner starts at 17th. A little bit poor in his qualifying compared to what we usually see out of him. Joel Dimencio in the 18th position sees Dario Frattini in 19th. To his outside, Harley Keeble starts 20th. Then it's Alexander Ho in the 21st. Andre Gomez starts 22nd. P23 goes to Nicholas Johnston. George Gruber will be 24th. And the quarter century mark, Tobias Segner will be flanked by Benjamin Forster. Kevin Parrish starts 27th, and Jim Brewster 28th. Sean Ross 29th. And finally, Hunter McDaniel and Caleb McDonald failed to set a lap time here today. Just about have everybody out on the grid for our fifth penultimate race of the afternoon here for the 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. And this should be a completely different dynamic from what we watched before. As, hey, look at that here, Peter. 2 McLarens on the front row.
I thought that was going to warm your heart, Joe. That was not lost on me when those qualifying results came through. A little bit of a good mix, though. A couple of Porsches in there in the first couple of rows, and a couple of Mercedes in there too. So should see a good mix of brands up there at the front of the field. 35 minutes around here. Shouldn't be too much of an issue tyres-wise for these machines. And of course, they do something we haven't seen at all so far today, with the exception of the MX-5s, is ABS, which these GT4s have, and of course traction control systems as well.
I actually love that you and I have this unofficial grudge match now going, because top 5 are all McLaren and Porsche. So it's a battle of the wills for us to see who can manage to urge them on to the victory. But we do have Mercedes and Aston Martin in the top 10. Trying to see if we have any of the BMWs. It looks like, unfortunately, for the Bimmer fans, you have to go all the way down to Nick Johnston in 23rd before you get to one of those. But they thankfully do have a decent mix. Don't forget, if you like these cars, you can log on and try and race them yourselves. See how you would fare in GT4 machineries by getting onto iRacing.com and starting your iRacing career today. I started it back in 2010. And I initially thought to myself, oh, I'll get an account, and if I don't like it, I get I got a 3-month account. I can always decide not to renew. I have renewed every single time since that first time. I have not let it lapse. That's how addicting this sim is.
It's just how much it grabs you. The realism is something that it does actually take a while to get used to, just how close the sensation is. And actually how much more accessible the hardware has become. You can get yourself really good hardware to get so close to the real thing in your own home without spending crazy money. I think that's one thing that's come along in tandem with the quality of the software too, and even down to the sounds and the immersion that you can get. And if you like virtual reality, personally makes me want to throw up, but if you like virtual reality, that's another experience.
I would think you'd have a strong stomach, but yeah.
For some things, yes.
Maybe of the alcoholic nature. But anyways, as we come along here up through Madison Avenue, all lined up and ready to go. Love that Castrol livery that we've got on the Porsche there, starting from third position. A lot of more beautiful cars ready to take to the racetrack as the iRacing pace car going to unleash Garrett Maines. I mentioned that he also races in eNASCAR. He is apparently, I guess, trying for GP Turn, Pest Contender, IMSA Global, and Woo Sprint cars. So he does a little bit of everything at the top level. Apparently very multi-talented, but he's going to have to prove himself here in the SCCA virtual runoffs as we get ready to take off. As the pace car is going to head in, the number 3 has control of the field. Will he hold them long? No, he's going to go immediately as Garrett Maines accelerates down towards turn 1, and the green flag is out. Looks like Alessandrini is going to have to go defensive as Fontana already looking on either side, trying to find an opening, and Justin Rain behind him, who finished second last year, is putting the pressure on for the podium positions. We fly down into turn 1. Will we get through clean?
Well, we're getting word from race control that car number 7 passed before the line, so it'll be a black flag for them. So Jack Veazey with a black flag, so that'll be a drive-through penalty. Whoa, Rem off the road.
That was Sticks in the number 1, finds himself in the barriers. Unfortunately, his Aston Martin clatters into the tires. He's able to get it going, but he's all the way at the back of the field. So it looks like, along with Veazey taking that black flag, Caleb McDonald getting a slowdown penalty for cutting the course here at the start of the race. A few having an unfortunate beginning to this GT4 race.
Oh, and Pascal Sticks looked like he had a lot of the suspension damage there, so he'll have to try and get back to pits and get some repair, but any chance of a victory gone. Now, with Maines holding the lead now, leading a McLaren 1-2. Is that an omen for this weekend? I wonder. Oh, now, big problem there for one of our Aston Martins. Car number 10 toes back to the pit lane. That's Matt Kendall. So a little bit of attrition on this opening lap. And the two McLarens just, oh, they've got some boogie down the straight there, Joe.
Yeah, right now they're holding off the Porsche of Nicholas Fontana. Kendall, I can report to you, had an off in the climbing S's. They're so fast, you rarely have soft hits there, and unfortunately, he blasted it into the barrier in the end. But, yep, it is going to be a McLaren 1-2, but your Porsches are keeping them honest. That 11 of Fontana is only behind by half a second.
If there is a straight line speed deficit, particularly at VIR, if you're here in a battle, it's going to be very, very difficult. We've seen the Porsches able to run good lap times in clear air, in qualifying. In the race, when you've got to battle side by side and defend against other cars, could they be sitting ducks? We know how quick the Mercedes are as well, and the leading Mercedes there, the number 2 of Hingston, looking quite racy as well. But Maines in control right now. Let's see what happened to Pascal Sticks. Did he fall or was he pushed? He was pushed. Oh dear.
Just slots into the side of the track there. He'll be able to back it up and get it rolling. He is still out on track, so it looks like it wasn't enough damage that he needed to visit pit lane, but he's caught the back of the field, and he has it all to do now as we climb through the S's once more up to South Bend, actually breaking away here, the top 3.
Alessandrini there, just a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a push there coming through. The S is following Maines quite closely. You shouldn't really be getting much of an aero push. These cars aren't too aero sensitive. So let's also see what happened to the 10 Aston Martin. Oh, well, no spoilers, but that's maybe in keeping with how things are going in Texas for the Gaden brand.
Oh, Well, that's not too shocking, knowing one of the drivers, honestly. But as we peak, I got yelled at for that one. So we watch them coming down through the hog pen and onto the front stretch. They are caught back up a little bit as Justin Rame is not letting them go quite yet. Unfortunately, both Aston Martins having trouble. I actually lost a race in Lotus 49s at that very spot, chucking it off into the wall. I was leading the race and I flew off into the barriers. Here we go. Battle for the lead between Alessandrini and Maines.
You know, we've all been trying not to mention it all day, Joe, but it's good that you've brought it up, that Lotus 49 win that went begging. That's good. I'm glad you've come to terms with it now. That's good. Well, it's closer than I've ever got to winning here at VIR. Alessandrini he's really trying to hustle Maines, putting him under pressure here. I wonder if he's plotting a move, because he's just all over the back. Thing is, with these cars, with the ABS and with the traction control, etc., but particularly ABS, you just slam the brake on as hard as you can, and therefore it makes it quite difficult to make a pass, particularly with these two leading drivers when they're on such an even pace.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a tough one for the two of them. Almost think they need to work together a little bit up there to try and bring the win home, or else Fontana is going to be ready to pounce. There we see the three up ahead. Mr. Versatility, maybe we should start calling him, as Garrett Maines blasts his way up Madison Avenue, and Alessandrini is within 0.2 of a second. Is the slipstream going to be enough?
Well, the two Woking missiles here, the McLaren 570Ss running and into 7th gear, of course, 7-speed gearbox in these cars. Here comes DJ Alessandrini in that Voodoo art car, and he's going to try and hook it around the outside. They almost make contact, but they don't. Great side-by-side racing. Alessandrini up out over the curb, and they're still side-by-side, Joe. Crazy. Whoa.
Finally, Garrett Maines is able to chop him off, beating him to the apex of hog pen. So much for working together. And yeah, not only has Fontana caught them, but Rame and Hingston as well. So it is now a 5-car battle for the lead. Plunging it into the first turn. Oh, way too deep, and taking out both of the leaders. Justin Rame causes a pileup.
Oh my word. Justin Rame from downtown just spears the leading two, and right now the number 2 Mercedes AMG of Patrick Hingston is just looking in his mirrors going, did that just happen? Am I leading this motor race? But he's got big damage on the front. Oh, could that hold him back?
Does indeed. I think he was collected in it just a little bit. Is that going to hurt his straight line speed? Like we heard Peter mention, that is a major part of this track. Even in these cars, you need to have the top end here. He's being chased by Yancey Lin, who is now carrying the banner for Porsche.
Well, and is Yancey Lin, does he have no damage either? Because his car looks a little bit scuffed at the front. This is the onboard from Justin Rame. He is miles back, misses his braking point by a good old distance, and bang, T-bones his two fellow McLarens, and Joseph Peak reaches for his handkerchief to wipe the tears away.
Well, a bit too much bowling, a bit little racing there, as they will try and carry on as best they can. I don't think anybody was sent to pit lane, but has definitely changed the order. Alessandrini is the only one that's really held on. He's still in third, but he's got to make up 2 seconds up to the front. He's being chased by Hubler currently. The number 2, now your new leader, and it's down to about 1.3 seconds. I think Lin is coming.
Yeah, just keeping a close eye on Yancey Lin to see how close he is in terms of lap time. I don't think his car's 100% either, so they're all walking wounded right now. Hingston comes over the line. That's a 153.2 for him. It's a 153.6 for Lin. So, Lin actually lost a bit of time on that. Yes, he lost about 0.4 of a second to Hingston on that last lap. So Hingston hanging in there.
And Rame, for the curious, is down to 7th after that one. So he's got to make it all up again himself, but is not given up on it. They did make a big hit, but like I said, I don't think any of the cars really accrued enough damage that they need to park it for the time being. Hingston is hustling it, as you can see him just hitting the curbs. There's another one of our Porsches racing for 8th right now. This is Damien Payet.
Yeah, Gresham Wagner in there too, in the number 14 machine in the Porsche, just keeping a close watching brief of this behind Copeland. If you want to win this race, if you're somewhere near the front with a car without damage, you're in with a shout with 26 minutes to go. There's a long, long way to go. So for Hingston, if he's got that heavy front damage, can he hang on for that amount of time? Is there anyone with pace coming up behind him? Alessandrini, he might well still be able to do this. He's 2.4 seconds behind, but yes, he was taken up in that bowling ball incident, but has he got enough pace left in the car as we ride with Dario Frattini?
I was just checking because I was trying to figure out all the characters involved in that, where they went. Well, Garrett Maines had it the worst. He was turned around and had to wait to get going. He's down to 28th because of that. I don't think the win is on anymore for the number 3 who started on pole. On board with Frattini. Don't think we're going to see him get another win here himself, but you never know based on what we saw before. Up ahead, he does have 3 cars who look like they might be ready to battle. Wagner, Copeland, and Payet could give him a chance to gobble up 3 in one go.
Well, the gap from Alessandrini to the front staying fairly steady. Lynn, though, a little bit quicker that time by. Lynn, 0.3 of a second quicker, as in Alessandrini exactly the same time as Lynn. So, Lynn getting a little bit closer in the Porsche. And what can Hubler do in the 23 car in his Mercedes? He's in the fight too, but you got to think that Justin Wren right now in 7th place, car number 4, he's got to be feeling pretty sheepish after that one.
No doubt, but I mean, you got to stay focused, and I'm sure that's what he's trying to do right now, is just work on this race and see what he can bring out of it. Another one of those big teams that you see a lot at the top end in racing, in sim racing. Geodesic here represented on the McLaren, trying to see if he can get himself up to the front of the fields. Number 4, Justin Rame. And apparently Ben Forrester had some sort of issue. We're going to get a replay to see where this happens. So it looks into the roller coaster. Oh, that's not the racing line. He's going to get away with it, though.
Yeah, because weirdly, the number 9 car was unusually slow. The Tobias Siegner, it was almost like he was trying to serve a slowdown penalty, break that early. And that, I think, caught the driver out there a little bit.
Certainly seems like my guess on it. But that was a bizarre one. Not exactly sure what was going on. Back to Justin in the number 4, still chasing on Fontana, but looks like he's lost a little bit of touch. He's going to need to get closer than this. You guys were talking about the aero of the open wheel cars from last time in the USF 2000. More aero as well here on these things, where the aero wash can sometimes have an effect.
Yeah, and they're nowhere near as much as a GT3 though. That's one of the biggest differences between the GT4 and the GT3. You actually see, I mean, for example, the Mercedes on screen right now, they use the same base street car to make the GT4 and the GT3, like Audi did with the R8. So, the biggest difference when you look at them is the aerodynamics. Power-wise, they're not much different in terms of like their engine tune. So, well. And of course, the engine with in the Mercedes case is still the old 6.2 litre Warhorse, but you look at like the Aston Martin, for example, uses the same base 4 litre twin turbo engine, but just different state of tune.
Gomez being chased by McDaniel and Demonceau in 25 here. In fact, this is 3 different Mercedes all racing together. So nobody really has an advantage over the other as we exit out of Oak Tree. Does look like Gomez did a good job getting himself the exit he needed, and the 13 can't seem to get close enough.
No, can't quite get it done just yet. With 22 minutes, not even at half race distance, and we feel like we've had lots to get our teeth into so far. Hingston hanging on to this lead very, very well. But Yunxai Lin getting closer now, as is Alessandrini's now knocked the gap down to around 2 seconds.
So riding on the nose of the 25 as they head through the front stretch once again. And as they cross the line, just not quite close enough this time. But this nose cam definitely shows you the speed that they can get, topping out at 145 miles an hour.
Yeah, the big thing there as well, coming up into turn one, is the braking. You just uphill ever so slightly, but you're carrying huge speed. Tell you what, Joe, there's quite a few Mercedes here with squished noses. Notice 13 there of Hunter McDaniel's also had a bit of damage to the front.
Back up to Hingston. Looks like the car of Lin has been able to close down to about 0.4 of a second, but he hasn't been able to get close enough to try and pass. He is keeping him under threat, and more importantly, Alessandrini is still about 2 seconds behind, so it is still a mano-a-mano fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle to the end, really, with a lot of cars carrying damage, and yeah, just seems that Yunxai Lin's car is just a tiny little bit battle scarred. Hingston's car is battle scarred, and having to go a bit on the defensive here. Yunxai Lin going to try and make a move for the lead here at the roller coaster, and all the while Alessandrini's just nibbling closer and closer. I don't think Alessandrini's got the ideal performance in his car either, but it is just going to be a battle wounded all the way to the end. 20 minutes to go. It's anybody's race.
Lin following in the tire tracks, trying to get as much of the draft as he can get. Oh, it looks very quick in a straight line compared to the damage number 2. And he looks around the outside into the horseshoe. Very few times that pass has worked, but a defense at times it can work. This time, it looks like Lin will stay in second place. Hingston is now on the back foot. He's having to play defense instead of racing his own race.
So the Gulf liveried Porsche there of Yunxai Lin trying to channel his inner Brian Redmond there, trying to get the win here at VIR. That was one of the circuits where the Gulf Porsche team did not race, is Virginia International Raceway. It was in its early days of top competition at that time in the early 70s. I tell you what, Alessandrini is just nibbling closer and closer. It's now just 0.7 seconds to the lead, and is the longer that Hingston has to defend hard from Yunxai Lin, well, that's just going to bring Alessandrini closer and closer. And what a story that would be, Joe, if Alessandrini could get back in here and win, having been nerfed at turn one, would be quite a story.
It would, absolutely. And here's the cool thing about this. We have 3 different makes all fighting for the win. Mercedes, Porsche, and McLaren. Oh no, Gresham Wagner has gone off. That's the bottom of the screen. Oh no, and he comes back on track and tips around. It looks like Caleb McDonald, and that's actually going to send him spinning right back off the track.
Now, Gresham Wagner would not do that in an MX-5 Cup race or a GR86 race in the outdoor world, because he'd have his license taken away. So why do it in a virtual race?
I guess just the red mist, and unfortunately that sent the car to pit lane. It's a bit of a shame to see that only 2 races we've got to watch him in, hasn't been able to fight for the victory. But back to the battle for the lead once again. Hingston down to the inside, covering off Lin a little bit later than before this time.
Scott, sorry, cut there. Yunxai Lin, I think, nearly got caught out there as Hingston on the brakes much earlier in the Mercedes. And again, that's one of the strengths of the Porsche, is it can brake much later. It's maybe not got the real grunt out the corner, but can brake late. And Yunxai Lin nearly ends up tagging the back of Hingston. Another look at what happened to Gresham Wagner in the red and white machine. Does he get a help? Yes, he does.
Oh, yeah, that is a real shame. And now I could see him being upset about that, but this is really, all his fault. So I saw he was a little bit upset, but I think he really needs to look at that rejoin methodology and maybe reconsider how quickly he returns. But that is neither here nor there as we carry on with the battle for the lead. Five-star racing has been a staple in every single SCCA race we've seen today here on iRacing. They are trying their darndest to get another win.
Well, Yongche Lin, he's trying to become the first multiple winner of the day. We've had 4 different winners so far. DJ Alessandrini watching Yongche Lin going for the lead. Hingston's going to try and come back at him. No, in the Mercedes, is he? Well, this is Yongche Lin's opportunity now. He's got to try and break away from Hingston before Alessandrini arrives on the scene, because you would imagine that even with a wounded McLaren, Alessandrini's maybe got the edge on pace, but Yongche Lin leads for now. 16 minutes to go. What a corker this has been.
It was 2 seconds between them earlier on, and Alessandrini has cut it down to half a second. But the damage seems to be doing its work on Hingston. Just could not hold back Lin in a straight line, although he's going to try and do it with the corners, maybe. I think he's figuring out maybe this is where he's quicker. He attacks coming into NASCAR bend, cuts back underneath him. You can sometimes see sneak attacks here, and the left hook, and yes, he does give it a left hook, back into the lead.
Oh, I love this. Lionheart spirit here from Hingston. Knows he's not got the ultimate race car underneath him, but he's just fighting with everything bit he's got to try and maintain the lead. But guess who's on the scene? It's Alessandrini. Looks like he's draped one of Austin Power's curtains over his McLaren, and he's right there in third, and he could be challenging for the race win once again.
Coming up to the back of them now, up through South Bend. He's looking mighty close to making a pass here. He's got 2 wheels in the dirt, up through that left-hander, and then swings it back around, looking for the exit. Coming off of Oak Tree, cuts back a little bit later. Then the driver of Lin, and it looks like it's going to give him enough to at least get the run, but will it allow him to go side by side?
This is fantastic stuff. Alsterbach versus Flacht versus Woking. Fantastic stuff here. 3 brands fighting at the front. This is what GT4 racing's all about. Brilliant stuff from all 3 of these drivers. And Alessandrini there in the McLaren. He's really wanting to try and get through here, but it's going to be so difficult. Hingston, see, watch closely on the straight line speed here, because Hingston comes out of that final corner with a good gap, about 2 car lengths or so, but it does seem that he's struggling a little bit on the straight line speed as Yongche Lin gets into the slipstream and tries to pull a little bit closer. Yeah, Hingston is losing time on the straights, it seems.
Oh, and he goes deep into the corner. That's going to open the door for the 5. He takes the lead right back. Alessandrini can't capitalize on it, though. He's bobbing and weaving to either side. Seeing if he can find a way through. Back through NASCAR bend. Here comes the white Mercedes, the number 2. Back to your top spot this time. Alessandrini picks the pocket of Lin.
Well, that was a big error there from Yongche Lin, just opening the door. And as we've seen, you don't even need to leave the door open. Hingston will just knock it off its hinges. And that's what he's done to hold on to that lead in that brutish Mercedes and driving in an equal fashion. Wow, but Alessandrini now with the leader in sight in the McLaren. Don't write off the number 23 Mercedes of Greg Hubler. He could get involved in this as well. 23rd seed up there in 4th place. That's a great drive.
Qualified 7th, so he's got the pace. He's going to try and see if he can become a factor in this one. Meanwhile, coming off of Oak Tree one more time, all of them pushing it right out to the edge of the track. You can see the dirt getting kicked up and carried on, as now Hingston is having to employ some more tactics as he snakes down the backstretch.
Oh, and Yongche Lin not getting involved in any of that snaking back and forward. He's just trying to line it up for a move on the brakes. And remember, the Porsche is usually pretty good on the brakes, as Hingston has to go very defensive and just parks it on the apex. And Alessandrini's got nowhere to go. He's got a big honking Mercedes right in front of him. Can't use the corner speed of that McLaren. And oh, this is just fantastic motor racing. And Joe, we've had this all day. 5 different styles of car we've had now, and we've had 5 cracking motor races.
Looking up to the left-hand side, the McLaren of Alessandrini going to try and see if he can make this move and take the lead away before Lin couldn't make it stick. Doesn't seem like there's enough grip out there this time. He falls back in line.
tell you what, Hingston's really got this opening sector of the lap nailed down. This is where he's made a lot of his moves for the lead and where he's been able to defend well. Also, just placing that Mercedes in the right place. Alessandrini just a little nip up the inside there. No, can't quite begin that move. It just showed his headlights in the right-hand side mirror there. And, this is just fantastic stuff. Yunsai Lin, is he losing the scent a little bit here, Joe? It just doesn't look quite to have the raciness here of Hingston or Alessandrini.
Yeah, it's starting to look like that, but who knows? Maybe he's backing off of it to see what happens between the pair of them, and will try to pick up both if they tangle. Meanwhile, you have to go back to 8 for our next big group of cars. Ken Copeland with Fontana and Keeble chasing hard behind him.
So, fight then for a multiple win. Yunsai Lin, that's what he's trying to do, and it's looking difficult right now because Hingston and particularly Alessandrini looking very, very strong with less than 11 minutes to go. Lap time wise, 1:53. So we've got about 6 laps to go here, so plentiful opportunities for overtakes. Meanwhile, Fontana, who was a former podium fighter, he's getting really mired back in the pack, and actually he came off one of the worst from that contact at turn 1 earlier on in the race.
Yeah, that's going to give Keeble the spot there in that battle, so move him up into 9th as they were practically bump drafting each other down Madison Avenue onto the main straight behind them. Thought we were going to see the same from Fontana and Molitor for a brief moment as we see Fontana take that Castro liveried Porsche off to the left-hand side. I see a little bit of damage on the nose. I wonder if he's suffering the same thing that Hingston is.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, I think he's suffering worse. Fontana was up there in the front fight, and now not so. Great run from Dario Frattini, winner in the last race in the USF 2000s. He started at the kind of wrong end of the top 20. He's now up to 10th. So great run for Dario Frattini in the Porsche. To ride with Brian Molitor, who's been with us throughout the day in his Mercedes. And he had a terrible turnout in the USF 2000 race when contact took him out of action.
At least they get multiple attempts at it today. So, but we've only got one more, and after that, we're done. Of course, don't forget we got way off course there for the 11, and swings back to the racing line in front of the 19 at the last moment. He's going to be able to get by, which is not common there at Oak Tree. Nice move there by the 19 of Alexander Ho.
Now we've seen, move for the lead. Alessandrini goes through then, but Hingston, we've seen him, he's not giving him up. Turns Alessandrini. Alessandrini's off. He's off the road. So 2 hits then for Alessandrini, and the second one sees him off. And Hingston still leads, but in controversial circumstances.
Oh my goodness, the most expensive punching bag I think ever developed at McLaren, as he gets shoved off the course and seems none too happy about it. Hingston is in the lead once again with Lin in second. And you mentioned Hubler. Well, he has been catching, but looks like we got a defense coming down into turn 1 as we take another look at it.
Right, and actually
kind of turned into on him.
Yeah, Alessandrini got into a big old wobble there, and I don't think Hingston had many places to go, really. Kind of closed him down a bit. I mean, we need to have multiple looks at it, but the end result is Alessandrini is out of the reckoning. He's done. Now, I think this might be the first race of the day, Joe, where we see the 17 incident point limit hit and see drivers getting drive-throughs, because you get 4 incident points for contact, 1 for breaking every track limit, and I think we're going to see some drivers close to that, you know.
Let's watch it from above. I'm kind of with you. That second view on it made me think maybe he should have given more space. He was trying to pinch him over so that he could open up the turn. Oh, it's hard. Man, it's still hard to tell from that angle. There. Yeah.
He's got no more room, and Alessandrini got into a wobble on the brakes.
Well, regardless, Lin...
Racing deal for me.
Yeah, I think so. From that angle, it looks like, either could have maybe done some more to help it out there. But Lin is still in the hunt for the win. He dropped off briefly. This time he's going to try and go side by side. Can he avoid what we saw from DJ last time through? He does. They give each other enough space, and then as they plunge down the hill, it remains wheel to wheel. This is going to be even more difficult. Down into Hogpin, back up to the lead. How is this Mercedes defending each and every time?
It's been one of the drives of the day, but I think Hingston now is close to the incident point limit. We've seen several bits of contact that would instigate a 4 incident point penalty. You only get 17 across the race, and Hingston now having to be really, really defensive. And Hubler, oh, but that's a bit of contact there between Hingston and Yunsai Lin. And Hubler could win this race. We mentioned it earlier. He was just lingering in the background, and now Greg Hubler, car number 23, he is in for the fight.
Another one of our Virginia's drivers. So racing for local pride. Look to the inside, but way too late there for Lynn.
Yeah, Greg Huber trying to make things happen there in the part of the circuit where maybe it's not going to. Just stay there and let the action happen up ahead. We could easily see Hingston end up with a drive-through penalty for incident points, because there has been, well, we can see the damage from early on in the race at the front. That would be 4 straight away, and they can add up quickly. So, well, it's nevertheless though, whatever happens, Hingston has done everything he can to keep that Mercedes at the front. He is a little bit down on straight line speed with that damage, but he is fighting on hard.
And that's Justin Rame, the guy who started all this craziness with cars getting hit off the road. He's in 4th, 3 seconds back. Could he now become a factor? Although it's going to be a long shot. Oh, here we go for the lead once again. Side by side. Last time, Lin couldn't chop him off. This time, he's clear, and he's down to the apex. Yanzi Lin, your new leader, with about 5 minutes to go.
So this is Yanzi Lin's opportunity now. He's clearly got a straight line speed advantage over the big Mercedes, certainly with him pulling through the slipstream as well. But Hingston is just refusing to say die. He does not know when he is beaten. Yanzi Lin hanging as close to the inside of the road as possible, forcing Hingston to go around the long way. And we know if he leaves a whiff of a door open, Hingston is going to go for it. And this, of course, Joe, this is the part of the circuit where Hingston's very strong.
Yeah, we've seen him make passes in a NASCAR bend into left hook. We've seen him pass all over the place, and oh my goodness, he's going to be able to do it again. He left the door open. Lin should have known better, and he's back through to the lead.
Another bit of contact though. Did that register? Not all contact registers. It has to have a certain force to it. There was enough to get the brake pedal on there for Hingston. He is just sublime in that opening section. There was nothing Yunsai Lin could do to keep him at bay. And meanwhile, Greg Hubler's going, could you guys keep doing that until you both get a drive-through penalty or worse, and I'll just win this race?
I think you said that this is pretty close to the factory Mercedes road car, but I get the sense that maybe they've added a few inches side to side. That's the widest Mercedes I've ever seen, that he's managed to hold on to this lead this whole time as we come down to 3.5 minutes to go. And once again, weaving back and forth as Hubler is now licking his chops.
Yeah, Hubler, I think his strategy has got to be just let it happen in front of him. Don't think he's quite got the pace to run with these guys, but he might not need it, as immediately Yunsai Lin tries to outbrake, but just Hingston just refuses to have it happen. He might be down on speed, he might not maybe have the most nimble car, but he is just placing that Mercedes where he needs to be. But Yunsai Lin back into the lead now. Now, will he be twice bitten once, or what is it, once bitten twice shy? That's the one. So he needs to be careful to not let Hingston pull off that move again in sector 1.
And also, if Hubler sees that happen, he's close enough. I imagine he's going to try and pick up the pieces if there's a failed attempt from Patrick. Watch out, we come through turn 1. I know on the bottom we've got that battle for 6, but up for the lead here. This has been a stellar race. 2.5 minutes left to go. This time he's not close enough.
Oh, Frattini off the road. Just saw it in the back of our shot there, but that's confirmation. Dario Frattini after an amazing drive through the field. And Hingston's done it again. They make contact again. Surely they must be getting close to that incident point limit now. Surely there must be a drive-through penalty to come.
He's still right on top of him. Where does he dare? We've seen it pass through South Bend here earlier on today. Will he go for that? Or is he going to try and get it in Oak Tree or out of Oak Tree? Oh my goodness. We've got 2 seconds back to Justin Rame. He could yet still catch up to these guys as hard as they are fighting. Looking into the double right-hander. He doesn't go for the move here, but this is where the car is weakened. He goes for the launch off the corner. He's got the slipstream, but he's not going to have the straight line speed.
No, he's just got to hook into the back of Yuntsai Lin as best as he possibly can. You can see Yuntsai Lin not even trying to break the draft. He's pulling away with the Mercedes in behind him. That is the disadvantage that Hingston is at. This is the penultimate lap now, so Hingston's got to try and make something happen. He's going to have to give it a yeehaw on the brakes here. Oh, Lin goes very defensive, and Hingston closes in as they come through roller coaster. And if Hingston can get close enough to pull off his signature move in Sector 1, he can still win this.
This is going to be another weak point, though. They're on to the front stretch, and the white flag is held aloft at the stand by Barney. 1 to go. If Hingston manages to do this, he deserves a crown and a half. This is a stellar drive, even if he finishes second. This was unbelievable from that number 2. Not close enough down into turn 1, but here's where the car comes back to him.
So good on the brakes there into turn 1, pulls a car length or so into the back. The car's moving around all over the place. He is getting every last bit of performance out of that Mercedes AMG GT4. Goes to, nearly loses Yuntsai Lin up, and Lin goes to the very defensive line. He says, no way you're pulling that one on me again. And now that Yuntsai Lin leads out of the right hook into the S's, is he clear? Is he safe?
He might be, but I don't think this one is over. That was a clever move from Lin there, just knowing that he was slow coming out of NASCAR Bend. As we approach the South Bend, this is where it starts to get tricky for the number 2, because it's going to get so much quicker after here. I think he might be able to try something into Hog Pen if he's that desperate, but it's going to be tough. Here we go. Can he hang on?
Well, it's going to take a big move from Hingston here coming into the brakes, because Yuntsai Lin does have that straight line speed advantage with the damage that Hingston has had all race long. And Yuntsai Lin knows it, but he's going to try and place that little Porsche in exactly the right position to hold off the challenge from Hingston. Hingston's not close enough. He almost puts one wheel on the grass, but Lin now just a few corners to go.
He sounded defeated over the radio. Sounded like he was not going to fight him for it, but we'll see what it is through here. All Lin has to do is get the good run, and he's got it. We've been asking if we're going to get a double winner today, and it comes down to Lin having to fight tooth and nail in the GT4s for his second SCCA victory.
Oh, well. What a motor race that was. Cars running a little bit wounded in certain situations there, but it's Yuntsai Lin who becomes a first multiple winner of the day here in the 2023 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Brilliant motorsport.
Unbelievable stuff as the last of the drivers trickle across the line. A special shout out to Hunter McDaniel, up 15 positions. In fact, I think he was one of those that didn't set a lap time, so he definitely pushed his way through. Oh no, the 25 getting turned around by the 1. That's Pascal Stix hitting Joel Dimencio.
Well, Pascal Stix getting certainly pretty physical race there for him, and lots of issues.
Fontana giving an apology to DJ for the bump earlier on in the race in the chat. Lin, your winner by 400ths. Eventually I'll get it. 4/10 of a second over Patrick Hingston. Wasn't that close, Joe. Greg Hubler behind them, all 3 of them within a second of one another at the victory. Justin Rame was 4th. Couldn't quite catch them in time as Fredes, Copeland, Payet, Keeble, and Molitor's Ho round out your top 10. A lot of Mercedes in there up at the front of the field. Here's a triplet of Porsches, though. Fontana, Whitaker, and Frattini just outside the top 10. Johnson in that BMW representing. How about that? Up to 14th with McDaniel, as I said, up 15 positions. Gruber, Gomez, Forster, Demonceau, and Stix. There, those last 2 we saw running into one another right at the very end. Maines has only been able to climb back up to 21st. The pace was not there to help him. Wonder if he had some damage. His Parrish was 22nd. Signer, Kruger, McDonald, and Veazey there down to 26th. Brewster and Ross, 27th and 28th. Allison Drini, only 29th. Gresham Wagner, unfortunately, a DNF today, along with Kendall, did not see the checkered flag. Whew, they're going to have some highlights for this one. They certainly made those guys in the background running the editing machine have to work hard for this one, because there's going to be some incredible passes and repasses to go over, as well as drama right off the bat. We're going to see the Renault Clio final race here in a moment. The Aston Martins, unfortunately, garnering quite a bit of damage right from the start here, Peter.
Yeah, and the McLarens, well, it was a three-way McLaren pileup as Justin Rem. Big blunder, big blunder from him. And yeah, took Garrett Maines out of a leading position there.
Then there came the fight back between Lynn and Kingston, back and forth all race long. We did have some good fighting in behind. Gresham Wagner trying to find his way past, but he got a little bump from behind, and as he tried to return, unfortunately, the race just went from bad to worse for him, and that ended his day. And then it came down to the end of the race between those three, as it was the battle between Lynn and Kingston almost to the finish. But before that, Allison Drini a second time punted off, unfortunately, although we think he pinched down a little bit, cutting back and forth, and eventually it went to Lynn today. We're going to have one more to go. Jake's going to join me for the Renault Clio here in the iRacing SCCA runoffs.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
So here we go for round two. Can we throw 2 hours and 40 minutes onto the clock? They'll crest the hill, they'll dive down into the S's. 4 wins in 4 races for the Apex Racing team.
races down. One race left. It's time for your main event. The Renault Clio in all of its glory. It's the gateway to touring car style racing. You cannot ask for anything better. Jake Sperry, Joe Peak, here to bring you home here in the SCCA Runoffs. A first two-time winner, but an incredible bit of racing last time out. This Renault Clio coming up is going to be all about close quarters combat.
Yeah, I mean, it might look like your grocery getter, but it is fantastic racing. You talked about the entry to touring car racing. Anybody who's watched those knows what we're in for. But if you thought the GT4s were elbow out, get ready.
For those who don't know what a Renault Clio is, I'm sure our good friend Chaz Draycott is going to be absolutely sailing up the pond in a coracle to try and tell you what one is. This is where we have sat and put ourselves into position. The works from Carter Lundy, Yuanji Lin with two, both in the Spec Racer 4s and the GT4s, Dario Frattini, and of course in the Spec Miatas, Cam Eben picking up the result. Will it be a case of putting the final touches on what has been an incredible bit of racing with the Runoffs? That is the question that will be asked here as the final races get themselves set and ready. I'm looking forward to it, and I tell you what, this circuit has proven to be a highlight all day long here, Joe. It just lends itself with two perfect races. I'll race you up to the oak tree and back. That's the track it is.
Exactly. It's definitely kind of a there and back circuit, but this is the interesting thing. We're now racing front-wheel drive cars. So if you thought they were attacking the curbs before, holy cow, they're going to be clobbering those things, trying to straight line them as much as you can. Keep your foot in it. If it starts to go sideways, just keep it to the floor, and that's the way to go. But that's why you have to be so argy-bargy. Expect maybe a few places for passes that we didn't see as much, of course, with the other cars, since it's going to be completely different dynamic out there.
It's going to be completely different, and this style of racing, you are going to need to be switched on because everyone who is around you, you have to be alert. Here's a look at the Renault Clio in all of its glory, a turbocharged inline-4 engine that produces 200 brake horsepower, just a 5-speed, but is rear-wheel drive in terms of how it sets. It's 1,032 kilograms, or just over 2.25 pounds, or 2,250 pounds out there. But of course, this is the sort of car, Joe, that you look at and you go, right, we're racing.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast, no doubt. This is one of the more recent entries to the series, or to iRacing, I should say. So this is the first time we're getting to see it here in the SCCA Runoffs. And it's basically, at least over in Europe, kind of the car that a lot of drivers will cut their teeth if they're kind of trying to come up through the tin tops. So watch out for any drivers that are good in this car to maybe show up, like you said, in touring car racing or maybe in GT racing somewhere down the line. And all together now, last time, 3 minutes of warm-up, 8 minutes of qualifying with 2 laps total, and 35 minutes of racing, Jake.
Yep, and 17 instant points indicates a stop-and-go penalty. There we go. We've got it there over the line. Your race analysis here for the final time for the SCCA Runoffs for 2023. An incredible series that's gone through. Third time this year in the real world they went, of course, to the Virginia International Raceway. And I think they found a brilliant home racing around here and trying to get as much as you can out on the board. Temperature's picked up a little bit here for this one, 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Getting a little bit windier as well here around 11 miles an hour. It's starting to gust a little bit. Shouldn't really affect these cars too much, but it should be okay. And it looks like we've got a very, very nice pizzeria machine on top of that. I love it when you get the MS Paint liveries out, Joe.
I was just trying to figure out what exactly we were looking for on that. I don't think it's MS Paint. It looks more like an art car of some sort. Meanwhile, hopping over, apparently, yeah, brightly liveried cars are what everybody wants as we go to Neil Rocks. And no, I'm not saying that I'm a big fan. That's his name. The number 8 getting ready to set his first lap time. Hailing from the UK and I, up a little bit later over there to try and see if he can get a win at the last calling.
Reminds me, of course, Neil Rox's name of the swimmer, Richard Funk. He was Canadian, so the joke is, can Richard Funk?
Well, we'll see if Neil can rock today. Right now, we don't have a lap to try and give an estimation on it. Kind of curious what lap times we are going to see out of these cars here. Brian Molitor back, another of our drivers. We need to try and take tabs. Who has done all 5? Because I'm pretty sure we've had at least 3 or 4 drivers that has.
Well, I'm trying to keep tabs and say who's going to finish all 6 at the moment. So I could definitely say Dario Frattini's one of them. I think Molitor is another who is out there. And just looking up through the field, Kevin Parrish comes to mind, as well as Chris Wetz, potentially, but may have been down a bit. Benjamin Forster, I think, has got the full set, and Gail Gruber, 2 on top of that. The focus now on the qualifying laps and trying to get as much out of it. There is the 14 car of Harry Unila, who is out there. The Finns have decided to turn up for this final race of the season, or of this SCCA runoffs. And this is where you're going to start seeing that different style of driving that you get when all of these drivers come from different backgrounds, different countries. You know, they have a different style of driving. The Finns are the interesting one, because in their driving license that they have to do, they have to be able to perform a Scandi.
Yeah, a Scandinavian flick is what Jake is talking about. It's what you see rally drivers using. This isn't a rally car, but with it being front-wheel drive, being able to get the rear loose is going to be handy to get the car to rotate. Now, you don't want it to be crazy wild out there, but you definitely want the rear to kind of move to the side so that you can punch the gas and not have to worry about understeer.
185 kilometers an hour up the hill. That is going to be 190 by the time they get to the crest. Moving away, though, to the number 10 car. This is Jim Brewster, who is trying to be this one driver from the Virginias who knows how this all sets up down through the hog pen then to end the lap and see what sort of times we're getting on the board here, making that charge over to the line with the red car, the bright green rims on it, the green spoiler on the back too to go with. Firstly, Marcus Girac puts the time in of a 2:05.5, and that then is going to be over the line at 1, not counting for Jim Brewster, so he'll need this second lap to work.
Yeah, unfortunately that lap got deleted, so oof. Bad news for him. They will have another chance at it. And, a very nice spec map. Was that locking the brakes, or what was going on with all that smoke coming out from behind Unila?
Yeah, I think the brakes there just finding themselves a little bit of a lock on there. But you can see there the absolute shine of that car. You see it's catching off of the sun. That's what you can do with some of the spec maps here on iRacing. And the livery designs are absolutely incredible. I actually got a chance to talk about this a little bit about a year or so ago. That actually a lot of teams out there now, as we that's the perfect stop. Sorry, my point's around. That's the perfect livery. That is every kid has had this car.
Absolutely. That we just need his feet coming out of the bottom or something. But Kevin Parrish, obviously with a sense of humor. I actually didn't realize before that he's hailing from Ohio, so my home state here. And let's see if he can push this little cart fast enough to get himself a good position in qualifying. In fact, has he set a time? No.
He'll need to then. He'll need to run very much like the anthill mob if he wants to try and get this one sorted up the hill to the roller coaster. Back to the point I was trying to make. They're making so many great designs here in iRacing that what you're finding is that teams are actually using iRacing for their paint, to trial their paint to see if it will work on the car before they go out and say, well, here's our brand new paint. And so on top of that, you're seeing iRacing paint makers effectively getting jobs with these teams.
Yeah, it's been very cool to watch the way that real worlds and virtual has been meshing in many different ways. Parrish does put one down. It's a 2:06.9. That's good enough for 5th, but about 1.6 off the pole time. Girac in the number 1 has stomped everybody so far.
8/10 of a second faster than anybody else. You've got Yoni Niemi in second position. Neil Rock's currently third. Samir Kadura has just moved that one up then to fourth fastest at the moment. There is Ivan Platon there from Club Iberia, looking to try and make a charge on the back stretch here from a run to Madison Avenue, up and down. Now, you should be able to get that over the line. They're doing 2:05s, so those 2:05 times, they're only about a couple seconds quicker than the Spec Miatas.
Yeah, so very similar times for a lot of the cars here throughout the day. And boy, these lockups really becoming a thing. There's your Scandy flick with Ivan Platon from Iberia really wheeling it up through the roller coaster. Not sure if that's going to be the fast way through, but he's hustling it.
He is trying to get as much as he can out of it. 2:07.1 is going to be there, but I think he might just be short here. 3, 2, and he's going to be agonizingly short of the line. He needed an extra 2 seconds to get that one over and wound up. The iRacing broadcast boys are hard at work, bringing you 6 races today from the SECA runoff. Steve Myers getting himself in the mix there as he's gone through, and he was stood right behind us. And oh look, Joe, I believe we're there, and there's also the Mr. Peter Mackay who's sort of there with the green screen there in the back. What an incredible bit of photoage we've got there, Joe.
I mean, nothing like the boss coming in and standing behind you to watch what you're doing to make you nervous, right? So big shout out to Steve, and thanks for the credit. Yeah, everybody behind the scenes works hard on these.
Everyone absolutely does. Let's take a look then at our grid for the final race tonight here with the Clios. 35 minutes to put into perspective. A masterclass of qualifying from Marcus Girac, who puts it on pole position with a 2:05.334. Yoni Niemi will be alongside for company with Neil Rocks and Dario Frattini, third and fourth. Samir Kadura will line up fifth with Harley Keeble in sixth position. That leads to Steph Vainhoff in seventh position and Harry Yulina in eighth place. Kevin Anfield will start from ninth, and it's an all Kevin fifth row because Kevin Parrish there in the Little Tykes car will round out the top 10. Fair Pajos will start from 11th, along with Tobias Siegner in the 12th place. Row 7 houses Ivan Platon and Brian Molito, who has been on every race trying to find something out of it, with Chris Wetz and Riley Downey in the 8th row, 15th and 16th positions. Benjamin Foster starts 17th. Gail Gruber will be in 18th position, trying to make the most out of this. And then just 3 more drivers remain. One set of time in Jim Brewster. The other 2 are split by their iRacing Juan Llorente Vasquez, and then Yerne Zorek is going to make up the 21 drivers here in this final race here tonight. So, with everything that is all set and ready, they are going to go out on their pace lap. The 35 minutes that they will have to challenge, they are hoping that they are going to be able to put effectively a stop to what was a dominant qualifying by Marcus Girac.
They're going to have to work hard on it, that is for sure. The only driver to break under the 206s and by a wide margin here. It's been slipstream races before. I don't think this is going to be much different with these cars. They'll punch a big hole in the air. So their first goal is to just hang with him and not lose touch. By the way, I went and took a closer look at Parrish's car. Did you realize it doesn't say Little Tykes, it says Little Tilks on the top?
Wow. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to process that. I would say that our driver there in the third position or so has got a baby on board sticker in the back along with an L plate. Log on to iRacing today to have more fun like this.
Exactly. A lot of creativity comes out in the drivers. The love that they let drivers do this and get your custom paints on it. But again, can't encourage everybody enough that if you've been enjoying this, you too can race in these various series by getting onto iRacing. And it is well worth it. It is just a blast. And what better day to do it than World Esports Day? Sim racing, perhaps one of the few esports, Jake, that is pretty darn close to 1-to-1.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that we're going to see one very happy driver and 20 very unhappy drivers come the end of this race, because this is going to be a really, really strong showing. It is hashtag World Esports Day, so get your hashtags in wherever that you do on your social media and share your iRacing moments, your favorite iRacing moments out there. And sometimes it's the lighter things in life, Joe, that give us an absolute showcase and a spectacle of what makes sim racing so enjoyable, because it does give you the opportunity to go out there and explore the ways that maybe you don't have that luxury of doing in the real world.
Yeah, get to try and experience things that might be too expensive or too dangerous for you, and get as close as you can. I've often heard real-world drivers say, honestly, the only thing that's missing is just being beat around, the physical forces on you. Everything else is pretty darn one-to-one and close. So if you're like me, and as a kid, you always said, oh, I want to be a race car driver, but you never had that opportunity, this is how you can live out those dreams.
It absolutely is. And I tell you what, I'm sure everyone is looking forward to the final race here of 35 minutes. Who is going to stop the Alpine Eagle racing car there of Marcus Girac there in the #1 machine from getting things sorted? He absolutely slows it down to a crawl heading towards the hog pen. He wants a long run to break away early, and he will let the iRacing sedan pace car hit the lane very much on its lonesome. There it goes into the pit, and we get ourselves set 35 minutes to find a final winner in the SCCA Runoffs of 2023. Off goes Marcus Girac. Let's get ourselves going. Green flag in the air. We are racing at VIR as Barney waves us off.
Yemi did not get a great jump on him. He's fallen back a little bit. This is going to be mission critical, the first part of the lap, for him to try and stick with it, as a few more lockups from the cars send some smoke up, but we're clean through turn one.
We are clean through turn one, and everybody nice and neat, nice and poised then off the early stages. One driver, Neil Rocks, I believe, has started from the pit lane, so he was due to go from third, but he started from the pit, so he's had a long way to sort of get back here in this one as they go through. That's promoted Samir Kadura and the Team Cubicar up into third position. So the number 21, lowest I rating in this field, by the way, finds himself third. Oh, golf car goes very much off the road, trying to abandon the ship. Kevin Anfield will not be very happy at the slowdown penalty he's now got.
Yeah, and he's trying to serve that as best he can, but on the first lap, those can hurt so badly. And he's stuck in the S's now, where he can't really give it back anymore, and he's still got that hanging over his head from what I can see on my screen. So that's a bad start for him as we check in the race for 12th position just behind him.
Yeah, there's Ivan Platon, and look at how much he's having to slow. He's going to go down the field like a brick, basically. Harry Unila also has a slowdown penalty now. So the number 14 car then from 7th position is going to have to pull out of the way. You can see him there at the top of shot. He's going to have to slow that way down to get that serve. Otherwise, he is going to be there forever as they go through. There is Niemi keeping Marcus Girac company then at the front of this field as they hit the roller coaster for the first time.
Yeah, and Girac was not able to break away. So the good news is that the 3 is still there at the end of the first lap, and he's bringing along Kadura, Frattini, Keeble, and Wienhoff as well. We've now got, it looks like, I think we're going to pull a replay on Anfield here, because he had that cut course that you mentioned. Here we go.
I believe this is what we call taking the Joker lap. Out there, of course, we have Rallycross on the iRacing service, and he has to very much scrabble across the grass, keep himself back going, takes a slightly different line. And of course, he takes his Joker, which would indicate that he can't take any more Joker laps over the course of this race, Joe.
I mean, it's front-wheel drive. This is a place to have an off and get away with it, as he got back on. But like you said, he lost a lot of positions out of it. Meanwhile, here's our top 2. With a bit of a breakaway for the top 3, in fact. That was 6, not just moments ago, but it's certainly stretched apart as the 12 and the 17 back here for 10th place are just in a mess of cars.
Yeah, it's Chris Watts, who found himself off the road then at turn 3, which was the NASCAR bend, now falls behind Ivan Platon, and it opens up now Benjamin Forster trying to find a way through. Then you've got the laps dropping there with the Joker, Kevin Anfield, Riley Downey in there as well. And look at that, door to door, that's what we want to see here in the final SCCA runoff. They are going to be panel bashing through the entirety of this race, and I tell you what, the virtual mechanics are going to be there. Big slide, saved it, but it's going to drop places.
Oh, Wetz is going to fall down to 15th. Fantastic work. Again, his foot stayed to the floor and it righted itself, but by that point he was off the racing line. The good news is he didn't fall as far into the grass that would send him into the barriers right there, which is really the big fear in Oak Tree, because there's not much runoff there.
Not much runoff in certain places on this circuit. Other places you've got forever and 3 years. There is Harley Keeble making the pass in the number 13 car in the orange and the black, and he gets through on Dario Frattini to take that position. Steph Vainhoff is there just behind, and that's slightly off the road there for Frattini. This will give Vainhoff a monster run here, heading towards the horseshoe, turn 2, as they will go over to start a new lap.
Yeah, they're going to be side by side here for that 5th position. Steph on the outside, though. It hasn't worked in other cars. Will it be different in these machines as they break into the horseshoe? Let's give us a good read, because Frattini was well far back of him under braking, but look at him gain on the inside. Yeah, outside is not the place you want to be.
No, it's not, and the track does pitch away there at the horseshoe, and it pitches away pretty much everywhere on this circuit. The moment you're off the road, Joe, it's off camber through the grass, which is doubly difficult to get back on.
And well in the back, Wetz had another off, except this time I think he had some help from George Gruber, unfortunately. So they're at the very back of the fields. We knew it was going to be frantic, but boy, is this giving us a lot of action right from the get-go as we check in with Frattini, who is actually getting Vainhoff to fall off the back of him a little bit. If he can stretch it a little farther, it might be good. So here's what happened that sent Wetz off, and man, the guy's just not had a good lap here.
There's missing a braking point, and then there's missing a braking point, and I think we just saw there a missed brake point at that moment in time. Nowhere to go there for Chris Wetz, and finds himself now way back down the order as we focus back on the leading duo. That was Gail Gruber who made that contact, as there is Joni Niemi. That gap is slowly creeping up to about 0.7 of a second. Girac is just turning the screw here against Joni Niemi. There is not much more that he can do except hold on with everything he's got.
Yeah, with them getting rid of Samir in the 21, it's going to be a one-on-one battle here, and he has to make sure that he doesn't lose touch with that number 1 machine. One thing we do need to remember in some of these braking zones, and why we're seeing so many lockups, there is no anti-lock brakes on these cars, so it is all down to that left foot.
Yeah, and you need patience with it when you're going to go through, and if you are starting to lock up, you're going to have to pump the brakes and get the cadence braking out to try and get that sorted. Race is on for 8th. They are trying to chase down the Little Tykes machine, which is there, or the Little Tilks machine, whichever way it's been spelled. You've got Kevin Parrish there, who was racing earlier on in, I believe, a Grimace livery in the USF 2000s at one point, which was really something of a sight to behold. You then got, of course, Hannah Unila, who is there, Ivan Platon and Benjamin Forster. They're all wanting to move up here, but at some point, if a car moves up, another car's going to have to move down, and they're not going to be too pleased about it.
You can see how close they're getting and still having difficulty making that pass. Forrester was practically pushing Platon through the corner and still couldn't get his nose down for the pass attempt into the left hook. It looks like it is small margins in these things that the drivers are having to deal with. And speaking of which, yeah, there you go. Just about on the rear bumper of that thing.
Yeah, so that's Brian Melito there. The full tilt car is trying to find a pass on Riley Downey, fourth position in the number 16, trying to crest the rise here through the south bend, which is all about commitment through this corner. Try and pivot for a line and try and find a way through to smoke up the top, because I believe it's Unila who's in a little bit of trouble here, and he's just joined right in front of the group. So Harry Unila has found himself an issue up at the oak tree, and now he's dropping down the field, and he will be sitting and duck on this straight.
He did hit the wall too, so that's not gonna help his aero and his top speed as he tries to drag race with Tobias in the number 4 under braking. He doesn't have the overlap, so the 4 is able to chop down in front of him.
Oh, I wonder if he's actually got a steering who's not straight at this moment in time. That would be my next worry for Harry Unila at this point in time, that if he's got any sort of wheel wobble, he's going to be in a world of hurt. But here's a look then up the hill. He was chasing down. He just locks it up, and the moment that you lock it up when it's front wheel drive, you're going to have to pray. And that is a glancing blow there over at the wall. So I think he's got away with one, and I mean just got away with one.
Yeah, and that shouldn't give him damage, I would think, but you never know. Sometimes weird things can happen with the way that you hit the barriers. Down into the braking for one once again. This pack of cars unable to get away from one another. And at the front of it, Kevin Anfield, who had that miserable start.
Yeah, he's recovering through the field very well, and he's only down 2, believe it or not, in this race. In 11th position right now in the Golf. Here's a little look there at the left hook from Juan Llorente Vasquez. He's not going to be able to get the pass done on Brian Melito there for that one, but number 7 trying to get some focus. Heavy up over the curb, and you really need to have a little bit of patience if you want to try and find that pass. You just have to be alert to every single little movement in this car, and you are trying to take as little of a line as possible, and that's what he's doing, absolutely streamlining it through the snake.
Trying to get it as straight as possible through there, because you need the momentum. There's a fair bit of power, as we saw in these cars. 200 horsepower is nothing to sniff at, that's for sure, as we break down into the oak tree. All those cars lifting the tires there coming into there is scaring me. He's got a good run on the full tilt machine.
This is a good run. Is there going to be an angle, though, to find the pass? Remember, they've only got 5 gears. Looked outside, looked inside, it wasn't there. Looks back outside again. Oh, Melito absolutely blocking the road. Left, right, up, down. He even blocked it slantways. He was brilliant. He's better than a great glass elevator.
I'm kind of, I mean, that was a bit naughty if you ask me, just weaving back and forth. You're not supposed to move in reaction to the car behind there and try and block their momentum, which that was kind of on the verge, but we'll see if he does it again here a little bit later. Oh, here we go. A little bit of bump drafting between Platon and Parrish.
Yeah, and this is right behind that side-by-side going through. Steph Vainhoff losing out to Fair Pajos, who takes the place away. So a nice little move there, but Platon, Parrish and Forster, 8th, 9th and 10th, they've got their focuses at the moment as they rush through towards the NASCAR bend. And I tell you what, those eyes in the rear mirror there on Kevin Parrish's car are going to be like daggers for the car in front. You can't look away from them.
It's got to be a little bit terrifying, honestly. Not something you expect to see in the mirrors, but we'll see if it shakes them off the course as we watch the battle just in front of them between Pezos and Vainhoff. Yeah, there we go, getting a look at it behind. It's just such a creepy smile, honestly.
I tell you what, it's almost like the Nick Cage meme smile.
It is. That's a good comparison. And I actually do know of a driver on iRacing who has Nick Cage painted onto his helmet, which is honestly just as disturbing. But here we'll watch from Platon looking back. Let's see if any of them can gain into the braking, just lifting that front tire up.
Yeah, and they are going to have to deal with that. The pitch in the car, Joe, is going to be so crucial, because a lot of what actually makes you quicker here in this is if you do pitch that car up onto 3 wheels, because the moment that 4th wheel then hits the ground again, you get that extra influx of grip to try and run off again.
Yeah, it's kind of the reverse of what you see of dirt racing, dirt oval cars trying to come off the corner, lifting that front left wheel off the ground. You're trying to get the rear wheel off the ground and see if you can get it 3 wheels in onto the pavement. We come down through into the hog pen one more time. Peso still leading this battle. This is for 6th position right now. Does look like the slipstream is not as powerful as I anticipated.
No, and I think that's going to be the trouble for these drivers, is that they're actually really having to work to try and make these places up, because they're busting out at about nearly 200 kilometers an hour trying to find that move, and they do have it covered, as they are going to try and do everything they possibly can to put this all together.
Up and into NASCAR Bend one more time. Peso's doing a very good job. Oh, but that was a poor exit coming off of NASCAR, and Veenhoff couldn't quite pick it up.
No, I don't think he could, and as such, Veenhoff now is going to have to be very alert to get that all sorted, but now you've got to be really on your best game. This is a lightning stage that they're going to have to try and get through now, and as that's all happened, Keeble is now up into 3rd, and that's a lead at the front. It's now almost 2 seconds here for Marcus Girac. The Alpine Eagle Racing driver is gone.
And we haven't seen this all day either. Girac be able to do what nobody else has, and that's break the slipstream and run away with things. It's been a close fight for the win. Oh, this is an oak tree again.
Catching out so many drivers here, and it's just because of the nature of that section. You spend so long off of the brake pedal. The moment that you have to try and hit the brakes and have the focus for it, you're just trying to look for your angle into the corner, and it can be so very difficult.
That cost him, and he's down to 12th because of that now, so he'll have to try and get back up on the horse and see if he can climb back up to where he was, which is a few positions up the road. Thankfully, I don't think he hit anything. As once again, we get that eerie look back on Parrish from Platon. It's down to 4 cars now that we have lost Veenhoff.
Yeah, and just as we were talking about what the gap was at the front, Marcus Girac, I believe, coming through Oak Tree, had a slow down penalty, so the gap's back down to 0.8 of a second then at the front of this field, with Yoni Niemi in 2nd place. Platon holding off quite comfortably Kevin Parrish, and behind him Benjamin Forster, but the focus in front, of course, is Fair Pajos, who is there in 6th place, who is doing a very good job of holding that station, not doing anything too untoward in this race, just keeping it pretty nicely in there. And I do have to love the American number plate there on the back of that that machine there of the car of Kevin Parrish.
And I just noticed, because I was looking through, Parrish is actually the highest American right now, speaking of the American style plate. Everybody else hails from elsewhere, and SCCA, of course, is the highest. SCCA is of course an American series, but Benjamin Forster is going to try and see if he can demote him down one and take that spot here, hailing from California, and he's getting awful close to him, but at times when he does get close, it looks like he's maybe trying to bump draft him.
He is, but we haven't actually seen anyone close enough to actually make that happen, which has been sort of the key here to this, is do you want to bump draft or do you want to not? It's the 4 group that's there. Just in front of them, Samir Kadura is under a bit of pressure right now from Dario Frattini. So everywhere you look, there is a small little pack that is forming, and everyone trying to find the battle that works for them. A little pivot out then to the outside then for Platon, as there is the side-by-side, and that might just be enough then for Frattini to make the pass on the Team Cuba car. Nothing that Kadura can do. Troubles, though, exist for number 12.
Ivan went a little bit too deep, tried to make the pass on Fair from the number 19, and just unfortunately couldn't hold on. So off the course he went, and discovered just how far downhill you have to go before you find the track again.
Well, I'll tell you what, Platon is going to be very much in a case where he's making new friends. Harry Unila, he is now with, but he is going to be very much in a case of on his own from where he wanted to be. But now you've got Keeble and co, who is all there. Here's a little look then as how he goes through as, he just overcooks it. And then all of a sudden, let's go adventuring.
Yeah. When you don't have the ABS to save you, the tires are going to lock up, and they just are not going to stop well when they're just planted to the track like that. So he falls down to 9th position thanks to that loss. But again, didn't hit anything, so at least he can carry on as we look a little bit farther forward. This is the battle for effectively the last step on the podium. That's Keeble in front of Frattini and Cadora.
Yep, so these three, 5 seconds away from the race leader, Marcus Girac, who leads this one over Yoni Niemi at this point in time. These three are effectively playing for best of the rest. Now, I want that final stage on the podium. Keeble is doing a very good job, but that last lap by did a 207.3. With the pass that Frattini was able to get with the slipstream was up even further. There's Veenhoff having to really play defense because it's getting busy in the mid-pack. Riley Downey, Juan Llorente, Vasquez is there. You got Kevin Anfield, you got Tobias Signer, you got Brian Melito in front of them as well, Platon and Unila. It is a busy mid-pack as here comes Llorente to make the move.
The 7's going to have the inside of that little left-hand kink, but remember, it switches back. He backed out of it, interestingly. No, he did not. He got another whiff of the slipstream and is going to try it the long way around, is in front of him, sliding sideways. Llorente not able to make the pass. That was Unila there, who was just, I mean, incredibly crossed up in that situation.
Unila went off. Veenhoff followed in the wheel tracks using the car in front as a braking reference marker, which you should never do, ladies and gentlemen. And then pretty much everybody else was trying to scramble. Llorente had to get out of it, and because he did, he's dropped 2 places to Signer and as well to Anfield. And now all of a sudden, here comes the look from Steph Veenhoff. He'll go to the long way around, trying to make this pass. Or is he going to go up and under, trying to pick a pocket? And he can't because he's not the Artful Dodger.
Yeah, Harry's going to at least hold on to 10th place for the time being, but look at how many hungry drivers are lined up and ready to go. Single one makes a mistake, I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be pouncing to try and get by, because shockingly, it does look pretty tough to pass today. A little deep there from Harry down into the left hook.
Yeah, and Harry now is going to feel that all throughout the run up the snake. And there is a bit of side-by-side behind the background as that's Melito trying to get the pass on Vasquez there, and he's going to manage it. So up the hill they're going to go. Where do you find the angle if you Steph Veenhoff to try and make the move and make the pass behind that as well? Vasquez is going to want to try and get back through on this, and he's going to try and chase back up. It's been a torrid lap for him so far.
Up and through South Bend, just behind them, nose to tail, Llorente and Molitor into the braking of the oak tree, just leaving that trail of smoke and then trying to get the throttle down. Excellent run here from the 7 driver. He might have a good shot at it as we check back in on the battle for 10th ahead of them.
Yeah, there's racing going on everywhere. 3rd, 4th and 5th has closed down, as well as there is a racing on for 6th, 7th and 8th too. So everywhere is having a race at the moment. Side by side then for that 10th position. Trying to get it done on Unila, sliding it through the corner. No, straight on goes Steph Veenhoff. He's now going to have to abandon and also try and find his way back to civilization.
Second time he's had a big off here, goes around the Marshall post, but not only lose those guys up front, but there goes Molitor and Llorente.
Yeah, they both go through too, and that is troubles, and there's been troubles as well for about 3rd position too, because I believe Frattini's made contact with Harley Keeble.
Or no, you're right, I was going to say it could have been the other way around, but yeah, he ran into the back of him in a big way, so we'll see if we can pull that up a little bit later. This goes side by side, though, in behind him out of the horseshoe bend. Anfield still trying to come back and recover from an off earlier on, and well, that'll help right there. Is going way wide. Riley Downey basically just leaves the door open.
So here's my question to you, Joe. Is Kevin Anfield's surname grammatically incorrect? Because should it be A-field?
Touche. Good, well played, sir. But regardless, I think he's not worried about grammar at this stage. I think he's worried about the car that is behind him, hunting him down. Same thing here as the 13 of Keeble on Frattini. Would like that spot back. Remember, he got punted out of the way in the first corner.
Yeah, we haven't quite seen that yet, but that was a very important point of that race. It's a race on for 4th. It's the race on for 11th. The smoke through every corner at this moment in time. They are trying to rag the car around these corners and get as much as they can out of it here. Up on the hill, the push is there by one Mr. Harley Keeble, and he is really hoping to find that pass, but he's not going to do it just yet because there's still a podium to think of. Why would I want to make the pass now when we're not even with Samir Kadura?
Yeah, maybe thinking big picture and wanting to get onto the podium. So watching them, yes, it's a race for 4th, but I think in the mind of Keeble, it's a race for the podium, race for 3rd here. As you can see, yeah, and you can see them follow, try to just pick up the tiniest little hint of the slipstream.
It's just a slither that they want. These French machines right now are trying to take everything they possibly can out of it. And the Renault Clio has been a car that's been around for at least 20, 25 years. My dad had a Renault Clio.
But down into the first corner, let's see if the 20 can make the 4. Regret where he started. Yep, he's going to be able to get up into 11th past him with that move. Now he's going to take off after the 14. And do we have a little bit of a replay here?
No, we've just got an amazing battle, I think.
Ah, yes.
Right. As we got this going through. So you got Juan Llorente Vasquez with Steph Vainhoff there just behind him, who's our focus at this moment. Neil Rock's behind, and then Brian Melito is there in the mix too. So 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th at the moment, and they're all pretty much in line, trying to get as much as they can up through the S's.
I've been trying to figure out why Neil started from pit lane, because he qualified 3rd. That's great position. He wasn't going to be in the middle of problems in the mid-pack, like you maybe think someone farther down would say, well, let's just stay out of trouble, see if I can pick up spots like that as somebody goes off beside him, and he's going to hip check his way in there as we go back to the battle for 3rd.
Yep, that battle for 3rd is on, and now Frattini, who has been so good, has got 1 victory so far in the runoffs, is looking to try and get another podium. Of course, not his first podium, not his second. He's looking for his 3rd podium in the runoffs, which is a huge achievement to keep in mind in 3 very different vehicles. Down the hill through the hog pen, and now looking to charge. 9 minutes, 45 seconds left, and I tell you what, Keeble's not giving this one up either.
In fact, he's still trying to use a 2 versus 1 scenario, pushing his fellow driver forward, and now abandons him. Is he going to try and team up, or no? He's going to try to go for the inside with a 3-wide move. This might not end well as they break into the first corner. All of them going deep as they dare, cutting back underneath. Oh no, they are going to come together, sending him sideways as unfortunately Kadura falls back to 5th.
Kadura is not going to be very happy about that. He would have gone, no swiping please, and he ends up getting swiped.
Well, I thought they were going to be able to do that, and I thought that I think it was Frattini that, no, it was Keeble that tried to pull that over under. That would have been a brilliant move if he had kept it out of the side of that car, but it just wasn't meant to be. And another one of our Gulf liveried machines, wheel to wheel, down into the left hook.
Oh, and that's brilliantly done. That's Anfield who's getting that done and holding off Siegner at this point. Tobias Siegner is throwing the kitchen sink at it and not finding it. Riley Downey is trying to serve the slowdown penalty behind, so it's going to fall out of contention in that sense. But Tobias Siegner is throwing what he can, and this is for 11th place.
Every position matters when it's all just for ego, so they're all fighting just for bragging rights in this. There's no points. This is all just a special event put on by iRacing. And we have to remember, top split. So we're talking best of the best. In fact, I think We heard that the SOF for this one was about 3,600. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all. And, oh my goodness me, contact there, wing mirror to wing mirror for Harley Keeble and Dario Frattini here in 3rd and 4th positions. They have decided, you know what, gloves off, get the knuckle dusters out.
Yeah, and I mean, they've already banged doors already once today, so what's one more dent in the car? They do have to worry about that incident limit that we were talking about. Don't want to get a drive-through penalty right at the end of the race. Here we go. It's going to be Frattini this time who's on the attack. Will he pay him back down into turn 1?
Well, he's going to have a look left and right. Remember, it was Frattini trying the up and under, hooked Harley Keeble on the front, who was taking a natural line. And here again, this is what Frattini does. He's good through the middle of the corner, can attack. Now, the horseshoe goes on for forever and a day off of the exit. It's very much like a song from Genesis at this moment in time. But on the brakes then through the NASCAR bend, no chance just yet. Still got a line for the left hook, but not going to take it.
Oh, or is he? A little bit wide there by Keeble, and it looks like he will be able to retain the track position. He's got to be careful though with those mistakes, because if he opens the door, no doubt Dario is just going to shove his way through.
Yeah, and the chance was there, but they have brought Cadora back in. So now up and top and bottom we look. The race that is on for 3rd is on the bottom of your screen. The race for 11th is on the top of your screen at this moment in time. So every which way you look, there are races aplenty which are going into play at this moment, because you've got everybody pretty much sat waiting to say, what can you do at this point? Anfield has lost the place to Siegner now, but up the top of the hill, off the road goes Cadora. Cadora's got off, and now he's going to fall into the clutches of Forster.
Just went a little bit too hot into there, so now it's just a 2-car fight for that 3rd position up at the front, and we're coming down to it now with about 5 minutes left to go. Girac has just run away with things. That's why we haven't been showing him. There's nothing much to show there.
Yeah, it's been absolutely dominant at the front of this field, and it's the biggest compliment you can have in racing, Joe, is if you're leading the race by a lot, you don't get shown. It shows that you're so far ahead, you're doing such a good job, we don't need to go see you.
Yeah, nothing interesting to look at there except for maybe a pretty car, but back we go to the battle for the last step on the podium. Keeble actually put some distance here, Jake. I think he's gotten the hurry up from these attacks from Frattini, and now he's trying to turn up the wick.
Yeah, well, you're inside the final 5 minutes, and you've got 5 minutes left of the SCCA runoff, so you better show what you've got now, otherwise you're never going to get a chance to for another 12 months, and that, I think, is going to be the key to how they're going about it here. Forster currently finds himself then in the 5th position with this group behind. Cadora, Parrish, Pajos is in there, Platon. It's all the P's right now that are trying to find themselves together, and they're all in a pod.
But they're led by an F. That's Forster, who is currently got that 5th position. He's kind of towing them along. He's doing the same thing I think that Keeble is. He's trying to break that, knowing that them pulling the draft is just going to make life that much more difficult. He needs that distance between himself and his rivals to be able to focus on his race.
Exactly, and that distance can be different for different drivers as well, for that comfortability that they all have. Still racing on further down as well. Juan Llorente, Vasquez looking for the pass on Riley Downey. Then 4th position with the very confusing livery that Riley's got on his car at the moment, but rushing on through and trying to get the next place sorted. Can you find the pass on the south bend? Running off the road goes Riley. Opens up the door here for this next right. Trying to go around the outside is always going to be difficult here. The sliding continues from both of them. Is there drive on the exit? No, not for Vasquez. Suddenly, he might be whisked away because there is Neil Rocks, and he very much might rock up and rock into 14th place.
He's going to get the overlap here. There was another late move from Juan to try and cover him off, but this time he couldn't shut the door in time. So on the outside, but remember, it switches to the inside, down into the right-hander of the roller coaster. He's not brave enough on the brakes, though, it looks like.
Oh, it's going to be dicey, but they're going to have to fall back into line. And again, oh, trouble's down the hill. Oh, can you get it wound up and saved? Yes, you can. Good save there, but bang. door-to-door contact down the hill, heading to the hog pen there. Neil Rocks finding out that he was granite there. He was not going to shatter compared to Riley Downey.
Yeah, Downey, unfortunately, going to fall all the way to 16th. He was doing such a good job in front of him. In fact, he's going to lose another spot without the speed as Brian in the 6th car just breezes past.
Absolutely perfect, and there's a slowdown penalty or something of that ilk for Fair Pajos. He's dropped out of the contention then of the group and he's fallen to the back of that pack, so that not ideal. And Ivan Platon, by the way, has just dived into the pit for what I would believe would be a stop-and-go penalty, the first one we've seen today.
So Ivan, actually, no, we're getting information that no black flag was shown. Yeah, and maybe he just short-fueled it. It's going to send him to 17th. He's not last place, but only Jim Brewster sits behind him now.
It would have been a short stop there with the fuel, so that would have been a real shame for him. He was running such a good race, but you've got to remember to fill the car up to maximum if you want to have a guarantee of finding the finish in this race. Kevin Parrish is not giving up. He is running as fast as his little legs can carry him at this moment in time with that sort of car, and those little legs have 200 brake horsepower apparently.
Cadora's in front of him. He was the one that was pushed away from the top 3 fight, so he's not going to be in a good mood. Probably going to have his elbows out in this situation. Kevin's got to be careful that he doesn't get shoved and runs away crying home after this. Let's see if he's going to be safe. Oh, he makes the smart move and backs out a little.
Only a little, though. There is still time left in this race, and that is the key. Marcus Girac is about to start the last lap of the SCCA runoffs for 2023. Side by side, down through the hog pen, and looking to get the drive off the exit. Well defended there by Samir Kadora, but the more they defend, Fair Pajos might get back into play, Joe.
Whoa.
Hello.
Yeah, that's not the racing line, and he eventually finds his way back onto the track, or does he, as he nearly goes off a second time. Who was that?
That'll be Llorente Vasquez there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, the number 7.
Oh, up and under.
Could be a pass.
Get a drive off the exit. Brilliant stuff.
He's not done yet, though. Remember, it switches back here down into NASCAR Bend. We've seen lots of fun action into this corner. Indeed, I think Samir is going to keep his nose in just barely, and I think he still wants it coming down to the left hook. He breaks super deep into the corner, and somehow they don't make contact as they swing back. Job finally done for Kevin.
I'll tell you what, he was a superhero there on the brakes. He put his cape around. He said, I'm super deep on the brakes, and it still wasn't enough. So clearly he's found some kryptonite in the form there of Kevin Parrish and the Little Tykes car, which has done a brilliant job. It's on for the podium on the final lap as well, because Frattini has found the rear of Harley Keeble. So that's also going to be crucial here in terms of the racing, because you've got it on right now as they go through for a number of positions. The one place it's not on for is the race lead, and it's the only time we've been able to say that all race long. Up the hill at the Oak Tree, your leaders go big lock up there from Kadura as he now looks to try and chase. Marcus Girac will now find himself rushing through down the hog pen for what will be, or to the hog pen for the final time. The Alpine Eagle racing car has absolutely soared here today in the SCCA runoffs, and for the only time today, was this ever going to be in any shade of doubt? It is pure dominance from Marcus Girac, and he'll flash the headlights on a truly brilliant performance to seal the final SCCA runoff win.
And it looks like Kadura lost another spot. He went in too deep. Oh, but something's happening. Why is Parrish slowing? He's out of fuel.
Oh, they turned him. Pajos has turned him. They're all tight on the fuel getting to the end. 35 minutes is the limit of the tank.
Unbelievable stuff, and that's why we saw one of the cars try and stop in for a splash and dash, creeping to the line. He is actually trying to push it with his feet now. He winds up in 11th.
And not only that, Harley Keeble lost 4th place on the line because he ran out of fuel as well.
Frattini with another podium. What a race today from the Italian, as there we see Barney giving the checkered flag for the last of the cars.
I'll tell you what, they both ran out of fuel coming to the line. and they were all trying to coast through to get it forward. A brilliant finish to the SCCA Runoffs. They had to be very alert to it. Marcus Girac wins by nearly 7 seconds over Yoni Niemi in second, with Dario Frattini holding out on the tank long enough to finish third ahead of Benjamin Forster and Harley Keeble in fifth. Fair Pajosh will take sixth after turning Cadora on the final corner. Tobias Siegner will get seventh ahead of Kevin Anfield, and then Sammy Cadora would only end up with ninth, and Kevin Parrish coasting home in the Little Tykes car with clearly no engine and just leg power in 10th place. Neil rocks. He does. He's also 11th place with Steph Veinhoff in 12th position and Brian Melito 13th. Riley Downey would finish 14th ahead of Juan Llorente Vasquez, with Ivan Platon having to pit, and he ended up in 16th. Jim Brewster and Harry Unila were the last finishers on the leading lap, with the three drivers that are retired: Chris Wetz, Jael Garuba, and a no start for Jerne Zorach, who will be out of the race in 21st position. Well, there had to be one race that had to be dominant, and that one was that. But Joe, 6 hours worth of racing content brought to you for the virtual SCCA Runoffs, the second iRacing SCCA Runoffs. I'll tell you what, there needs to be 20 of these.
I love every year that we do this. So last year was fantastic. This year, really incredible to witness, and honestly gave us excitement all throughout. This is what we love about the competition of iRacing, is that you can take this sort of racing, even though it's not the highest level, and get the thrills that it really does provide if people would give it a shot and introduce people to fantastic sports car racing.
It is something truly fantastic, and we do see that time and time again. But you do need to try and be a contender. The road to pro continues here with eNASCAR, and it's over to Phoenix on October the 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Who is going to book their place in the eNASCAR series? That you will definitely have to tune in for. On top of that, we have got action with the Turn Racing Grand Prix iRacing Series. Round 7 at the Fuji International Speedway will be come to you on Thursday, October the 26th at 7 p.m. GMT. You can join myself. You can join, of course, one Mr. Peter Mackay and Kenneth Bueno for that one. That will be a treat over in Japan. Not only do we have that, but it's the street circuit for those who want to be contenders and not pretenders. Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Head to Long Beach, California. And if that's what happened last time the Contender Series went there, I'm sure we're going to have an absolute showcase this time with everyone trying to find qualification. It's the start as well of your IMSA Esports Global Championship. They kick things off on November 5th, and that will be at the Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. 4 races to decide who will get their share of $25,000. And just because there's a little bit more, it's often imitated, it's never duplicated. It's the greatest show on dirt. It's the World of Outlaws, and it returns on the 13th of November on the Monday to get that racing fix in your autumn that goes on forward. But some absolutely incredible racing has gone through. I'm just going to bring Peter in for this one here. Peter, 6 races in, 5 different winners, each to their own, an incredible spectacle each and of itself.
Every race had just the most amazing spectacle in its own story. For me, that GT4 race was just incredible. It went right down to the wire. Yongse Lin coming out on top after it all, but you could have picked any of those races. As Joe said, this is what iRacing is all about. Different flavors of racing, but always good, strong competition. Fantastic to be involved.
And Joe, you know, we sit here after the end of 6 incredible races, another year put into the books here, and I think it also gives an opportunity to show that racing here on iRacing isn't just a GT3 car at Road America or Monza. It can be as wide and as diverse as what we've seen today.
Exactly, and the SCCA virtual runoffs here on iRacing are the perfect example of that. If you want to hop in something that maybe is everybody else's flavor but not yours, you can do that. So I think that iRacing has such variety these days, both in tracks and cars, that it really just produces something for everyone. And I think that's the most important thing.
And if you want to join and get in on the iRacing fix, you can do so by logging on to iRacing today. You have a chance to get 40% off your membership by bringing yourself into play. But the runoffs from VIR have been sensational once again. You can't ask for more than the incredible racing that we have seen. So long for now. There's so much more great sim racing, though, very shortly on the horizon.